team is fun, but I'm afraid to lose.
Don't worry! Team up with friends. Rank up faster, rank up faster. Go and rank up, radiant protection. Go and rank up.
Bonus points!
Go and rank up.
Double challenge point.
Oh, you up for you. No matter what, just team up with friends.
Just team up with friends.
Just team up with friends.
Here's Messi, away from 2, 3, 4.
The world's best player shows us just what he's about to get.
Is this on? Oh, great. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my secret lair. Everything is getting put together right now. Perfect. This here is testing stage that ensures your safety during your ride. They are currently debugging the hub. Look how it goes. Boy, it is powerful and agile. That just makes me want to give it a go. Only after careful inception will the equipment be ready for release. All of this equipment can help you achieve victory. Get ready. Join us now.
Disfrutar el juego.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. You're currently tuning in to day number 3 right here at the survival stage. And hopefully you guys are enjoying all the amazing PUBG Mobile actions that has actually transpired so far. And today we're going to be witnessing the matches in between Group Red versus with Group Yellow. And of course, joining me right here and right next to me is none other than Lord from Nigma Galaxy. And of course, we have our amazing translator on the furthest right. We have Otomo. So Lord, how are you enjoying Malaysia so far?
It's really good. Like the weather, I like it the most here. Well, he doesn't need to translate it.
No, okay. I was expecting a random translation.
Right? Well,
all right. So last year at PMGC Finals, you had an amazing showcasing finishing at 3rd place. And currently, you're sitting in 12th place in the survival stage. What has changed about the game and the lobbies compared to last year?
اخر سنه كنتوا ما شاء الله وصلتوا مركز ثالث بالبي ام جي سي فاينلز بس هاي السنه هو رقم 12 بالسرفايفل ستيج شلون اللعبه والفرق تغيروا من اخر سنه لهاي السنه
هو اول شيء اول تغير كان نظام الزون اللي اختلف واللعبه تقريبا شويه اختلفت والاكثر شيء اللي اثر علينا انه كانت بس 4 ايام فالاداء اذا كان يومين مو زين فاكيد راح تكون بالتوب الاخير.
It says that among the changes that really affect them is the way the zone shifts from this year to last year. And another thing is that they only have 4 days to perform. So if you have 1 or 2 off days, then that's like your tournament lives are almost over. Like you have to you can't make it to top 3. So you have to really perform because you only have 4 days to perform.
Yeah, most definitely. You definitely have to perform right here. And of course, how are you dealing with the pressure of being one of the few remaining teams from the Arabia in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships?
من اخر الفرق العربيه الموجوده بالمنتخب تحسون بالضغط وشلون تعاملون هذا الضغط؟
بالنسبه لتيمنا لا ماكو اي ضغط ان شاء الله لكن اللي نهدف له انه يعني نكون باحسن صوره للعرب باذن الله.
He says that honestly for them they don't really feel that there's pressure but they do want to represent their region in a way that makes them proud.
Yeah, most definitely. And hopefully they've made you proud. And of course, what have you been reviewing in your own gameplay since day 1 of the survival stage?
وما خلص اليوم الاول ورجعتوا شلون درست اللعبه شنو نقاط الضعف وتقدرون تحسنون بيها
دربنا على الاخطاء الفرديه والاخطاء يعني كتيم ودرسنا اغلب التيمات وان شاء الله نكون جاهزين.
He says that they really focused trying to get the synergy between them team going as well as improving their individual performance and of course mostly focusing on the other teams what they do and how to counter them.
Sounds like they're well prepped right here for the final day of the survival stage. And of course, last question here. With Group Green having finished playing their matches, which teams left in the survival stage today and are you watching out for and why?
الفرق الاخضر المجموعه الخضر طلعت بقى بس مجموعه حمراء وصفراء يمكن الفرق الموجودين بعدهم حذر منهم تتباعوا عليهم تقول يمكن هذول ياخذون يعني يغلبونا.
بصورة عامة أغلب التيمات كلش قوية فكل التيمات عدنا عليها لأن كل التيمات اللي وصلت هنا تقدر تنافس على توب 1 أو توب
2. In general, he feels like all the teams that have made this far are a threat to them. All of them have done well. They can all take top 1 or top 2. So they're looking at basically every team because every team is a legitimate opponent.
So they're looking at everyone equally right here. So we have to understand that all teams here are the best of the best of the best right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Lord, thank you so much. Nigma Galaxy, all the best to you guys. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to kickstart match number 1 right here at the final day of the survival stage. Hopefully you guys continue to tuning in right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the final stage, the final day of the survival stage here of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022. I'm your host, Jason Kappen, joined by 2 analysts who have everything to analyze with all their analyzation that they possibly can. But gentlemen, Maxman and Sandstorm, I want to go into what Lord was just saying here at that interview before we start off the show, talking about the zone shifting. I'm surprised he didn't mention about the blue zone ticking harder when it comes to Sandhawk, because their favorite shot on Sandhawk was saying, Maruf, have some med kits, go heal out in the blue.
I think it was actually a good thing that we didn't ask about that in particular and didn't answer, because I think he would have started crying live on air if that was the case. So I'm happy we didn't bring up the changes to the blue, but no, we'll see how that's going to be impacted. At least it's just one Sandhawk, so it could have been worse.
True.
Yeah,
true.
it could have been worse indeed.
Look, it's just the one Sandhawk, but one more day, 6 more games. Let's see what's going to happen with this one. I really do hope that they start off a little bit different than they did on day 1 of the Group Red stages.
Well, it's 1 more day, 6 more games, and then another 2 days of 12 more games if they want to break through and make it into the finals yet again. As you guys saw there, the fan vote currently going on. If you're watching within the esports center, you get some tokens you can use to vote for your favorite teams. And we had a couple of teams actually make it into the top 5 that aren't even in the event anymore. They've been knocked out, but hey, they have their fans, and we thank you all for still watching. We also thank Sony Xperia, the 1-4 and Xperia stream made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And one thing I know about Maxman is when he's wearing a denim jacket, he's gaming.
I don't have today, so I'm not gaming. I'm doing the analyzation. I don't know. We're saying it even during the interviews, but yeah. Get yourself a phone, because mine is breaking apart literally. So I think this would be a good investment.
Well, Max, when you're doing your analyzation, where do you like to do it from?
From a very good hotel where I'm seeing everyone posting about it on Instagram and making me very jealous.
Yeah, and funny enough, at the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar, that our world is your playground, and it is a playground indeed. Sandstorm, if you could do one thing at a hotel right now, what would it be?
It would be to order some stuff using Prime Gaming.
It's not where I was going with it.
It's a segue, I guess.
I respect it. You can get some free PUBG Mobile items and some premium content, as well as other benefits from Prime Gaming, so make sure to check that out. I thought you were actually going to go with, I don't know, a spa day, lay up by the pool in the sun, play some Poggy with the boys in a hotel room. But you know what? You transition us perfectly into to Prime Gaming. But also, you know what's happening right now, Maxman?
What's going on?
It's a survival stage. But in the survival stage, while you guys are home in between the days, you could be playing PUBG Mobile and working towards unlocking one of your sweet Maserati skins in-game, available until the 31st of December. So Max, we still have time. You still have time in particular to finally get a little bit lucky and get yourself exactly what you want. But you know what? Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it will. It doesn't matter. You're still better than me at PUBG Mobile, even though I'll still try to run you over next time we play. Make sure you guys at home, though, are following all the official channels here over with PUBG Mobile Esports as well, so you can stay up to date with what's happening around the world. And, of course, the events coming up, well, in the early part of January, where the finals will be taking place in Jakarta. It's going to be insane. It's going to be amazing to see. Hopefully, Bigatron make it there, and they actually get to play in front of a home crowd. But, gentlemen, that does take us into our final day of the survival stage. We've got 2 groups left to play, 6 matches. Group Green won't be here, and that might be a sigh of relief for Group Red and Group Yellow Sandstorm.
Yeah, considering the fact that Group Green, when they played against Group Red on day 1, they took 4 out of the 6 chicken dinners. Same happened when we saw Group Yellow take on Group Green as well. So one thing I'm very curious about is which one of these groups is going to turn out to be the stronger one when it comes to chicken dinners. Is it going to be Group Red or is it going to be Group Yellow?
Well, we'll find out here. And I mean, for me, Maxman, I want to say, like, almost just based off names alone, that I want to say Group Yellow in my head is going to be stronger. But honestly, it's been really tough to be confident in saying that.
That's the thing that feels really weird, because if you're looking at these teams on average, if you just like compare all these teams, I would say that Group Yellow seemed like the stronger team, but we saw what happened during the group stage. They were not really as impressive as we saw for some of these teams, last year or potentially 2 years ago in PMGC for the players that came back. And they played against the same group. They both played against Group Green, so it's like a very good comparison to make. And overall, I have to say, Group Red has been looking a lot more impressive for some of our top teams, such as LGD, your BTRs, Titan. I want to see still a little bit of a comeback from Nigma Galaxy, but Group Yellow need to step up. And like High HC, 107 elims during the group stage. That's great. But where is that High HC right now? They're nowhere to be seen.
It's a very good point in Sandstorm. I mean, obviously going from playing in a group stage where you obviously have some difficult teams, because obviously the top 3 are going to make it through into the finals. But the fact is, they are struggling extremely hard in these lobbies that have been somewhat rotating or will be continuing to rotate here into today.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to average around 50 points a day when it came to the group stage, but now they can't even pass the 25 mark within 6 games. And when we're looking towards Besiktas as well, this team started off very, very strong in their first day when it comes to the survival stage. They managed to fix it up towards the second half of the day. So I'm looking at them and I want to see if they're going to be able to keep building on that momentum. Because so far, sensational play from them, but also LGD. They've been kind of quiet when we saw them in the survival stage. They're still up there. They're still fighting for that survival stage, or rather the next stage spot, but still a little bit tricky for LGD. Not seeing the same performance that we've seen from them on the group Red Day games. And then we go down to Reject. Started off absolutely insane on the first game for them, but then it was just a flash in the pan.
Yeah.
Nothing else kind of showed up for the side of Reject.
After that first game, they just kind of disappeared. It was really weird because it was a dominant first game too, like really good rotations. They were playing cube and also a high ground position next to, I think it was shooting range, instant regroup in a central position, defend a really good breach initially from also Inko, which that was non-easy one to defend. I think that start of the day was going to put them in a really good high morale state, and they were going to just continue to be consistent throughout the rest of the day. They didn't show up until the last game. And unfortunately, when you only have still one more day of play, inconsistencies like that can be the reason you don't make it into the last chance. So Reject have the potential, but we need to see if they can execute on that today.
I mean, let's not forget about the fact that Reject was literally 1 point away from getting into the grand
don't remind
finals.
me.
They tied for third and they lost it on placements. Like, this is a team that we have very high expectations for, and those expectations haven't really been lived up to, unfortunately, so far within the group stage. So maybe today will be exactly what they need. Again, it's very difficult to play in these rotating lobbies with having, now the other 8 teams coming through. Drops locations might change. You might be contested where you previously weren't, and you obviously have to do a lot of research going into the Sandstorm to be prepared for the different teams that are coming into this lobby.
Yeah, exactly, and we've seen a lot of teams struggle
What?
when
I didn't
it
see that.
comes to... Wait a minute, what?
That's what I wanted to do to you, Max, but I got denied.
But I didn't have a game that I would have died.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
without the cut. Go ahead, Sandstorm.
I mean, no, I was just going to say that when we have so many teams of the highest caliber in the world coming to compete in this tournament, there's always going to be teams struggling when it comes to the first, second game of the days. And we saw that happen on both day 1 and day 2 of the survival stage, with teams suffering from hot drops, losing players at the very start of the game, losing 2, 3, and then it just completely affects their game. And like Laura said, we had 4 days in the group stage, and every single day, every single game matters. So losing out members in the very first game, that's just completely going to destroy your morale going into the tournament.
Well, right now you can see the top 8 teams are the teams from Group Green, but again, they did play out double the matches so far, so that can be expected, but also at the same time kind of shows there's no real big slackers behind. However, we're looking towards Power, looking towards Skylights, who really just have to sit here the entire day watching as the other matches continue and just hope that they can stay afloat with their 60 and 57 points respectively. But looking at, Besiktas here, 55 points already. I mean, they're looking pretty confident to at least surpass 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams. So they're looking good to qualify here into the final or into the last chance. But as we go down the list, it's tough times. I mean, Reject 13 plays, Bigatron 14th. Imagine not having Bigatron at the finals in Jakarta would be such a sad thing.
Yeah, I think I referred to it as like a crime if they didn't make it. And I think that's like the closest thing to how you could describe it. If BTR does not go to Jakarta, I will be so sad and disappointed. But you know what? Currently, they're in 14th place. If we stop right now, they would be in. It's just if they can just remain at this decent standard, trying to hit close to a 10, even just an 8 average point per game, I think that will be enough for them to qualify. But BTR and what we've seen so far this tournament is those up and down tendencies, which are scary when you're about to reach that finish line.
Well, Max, if Bigatron don't qualify, will you strike the event and not go as well to the finals?
I thought you were going to say I was going to shave my eyebrows, but I don't know. I kind of want to go too, because maybe there'll be a cool hotel too. I want to go. Please.
Take a look here at 2 teams, our team summary between LGD and Besiktas, and honestly, these 2 teams playing pretty consistent when it comes to these eliminations, these damage, even average throwables used, but that top 5 rate is what really is killing Besiktas at the moment. But then again, Besiktas, as you mentioned before, Sandstorm didn't really show up until the second half of the day, but we can see at least Erangel is going their way.
Yeah, Erangel's going their way, but they did still struggle at the start of game 1 for themselves. They lost 2 or 3 members at the very beginning of the game, and they just kept getting picked off. So if they start off the same way here, it could definitely cause them to struggle a little bit. But I think they're going to keep building on that momentum. Titan, I'm still going to be looking towards you guys. When it comes to fighting, these guys are just absolute beasts, and they pick the right time to kind of walk into the zone. We've seen them so many times excel on Miramar, but we're starting with Erangel still, but I'm still excited to watch them.
Yeah, I think one thing I've noticed about when we get to like PMGC is that you kind of have to respect every team, and teams generally give respect to every other team. Unless you're Nova, then you just don't care what team you're fighting and you just go eliminate them anyways. But there's like very few teams I feel like in PMGC who just show no respect to teams until they earn it. Whereas most teams do show that kind of respect because, I mean, it is true. You're playing against the best teams in the world here, though some of them may not be showing it right now.
You got to show respect always to your enemies you're going in the lobby, right? Because if you don't, you're potentially taking a risk of a hot drop happening. I think we saw that happen Sunstorm at some point in Yasnaya Polyana. There was Tem Entertainment. They got in that like whole ordeal in Yasnaya. You're going to potentially also clash in your rotations. Like there's a lot of issues, so your research must be done. And like if you see a team as a potential threat, you must adapt to that, hopefully. So yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Thing is, it's something that happened with Besiktas before. They did hot drop in Yasnaya, and it was something that they were used to. They didn't really fight in their group stage games, but coming into Survival, it was definitely a change for Tem Entertainment. So definitely want to see what's going to change coming into this final game of the Survival stage as well.
Well, you know what I want to see, Sandstorm? Okay, he doesn't know. Am I muted? Hello? Like, can you guys hear me? We're taking a look at our teams to watch here, and obviously Bigatron, Maxman, we can probably we already know why you picked Bigatron, as you mentioned before. Reject, though, coming out of you. I can respect that as well. I mean, we have seen Japanese teams do exceptionally well in the past. We'd like to see them have that upward trend. But we also have Besiktas out of you. So why Reject and Besiktas?
So Besiktas in particular is because we saw right now they are currently one of the top performer. I mean, the top performer of these two groups when it comes to playing on Erangel. Got three Erangels throughout the day, so that's going to be really important. The thing is, their highs are really high and their lows are really low. Like, most of their points came from that chicken dinner on the last game with 13 elims. That was fantastic. If we can see more of that, pretty sure they can assure spot at least in the last chance. I think this is a team that has proven potential after, I think, the initial disappointment in the PMPL EU Championship. We didn't see this team really that much be that dominant. But I feel like they showed potential yesterday, and I want to see if they can elaborate on that a little bit more. And somewhat similar for Reject. Their highs are highs, their lows are lows, but I think that Reject is looking the strongest Japan has ever looked before in a PMGC, and I would love to see them go to like a grand finals. That would be super high.
Okay, well, Sandstorm, you got Tem Entertainment in there, you got GK as well. Why about those two teams?
So when it comes to Tem Entertainment, this team hasn't even managed to pass a 6th place or higher or lower finish, depending on your perspective, but they didn't manage to do better than that in 6 games. If they don't manage to start off today's game with I want to say like a banger, 10, 15 eliminations along with a top 2, top 3, I don't think it's going to be possible for them to make it into the top 16, so that first game for them is going to be insanely important. And then I'm looking at GK as well. The first half of the day for them was terrible. You're talking about 16th, 15th, and 11th in the first 3 games, but they managed to fix it up. They managed to get a chicken dinner towards the end of the day, so they have to keep building up on that, starting with the first game as well if they want to give themselves the best chance. So definitely watching out for both these teams.
Okay, well, the first game is ready to go here. Teams at the bottom need to start having good performances and need to stop failing because they're losing out on chances to get into our last chance stage. It's time to head over to our commentators, though, to kick off the first match of the day with John Allen and Blank.
Hello, hello, hello. Inspiration struck me just before this broadcast, and I decided to take a look at some of the numbers. Blank, we were just discussing them, and we were talking about the percentage of points that Group Green were able to get, and taking those out of this lobby, taking those teams out of this lobby, how that could impact here. And of course, with Group Green leaving, which group is going to step up and fill the shoes, being that powerhouse?
Give those stats, John. You jump on those stats, because I actually had an interesting point that I wanted to make afterwards, which I felt like you might agree with. I'm not sure, but hit him with the stats. Big stats man on the case.
So in day 1, where it was, I believe, Group Red and Group Green, 56% of the points went to Group Green. Day 2, where it was Group Green and Group Yellow, 62.7% of the points went to Group Green. So Group Yellow performed worse against Group Green.
Exactly. So what we're looking at here is that Red, technically, maybe we could say maybe 10% better than Group Yellow, but at the same time, it's a case of trying to keep up with some of those teams is very difficult. And that was after Group Green were able to have that adaptation day. That is the most important thing for a lot of these teams. And now for Red and Yellow, both of these groups now have had that day to figure out what they need to do differently, what they need to improve on. And we saw that HVP, VPE in particular, had a massive step in performance from day 1 till day 2. They figured out how they wanted to play versus lobby, what kind of gameplay style was going on. I mean, if you look at Green and Red from the beginning of the tournament, that was a very heavy central focused lobby. And I feel like in PMGC, we've now started to develop more of this edge play with a few teams taking those priority compounds where they can. And then you really do need to fight for them later on. So they're starting to get a hang of these new circle settings, how they like to play them out, and when and where they'd like to make those pushes, which is really cool to see. But yes, Red versus Yellow, this is now the really big question on a lot of people's minds is, can they outperform them in such a way? I mean, you're looking at two teams in particular that maybe are in a little bit of danger, and that's Power as well as Skylights Gaming. Power able to end the day with a pretty damn good match salvage on that last one over on Erangel, which gave them a fair amount of points, up to 78 now. I think they're around about the 60 mark on match 5, but Skylights Gaming with 60 points is really a little bit scary when you consider that, you know, these teams with 6 games remaining in 17th place, which is DRS, have 35 points. Now, I think DRS is a really interesting team in 17th place as well, because we saw that on day 1, this was a team that kind of just stayed out on the outskirts, and they stayed on the edge. They got very far in every single game. And they were able to put up consistent but low points, but that's all they need right now. If they got a 5-point average over the next 6 games, that's 30 points. That puts them 5 points ahead of Skylights Gaming, who are going nowhere. The thing that they have to worry about now after that, though, is all the teams underneath them that would like to kick out a lot of these teams from 13th down to 60th.
Absolutely. IHC, one of those teams down in the 21st spot currently on the side. They're going to be dropping up to North George, so changing up their drop location. We've seen them take up that mantle over in North George from, I believe it was over towards the southeast side, as well as dropping down on the drop spots. You can, of course, get those loot drops coming through in the PMGC special crates, which will be launched in-game from the 5th of December. Open in-game and check it out.
We are speaking of drops here, and we did miss it for just a second, but I know who exactly does not drop the ball at least, and that is Captain Messi over with a crate that you can earn with him. Get some rewards on side with Captain Messi, unleash your raw in-game, and that will be going through as an event through December, so make sure you check that one out, and make sure you pick up all the rewards, including that PMGC special crate, obviously, which includes some pretty awesome stuff if you want to get involved with PMGC, not only watching the game, but also participating in the game. You can go check that out right now. But IHC, as well as the rest of the teams at the moment, these are the ones that we will be taking more focus on right now. You can see 17th place DRS, which is great to see, and 16th place onwards, which is Geekate, Game Lord, BTR, and Reject. BTR, I think a lot of people are really hoping they can make it in towards that last chance. They've had a few roster changes, a few subs, swap-ins here and there, still trying to find that mojo, find that groove, replicate what they were able to do in previous PMGCs. I do think that this is overall a performance increase. I know it's a bit of a weird thing to say, considering the 14th place was 46 points. Still 6 more matches to play to change that, but I do think this is a revitalized BTR, and I like what they've done with the team. I like what they've done with the organization to try and pump some life back into this legacy team.
And that's what it really is, isn't it? It is a legacy team. They've had a couple of iterations. They've stuck to their core. The Twins obviously being a long-time standing participant in this roster. But they are seemingly playing one at a time at the moment. They are utilizing those subs, though. You can see only Luxie in for the Erangel. Zuxi taking a breather on this one. It's interesting to see how much they change. I think BTR is probably one of the teams that has the most substitutions. I'd have to look through each of the games, but it feels like they do change it a few more times, I would say, than a lot of other rosters.
Yeah, and I think that's purely because of how BTR has changed over this last year, which is having, Zuxi take a little bit of a break from the main roster, head over towards some of those collegiate leagues, and he's done very well there, done some extremely good work with some of those teams. I mean, I had a really nice conversation with LaFlame from BTR, and he was giving some a little bit insight into the team. And I think, LaFlame also has a really good idea of what he wants to do with that team and how he'd like to improve them. I think right now it's just a case of finding that perfect roster, giving everyone a chance to practice, everyone to get in what works best, because although yes, this is PMGC and maybe you should have finalized your roster by now, I think for BTR they've been going through a lot of iterations this year. Vivo Key circling around, keeping BTR away from that position for the time being, making sure they're at bay, at arm's length, which is fair enough to happen, but they have players on both sides now, so a lot of angles are open, and Vivo Key have to be a little bit wary about these windows.
LGD moving south past Everest right now. Not too far away from Vivo Keyed. Dropping out, grabbing another vehicle as well. Add to the convoy. LGD playing in a fairly open area on these compounds. Nice and, I suppose, quite early on this. 6 minutes into the game. Looking for those compounds south of Everest. Potentially even going a little bit further towards Gatka positions. Like he's lost a tyre there. Reject. LGD coming into a little bit of conflict as they do make their way all the way up towards the Gatka compounds, Blank. LGD pushing out a little bit further, but Reject disengage, regroup over to their own.
Currently, LGD are highest ranking team out of all the 6 matches played squads. So realistically, LGD is the one to beat at the moment. Besiktas did a good job yesterday, though I do think that they were very, very inconsistent, a very volatile team. Some games it felt like, they were absolutely on fire. Other games it felt like they were losing members a little bit too early. And that was towards the beginning of the day, to be fair to them. So this is a case of coming to the survival stage, trying to work out how to play around these teams, which groups you're going up against. And again, it was versus Green too. And Green is not an easy lobby to play against. This is a little bit easier this time around. We might have some different faces towards the top of the rankings in terms of performance. And if you're not seeing Group Green over on this side, it's just because we want to keep track with that magical 16th place that GK currently is in, because everyone underneath them, 17th down to 24th, will be not joining us for that last chance and will not have an opportunity to head towards that grand final position. It will be the top 5 from last chance that head through to join the other teams from the other groups who were making it through from that top 3 spot.
And even in those top 5 at the moment, it looks fairly solid for Group Green towards the top of the tables. They have got the lion's share of those points, right? The current 5th place sits at, I believe, 119 points, which if you double the points from LGD, it doesn't make it up there, right? So we're looking at top 5 potentially all being from Group Green, unless LGD can step up a little bit. Besiktas as well, Titan, these sorts of teams towards the top end of this group will need to put in a larger shift than they did in their previous days. However, as we were talking about with the power dynamics changing, it is all up for grabs. Center circle getting a little bit chock-a-block as we head on over a little bit closer to Everest.
Yeah, a lot of teams maybe a little bit unhappy with this one. Most moving from that eastern side. There's not a lot of players over on that northern edge. North George taken up by HVP over the last 2 days. IHC pick up on that and immediately head towards that position in the first place. DRS get to play their edge playstyle for much longer now, though, from that northern side heading towards that box compound. As you can see up there on the northern side of your screen underneath shooting range. So they will be able to maybe live out for a long, long while, but there's going to be a massive clump of teams all fighting out for some of these big compounds towards the south side of Everest, and there's not a lot of space to play in at the moment. Might be the case that you see 2 teams trying to pick up towards Gatka itself, but LGD's got better things to say about it as YCZ picks up first blood here.
GK not having the best of starts here for the first game of the day in the yellow-red standings. Losing a player early, but they are on 3. They will survive. IHC finally make the move down from North George. They spent quite a while, but they have made it all the way to the top of Everest. However, DRS will challenge them for this. DRS rotating in over the north side, coming through on those bridges as well. Looks like we might get a little bit of a scrap for the top of Everest.
Yeah, both teams coming from a very similar position, so no one is really able to take that frontman position. IHC managed to get there just in time with DRS being slightly slower on that rotate itself. So now they can hold perhaps DRS for a little bit longer. There is a player in the back, though, from IHC that's yet to regroup with the squad. So trying to get him back up there. But with a lot of sightlines available, maybe you'll see DRS pick up elimination as he makes that crossing. But if you can get the rest of the team together over on IHC, they should have a good chance at holding the guys from DRS back, particularly with the amount of loot that they're able to come claim up in North George, the amount of utility, Molotovs, grenades, downhill towards DRS. Might be quite easy to pick up perhaps a single elimination with one of those grenades.
Delta definitely looking to control those sightlines. Watch for any of these peaks coming through. But in the meantime, they bide their time. Besiktas on the eastern side in ruins. Potential for a couple of spots to go through there. But everyone's made the move. Everyone's made that shift and looking okay in this next circle. I think Titan, the only team on the outside at the moment, southeast side, currently moving south of Pachinki, across those fields to the southwest, between Pachinki and Quarry, seeing if they can get to that hillside.
Yeah, got a bit of a long way to go for them, but Titans can certainly get in towards that position. 11th place at the moment, 52 points. It wasn't a bad day, certainly an improvement from the final days towards their group stage as well. They had a big drop-off in performance there, and now this is an easier group to play against for them, so Titans should be feeling a little bit more comfortable versus Yellow. No longer have those big dogs over in Group Green to worry about so much anymore. I think that's when you start to have a little bit of a panic mode when you're headed towards last chance and Green steps back in again for those 2 days in a sprint format. But anything can happen in 2 days in a sprint format. It's a little bit scary. You don't have that time to reset. You don't have that time to restabilize and rethink your decisions.
Here you go on I8. Find yet another knock, and GK's poor luck, or rather poor run at the start of this game continues. One more knock, but should be fairly resable. Reject gets spotted as well, close up to Ralph from Nigma Galaxy. Reiji is an outpost for Reject across the road. Will be taken down. Can the team support? Can they allow him to get that crossing back over? It'll be tricky, but it might just be possible if they're able to control those sites.
Reject as well, Nigma Galaxy, exact same points at the moment, 49. That changed just then. Nigma Galaxy picking up that one elimination, setting them on 50. But for Reject, Nigma Galaxy, I don't have too many worries about either of these teams. I think that Nigma Galaxy has certainly done some homework, done a little bit of practice in their own time, considering where they finished over in their actual respective lobby in red. It was a little bit stressful to watch them play out those final games and finally make their way in towards the survival stage itself, and it was right on the edge of it as well. So Nigma Galaxy, a lot to prove here, and they're certainly bringing out some good results so far. Again, if they double their points, should be in a pretty safe position up towards that top side. See if they can actually pull that one off.
Yeah, we're expecting the bubble to be somewhere in the 70s. So if you're able to get 80 points or more, you're most likely going to be absolutely fine into the next stage, into the last chance stage. But that would only see you right at the bottom of the tables as well. You've got to remember there's that prize pool bump that happens, $1,000 extra per position you climb. So you definitely want to be keeping up those points totals. Titan, they're going to rack up those points right now, crashing in onto Game Lord, but it looks like a disengage protocol's being initiated for Game Lord. Robs, though, may be left out in the cold for it. DBS in hand, could play pretty powerfully against Titan, but if he doesn't have the backup supporting sightlines from the rest of the team, might not be too good. However, they do stick around. Unfortunately, Robs gets caught on the inside of the building, and they can't control those lines instead. The flush comes through, and Titan pick up the point.
Yeah, seriously aggressive play there from Robs. Get up very close to the DBS, but isn't able to take that moment to send out. There's a pin pulled in the back there. Player moves up. Robs tries to get in the building to catch the player at the back on the door off guard, but just doesn't have that moment of opportunity to hit with that big DBS, hit the double pump shot. Find yourself a good amount of damage into Titans. So now Game Lord down to 3. Would like to see them in the PMGC itself, qualify for PMGC points. Really did not have the best of PMPLs or championships itself. Looking to see if they can make it their way in there. LGD have an insane spot over in Gatka at the moment. Again, 2 teams can comfortably occupy this, and Reject's challenging with just 3 players, so maybe a bit of an awkward push for them. This will be a case of kind of squatting the same buildings as LGD.
2 teams can fit in here if they just bide their time, but those nades are going to fly. Oh, right on the money. Goodness me. Unfortunate timing for Reject there to get caught out by that, but MVM wants to put another one in, slow things down. Divine hits the deck. They know there's another team in here. Another nade in through the window. Just creeps his way across. Wants to put one through the door this time around. Looks for the Cook. Last nade in hand. It's looked good. It's right at their feet. Have they even noticed it? Is it through the door? Where did that nade go? There it is. Double knock comes through for MVM. Able to get it done. Reject going to lose these 2 players. Really not much you can do about it. Only Divine now left for Reject. They try and move up to Gatka, and LGD have other ideas.
This is a really good play from LGD, taking the initiative, moving in, trying to clear out the players from Reject, so they don't have a case of 3 teams occupying this area at the same time. If they can reset every single time, they'll have a good time of it. And right now they're fighting versus Titans. It's the exact thing they were worried about, trying to get rid of Reject as soon as possible. Now sending grenades in over towards Titans' position. Axa already down, a big nade in the back. It's absolutely explosive here. Axa's out of the way, 6 is also down, and LGD is doing a marvelous job. And Box is here as well.
YZ out the window, has to deal with it on his own, but he's got backup as well from Suki, and it's holding off yet again. LGD are dominating in these holds, but they still have a little bit more to do. YZ finally taken down on the staircase. Teammates from Box not so lucky. Titan on 1, and Break finds the opening that 2 other teams could not. In comes, hang on a minute, another crash coming through. That's Vivo Keyed entering into Gatka, coming in on the corner compound. This is where Titans are holding. They send 1 all the way across as well. LGD still on 3 with only YZ falling so far. CC trying to put those shots through the door frame. They regroup 2 and 1 right now. Blankets chaos in Gatka.
Who just realised how important these compounds are. MVM missing these auto shots. 1 more will do it, and that is Vivo Key's player going down. Adrian out of the way, and they're suffering badly. LGD is on a monstrous rampage at the moment versus any team that steps to them up in Gatka side. Scry on his feet once again. 6 tossing grenades out the window. It's a fantastic barrage of grenades that LGD's thrown during these entirety of these pushes. Titans, Vivo Key now locked into 1 building. Makes life even easier for LGD to lock down both of these teams. It's beautiful stuff.
Really well held there. They're losing only 1 as well, to be honest. Felt like there were a couple of times where maybe it could have got a little bit further. Teak spots Adrian. Well, doesn't even need to with the nade. Jumps up and down the stairs, but has a teammate for the backup to try and suppress that position. Putting out more smoke, more cover. Teak wants to put more nades down range. They're just spraying, pushing. Puncher needs to be on the swivel, needs to be careful. Diego can't quite get a knock onto either of the 2 players from Titans. Cielo steps up, also rebuffed, and Titans hold their building. Vivo Keyed fall. LGD still on 3.
Meantime, BTR going up against Enigma Galaxy. Lord remaining. Luxy steps out for a second. Looks to finish it off, and he absolutely does. That should be Enigma Galaxy now out, and BTR able to get all players back up on their feet. We missed the majority of that, but it looks like it got a little bit dicey there for the guys from BTR, but they're able to make it happen. Nade goes through it instantly. LGD is converting onto this building. They are not waiting whatsoever. This is rapid movements.
Already the first knock. Suki in. Spray with the UMP gets cut down before its prime. Puncher wants a second. MVM will feel the brunt of it. Now there's only 1 player from LGD. Could it be the end of the hold? The miraculous set of plays that we've seen from them, and Titans will be the ones to fall, and Chunksy stays alive for LGD with 2, but in comes Scry. There's so many teams in this Gatka fight, and finally it comes crashing down. 9 eliminations though for LGD. What a hold on Gatka. All credit to them. That felt like an impossible task, and in the end it was.
It really should have been a case that LGD just suffered and crumbled underneath the pressure that was created in that scenario, but battling against 5 other teams as they zoom in and taking the initiative on a lot of them as well. That is beautiful work if ever I saw it. Box now, I believe they've got 2 players remaining on their side. 2 eliminations, able to capitalize on those final moments. GK currently sending in nades over towards I8. Satan, Hope remaining. Not a pair that goes hand in hand, but looks like they're working together just fine right now.
Puts a nade in through the window. Hope goes down. GK losing players early, coming back to bite. Aegon XI8 flooding on through the doors. Ghost does fall down, and Satan trying to give them the old dosey. No, and doing so well. Look at this. He's almost on the swivel. Can he hit the drop? No, not quite. Nearly going for a 1v4 there, but GK are eliminated. By the way, Blank, Divine is still going. Reject is still alive. The first team to crash into LGD is still there. 1v2 for Divine on the inside with the auto shotgun. Could pretty deadly. Spotted through the slats in the window. Sees a player. Break backed down with the auto shotgun. Flush went for the drop shot's there, and he takes on two. Reject will stay alive in Gatka.
The sole claimants now of this compound, and BTR has heard an absolute cacophony of percussion coming through from those grenades, the shotguns, and a worry to join in on the orchestra, not knowing it's only the initial team that drops in. You really do wonder how scared BTR are to push this one.
Look at the elimination counts towards the top of the tables as well. 9 for LGD, 6 for Titan, 6 for Enigma Galaxy. With 8 teams remaining, those are high counts going on, Blank. And even though they've gone down early, you can see that they've turned up to play.
Absolutely. It's a huge elimination count for them. Game Lord, 3 players still up in a fairly decent spot as well. After Titans left them alone, moved directly towards that compound. Yes, they lost Robs early, but the amount of damage a lot of these teams are taking, you know, Game Lord might be in a good spot here. Similarly, IHC with a decent compound on the high ground to play around with. Tem Entertainment trying to move in from the side, currently with only 13 points gained over 7 matches, including this one.
IHC's compound really powerful at this point. On the edge of this next circle, though, so they'll have to figure out how to leave it, most likely in the next. But how much can they gain from this spot? DRS looking to take shots over their way because they know what a threat they can be in the current position.
I mean, the thing is that DRS, as well as IHC, were always going to have a fantastic time during these matches. Just considering the position they held on that northern side, they were able to move down fairly easily. Most teams towards the east battling out. You saw the amount of teams that headed in towards Gatka's side. Luxy spots one player from I8 peek out a little bit too much and looks to take advantage of that. But DRS now could look for a big game and a very important match for DRS in particular. Currently in 18th place underneath Box Gaming, who have gone out. So an opportunity to ladder up here and quickly send themselves further towards that position that Skylights Gaming currently hold.
Very isolated as well, our DRS. On the northern side, no one really looking to push in. Good opportunities. Tem, at the bottom of the tables, still alive with 4. They've got 2 eliminations. Playing on the southeast side, though. It's going to be a difficult roll along that little hillside that they're occupying currently. Besiktas with a difficult angle for them to deal with. Nades over towards Victor from Aegon XI8. Narvalo on a split, on an off angle, smoked out, and there's the nade that will find Victor. And that will be confirmed, I'm sure. Reject finally taken down. Divine will fall. 3 eliminations coming out of Gatka. Nobody survived in the end. Nades over towards Tem. Are starting to come through as well. I think there was a flush over. Yep, they're down to 3.
Narvalo up now. We saw what this guy could do yesterday. The survivor on the side of the team, remaining alive for them for a long while. Not already. Laddering up to 7th is good, but a lot of damage coming his way. IHC even looking that way too, so smokes will be absolutely essential to him. Drops one down on the tree, pops the first aid. Luxy tries to step and get a bit of damage through, but now just Misery left remaining. Should be impossible to get Luxy back up on his feet.
Going to have to complete the shimmy. You can't get him up here, so he is going to have to crawl all the way to the zone if you want a chance. If you drop a smoke, maybe, but very unlikely that BTR will be moving forward with more than 1 player. It would be miraculous if they're able to do it. Hang on a minute, he's out the zone. He will be if he crawls a little bit further away, but yeah, he gets spotted by Besiktas. Up roll Tem, though, in the meantime. The attention drawn away, they turn it around, and all of a sudden, Tem are ready to pounce. 3 players alive, but they are fighting for their tournament lives now, Blank. 5 eliminations on the game, 3 alive, last 6.
He really did need this, and if Tem can continue to translate this across, it'll be very good for their point scoring and put them in a position where maybe for the next 5 games, he perhaps might get into that top 16, but from a 24th place position, very, very difficult. 6 matches left to play though, with a lot of the teams towards that top side lobby no longer in this lobby. It really is very volatile towards the bottom of this table. Anyone could make it at this point in time with the amount of teams that are very, very similar points towards that bubble position of 16th place.
That's what everyone's going to be looking at. Go a little bit calm as everyone's preparing for this next shimmy. IHC still with the corner of their compound in the circle. TEM moving underneath them down the hill as it pulls away from that IHC sightline. Narvalo, though, still there. Aegon XI8. Find out all about it. Ghost will get beamed down by the DP. We'll be seeing that one, but doesn't want to step up too much. Don't want to expend too much ammo either. You need it there if someone rolls up on this position, because it's very, very central for Narvalo.
I mean, because he did get that central spot as well, he has a great sightline to continue peppering shots over towards I8, and eventually they'll have to move from behind that vehicle. Rules is going to move up. I mentioned that DRS were getting low but consistent points playing that edge playstyle, but that edge playstyle has massively favored them in this game, being one of the 2 teams only that are on that northern side. Everyone else goes to play central, and now DRS just completely capitalized off the back of this one. I think that for DRS, this really does have to be a big game on their side. Misery's going to go down here to TEM.
Has been spotted, somehow dodging the bullet storm being sent his way, but you've got to imagine it's not going to last too long. Shimmying around, and there we go. Another point. Slurped on up by TEM. 6 eliminations now. Top 5 guaranteed. This, as you were saying, an excellent point scoring opportunity for this squad. Actually, for pretty much all the teams in this current lobby right now, these last 5 teams would all absolutely love to be able to rack this one up.
Yeah, it's already shaping up to a crazy finish to our survival stage, considering a lot of the teams towards that bottom side that looked like they had no chance to get towards the top are already creating that buffer right at the beginning of the day here, John, to catch up to a lot of the other teams that are in front of them. So again, it's going to be full on brawl towards that top side, the mosh pit at the bottom of the tables, as teams will be jostled around a lot in terms of their rankings. We'll see exactly how this does pan out, but I think a lot of these teams have done a fantastic job to get where they are right now. I do think for DRS, they can do a good close on this game right now. You know, 35 points, it's a 25-point game they need, so 10 eliminations with the chicken dinner would sit them ahead. Well, just on par with the guys from Skylights. Magiante, nasty shot over towards Alex, their biggest competitor in IHC over on that side of the map.
IHC will have to leave, and with that knock, that's going to slow everything down. Really well timed, actually, to draw essentially 2 players of the squad out of the running for this maneuver, which they will have to make. They're on the long side of the circle. It will make it harder, very, very much so. That allows DRS to move through a little bit stronger. Playing from that side, Narvalo, though, there's something to say about it. Given the power of an entire team, still staying alive. Top 5, how far can Narvalo go? Another knock from TEM across the way, and this time over towards DRS. Playing on the back player as well, meaning that if they want it, they're going to have to crawl with it for Gianti. Remember, he has the Orm as well, that big green gun. Could be important.
I have to crawl towards Narvalo at the moment. Doing a fantastic job at keeping this team at bay. Has so much cover, and they're not in nade range as of yet, and he sees that, which means he needs to keep peppering those bullets in. Cannot allow DRS to get too much closer here, otherwise his position is going to be completely open. So you can get another knock here on towards DRS, slow them down, potentially ladders up a little bit further. TEM's doing a fantastic job to keep all these teams absolutely injured, suffering right now, and Godless and Alex absolutely get out the way from that position. That should have been 2 knocks.
Should have been, but it's just slivers of HP in it. That could be the difference maker for IHC. It will allow them instantly to go for the heal. Well, hang on a minute, there's a nade. They don't want to let sleeping dogs lie. And IHC now under pressure from Delta on the off angle as well. Losing a couple of players, losing just the 1 full. DRS take another knock from Aegon XI, and Narvalo is still playing in the center of this circle. He is the closest to the middle of any other team. Tem really the only squad right now in that range to try and take him down, and will be able to do so. A nade comes through. That's actually from DRS to be able to dismount the player in the middle. Tem, 7 eliminations now and looking pretty strong to bulldoze their way through this. Nades start to fly. They're close together, but they're playing as a squad. DRS now down as well.
No one's focused over towards this position that Tem's been holding for so long with just 3 players. IHC move out, and Enzo hits the rip and will find at least one of them. Immediately goes down and looks for a little bit more. IC's out now, and Moorman tries to send this home for Tem.
They really desperately need it. They're at the bottom of the tables right now, Blank. They were on 11 points at the start of the game, but they've racked up a couple. Can Aegon XA8 play spoiler? The first is good on the spray. IQ moves to the tree as well, and there it is. Tem hit the deck, and so does everybody else. They're able to claim the first chicken dinner of the day. What a phenomenal performance, and much needed, and such a crucial time in this sprint.
Really, really well done to Tem. You can see how happy this team currently is. Fantastic performance from them, a great position to play it from, and even when things got extremely dicey on that side of the map with IQ coming out from absolutely nowhere, it was a quick finish from Tem to finish that one off. 7 eliminations there on ones, and just a really, really good performance. I mean, I'm so happy to see Tem drag themselves up from the depths there, because it did look dangerous. They were in very much risk of drowning at the bottom of the table, but they found some air to breathe, and it's going to give them some room to play the next 5 matches.
Absolutely. We also saw the first jump up during this game, Blank. LGD were able to surpass the bottom team, the ex 8th place team, Skylights Gaming, on those tables as well. So that is the first Group Green team to slip down a place. We'll see who else is able to join them at the end of it.
That has been a great start for the final day of Survival Stage. Glad you're all here with us right now, because it's going to start getting very spicy towards the end. So I hope you've got your milk, or whatever you need, yogurt, anything to really ease the pain, because if your team is down towards the bottom that you're a fan of, you're going to be a little bit frightened, because this could be one moment they are in 16th place, the next they could be down in 20th. It really is right down to the wire.
But what a way to demonstrate the power dynamic shift that we're seeing between these groups. Without Group Green in the mix, any team could step up. Any team can stand tall, and this time it was Tem.
Well, Tem Entertainment start the day off at the bottom of the leaderboards, but with that chicken dinner under the belts, they have catapulted themselves forward and get themselves one step closer to make it into our last chance stage, kicking off, oh, let me just check, tomorrow. Gentlemen, what a phenomenal game with a lot of twists and turns. I mean, thinking back towards how that game kind of started over at Gatka, the teams crashing after crash after crash. LGD was running what kind of like nested we poke as Reject came in and just pretty much opened up the floodgates.
Pretty much. The moment they crash, teams are like, oh, there's very little positions in this circle we can play. Let's just try and capitalize on that position. Then I had to write down all the teams because there were so many that crashed in that position. There was Box, there was Titan, there was VK, there was Reject, there was LGD. Like, all of those teams fighting in that one compound. And it was technically a mini battle royale in an even bigger battle royale. And only Divine really came out on top. So, as you said, Jason, they opened up the floodgates, but a team that capitalized on that fight and that basically dodged everything was Tem Entertainment. They knew that fight was happening. They're like, if we just dodge the fight, get ahead of that position, and wait for the remaining players to come out, which was only Divine, we're in a good position to get the win, to play that ridge. So Tem played that game super smart, 10,000 IQ.
All right, let's take a look at the match rankings. You can see 27 points. They had 11 across 6 matches, Sandstorm, in 24th place. An additional 27 added to their tally is phenomenal. But the thing is, not only them, I8, they were in 23rd place to start off the day. They get themselves 17 points. IHC, they were 21st place, gave themselves 15 points on the board. DRS, 17th place, gave themselves 13 points on the board. This is a massive step up at the bottom of the table of our overall rankings that really throws things crazy, wonky, whatever word you want to use.
It's just absolutely ridiculous seeing the fact that these teams are performing and the fact that it's happening in the first game of this day. It is so good. It is setting up for an incredible finish, and we're seeing Tem. I mean, these guys were just rolling through this lobby, but LGD, you said it yourself, Maximin, and I love the fact that you called it before it even happened. LGD had Gatkan, you were looking, if one team crashes, every single team in the server is going to crash, and then you proceed to see 6 teams just fighting each other in Gatka. And the fact that LGD managed to get 9 eliminations, they still managed to get a result for themselves, huge for them. But with all these teams at the bottom of the leaderboard coming up with a lot of points, that means that 1, the border for qualification is going to get lower because you have these higher level teams not performing, not getting those points. And 2, that just means that you're going to have so many teams needing 1 or 2 points to qualify but not being able to get them. So today's end is going to be fantastic.
It keeps the points squished together, and as you said, Sandstorm, I almost guarantee it's going to come down to that final match of who makes it into our top 16. When it comes to maybe our top 5, the fan vote currently going on, as we mentioned before, within the esports center, you guys can vote. We do have S2G still winning. Actually, I think this is pretty much the same order we've had before, but there might be a couple of new votes for some teams here after that first match.
Where are the DRS fans? Like, you guys kept voting for
Yeah,
them
what
in the chat,
happened?
but in the game you're not voting? What's
Well, it's because they're watching on YouTube and not within the esports center. They're voting there, but they're not voting
Oh.
in the esports center. You have to vote there.
Okay.
do it now,
Come on.
Max.
Go. I put my vote in. I'm not going to tell you I voted for. I don't want to get in trouble, but...
Was it
I'll just see which one you liked over on Instagram. That's how I'll know.
No!
Take a look at our overall rankings to get an idea of where the teams currently do stand. And we have finally had our first team out of Group Green be pushed down. Skylights Gaming, 12 points, as you can see here, have moved down from 8th to 10th. Again, they have to sit here and watch all these matches kick off. But LGD, Besiktas, Titan, Nigma, looking pretty confident to make it for sure into our top 16. But it's all about the second page here. Look at this. Wait, how high do I have to go here for 10 Entertainment?
Where many arrows?
19th
Where do we
place.
look?
From 24th to 19th off one game is phenomenal.
That's the thing, and we were talking about it, right, Sandstorm? The teams that were looking safe at the start of the day, like in the middle of the pack, that had some decent enough results to potentially make it in top 16. You're looking back on this game, you're like, Chuckles, I'm in danger. Like, you really are.
Exactly.
If the teams at the bottom keep getting results like 10 was able to do in this game, like IHD were able to do, I8, DRS, you are literally not safe to make in top 16. So now all the teams need to go like just super try-hard mode right now to make in top 16. I didn't think it was going to be this hard, but it seems really complicated at the bottom to just make it across
Max,
in top 16.
Were you assuming that teams weren't trying hard in this event so far?
You think we're playing for fun?
I have a few hot takes on what I saw in the first days of some of these teams, okay? I could elaborate, but people are going to call me mean. I don't want to, so I'll be cool. I'll be nice.
Taking a look at our top performers when it comes to Miramar here, we do have GK, funny enough, actually, having well, basically being our top performer here with their 16 ranking points and 8 eliminations. But Game Lord, we haven't touched on them too much, to be honest, and this team has given a little bit of a surprise. They're not safe. They're not really closing the doors just yet on getting through into the last chance, but they definitely performed better than I think a lot of us expected.
But here's the thing. When it comes to Game Lord, they struggled a decent bit, especially against HVVP. But here's the thing. They're not there here. They're not here anymore, rather. They're not here. So they're not going to be able to cause a lot of troubles for you. So I want to see how they're going to be able to play around that and if they're going to be able to get the same amount of points as they did in yesterday's survival games.
All right, let's check out our teams to watch here. As Max Ben, I'm mostly curious about your picks. I know Sandstorm likes to go with the popular teams. Titan, Nigma, okay, and Tem Entertainment. I'm assuming Tem just because of the performance last match.
I mean, I picked, yeah, so Tem, of course, the performance of last match. I want to see if they can follow that up. It's just consistency. I'm not aiming for chicken dinner. Just get yourself, 8, 9, 10 points a game. I would love that. That would be enough to go in top 16. And Titan, I picked them because I found it really funny what was happening in the compound. So just, they're my funny pick of the game.
Okay, we're looking at Sandstorm, Nima Galaxy. Okay, DRS and I8. Talk to me. Why are they your teams to watch?
So with DRS in the last game and in a lot of the previous games, we've seen them play towards the very edge of the zone, seem very, very passive. And I wanted to see something different in this game. They had a fantastic position on the George Bull Mountain, but still not being able to get a lot of elimination, slowly trying to walk it in. Again, they're playing way too passive. And in this stage, in the survival stage, that's not what you need to do. So it has to change up coming into the next games. And GX, plain and simple, slowly starting to see them back up, getting 6 elims. That's absolutely huge for them. So I want to see that keep on going with the rest of today's games as well.
I do want to say they had a really good start to this game, at least fighting versus FaZe. Like, we saw it barely, but I think the way they breached onto FaZe position, they cleared the entire team almost instantly. It is a good showcase of the team being able to take these fights, but it's kind of Copium too. We still want to see more from this team.
Oh,
we
we're
know
on
their
the
macro
Copium,
is
don't you
strong,
worry.
but pretty much on the Copium package right now. But we know this team is good in terms of macro. I want to see a follow-up in terms of aggressiveness now.
Well, you know what, Maxman? During our little break here, we'll refill your tank of copium and we'll throw it on over to our casters, John, Allen, and Blank, to take us into match 2.
We are all about these games today, Blank. What a way to kick things off. IHC doing really well, as well as Tem getting that chicken dinner from the bottom of the tables, catapulting themselves back up and into the mix.
It has been a very, very weird little turn of events that we've seen so far, and it's put a lot of teams back on the map that I didn't really think had a massive chance. And Vivo Key certainly wasn't the team that I was expecting to see down here in 24th place. Similarly, I wasn't expecting to see Tem Entertainment jump from 24th into 19th with 1 game, sat themselves behind GK Esports with 40 points by only 2. So that's 17th place is now available. DRS, on the other hand, though, I think is a team that should definitely now make it into last chance, considering they got themselves a big game at the start of the day, and historically through a lot of their group stage, throughout the entirety of survival stage as well, where they played. This is a team that just lives a long, long time, so it's difficult to get them out of the race, get them out of the running, because they're going to be putting up those points where they can, when they can, just because they're very cautious, very careful. Now, it's not a team where you feel like, goodness me, we can never catch up to them there in first place, but it's a team that will constantly run you down. So if it's a case where Group Green is now out, there is, massive potential for them to run down teams towards that side. But now, again, I know there's a lot to say here. With the amount of teams that are actually able to get points there at the bottom of the table, we have a case where it's no longer you need to get that 60 points and you're safe, because teams are now all in the running over than, I'd say, probably FaZe Clan downwards. That's 21st down to 24th place. So these 4 teams underneath could all jump up and around up towards 13th to 12th. It's a little bit wild.
Well, here's the thing, right, Blank? Because with the Group Green points as they stand, we're getting rid of 8 teams, right? And currently, we're looking at either 1 or 2 teams from Group Green going down, right? If Power fall, then maybe, you know, there could be 2 teams. But if you look at essentially the bottom 7 as the risk zone for today's games, that is where you want to be trying to jump on out of. So Tem Entertainment with that game, sure, they jumped up a lot of places, but they are still the 7th bottom team, right? No, wait, hang on a minute. Done my numbers wrong. They are the 5th bottom team. So they do need to jump up a little bit further than the other teams around them. But you're right, they are still very much in their conversation. Hopefully, they can jump out of that bottom 7 bracket.
Exactly. I think what you have to be a little bit careful of now is that last time we saw them play, 11 points on the day. I think if you look at that 2-point average, it's less than a 2-point average realistically, but very, very tough now when you think of it that way, in the sense that, yes, they got that big game, but they don't need to replicate some of that consistency now. You can't have that one massive pop-off and then go back to basics. So if Tem start going out early once again, you're still sat in a spot where, yes, John, you are 100% at risk, and there's a potential where they just don't even move from 19th now. I want to have hope, though, just purely because of where they stood and the rewards they were able to get from that last game. And you're able to also get rewards over in the actual game with the 2022 PMGC Special Crate. That's coming through from December 5th all the way to January 8th. So only 3 days left to go before you can start picking those up. So make sure you are continuing to wait with that one. Mark it in your calendar in the meantime.
Oh, it's all very exciting, isn't it? Getting as much loot as you can. Let's get it done. South Circle, Blank on the game. Hard shift keeps a lot of water into the mix. Looks like we're going to head down to the islands on the south side. Potential for a little bit of argy-bargy on the Sumasada Hills.
It's a pretty tough circle to play, I won't lie, for a lot of these teams moving down from that northern side. And once again, you have only a couple of teams that are really down that way. Titans like to pick up this position a lot. They played the 2-2 split before. That did go right sometimes when a lot of teams moved in. It feels like, they've learned that lesson. When this circle immediately came down this way, they opted not to take that 2-2 split, instead to send Teak up towards that northwest side, perhaps to watch for those crossings as teams come through El Pozo on that western road. That's a smart decision. He can easily get back to his team with the use of a vehicle as well. But yeah, taking that 2-2 split right now would be very unwise, considering so many teams should be, in the next 5 minutes or so, looking to send down this way towards Los Leones, get up towards those hills. We know that there's some massive high grounds that LGD have won games from on before, down towards Minas Generalis.
Close by. Wants to stay alive for Tem. You're talking about consistency. They're just keeping themselves going. Staying out of the way, staying out of dodge. If they can pick up the points, great, but do you not want to be caught unawares? They should be hearing these vehicles move around, though. They are regrouping in Los Leones. No argy-bargy just yet, but I'm sure that either of these teams would take these shots given the chance.
Los Leones as well, bit of a hot spot at the moment for teams moving through the map. Imagine some teams might have wanted to come down from El Zahar. With Impala now currently open, it's a fairly easy rotational path for a lot of these guys. So Los Leones, certainly a position where you don't want to take too many fights. Right now, Tem is holding that south side. I8's opted to move towards that north, as opposed to taking those fights. FaZe moves up towards the players of GK. Ragnar and Haith just send away. But GK, they don't want anything to do with this. I think GK realized after that last game, with so many teams being able to get a bunch of points on board from the bottom of the table, they're in a little bit of a tougher spot now. It's a bit tricky. They were currently in 16th at the start of the day, now down towards 17th, already dropped a ranking outside of that last chance spot. So a little bit tough for them. So I think for GK, making this decision just to send away as soon as they hear those vehicles, try and get into a better spot within the circle towards the center, not a bad idea whatsoever.
IHC on the northwest side from Monte Nuevo. LGD, goodness what a fight they had in that last game. Western side, making that rotate down south. Titan already in. And at the moment, no hot drops really coming on through other than that Los Leones close call. Maybe Box will come into contact with Vivo Keyed. As Box move a little bit further south, as do VK themselves. Diverting their attention, controlling a compound on the north side.
Box Gaming also moving down. Try to get into that last game a little bit fast, right, over towards Gatka. And I think that anyone that drops into towards Gatka, you can't really blame them maybe too much for going down where they did. I don't think anyone expected to be so many teams crashing towards that spot so quickly. And evidently, LGD, I don't think they expected to hold on as long as they did either. But again, very, very well played from them. And although they did go out quite early in this game, I'd still say that is a powerhouse team that you've got to be a little bit afraid of. Currently now moving down on that western coast towards where Titans were playing. Just on the northern side, MVM's already found himself a bit of an anchor point. Maybe looking to get the high ground. Titans do spot it, punch it. Gives him the 1-2. Sends him away. Lets him know there's a team in the vicinity.
I think it was Titan that we saw during the group stages playing on a wide 2 split on a South Miramar circle, playing one duo over on Los Higos and another one close towards Bahia de Mar, and they got caught out completely because of it. They played south and they stayed split too late on a situation kind of similar to this. So maybe they'll try and regroup here, but they might not be given that chance as they already take a knock and have to cower behind the cover that they've been afforded.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier, saying that, they didn't take that 2-2 split purely because it was a case of so many teams coming down this way. And you're right, they did play this 2-2 split and they went down because of it. And I think this time around, they don't head down to Los he goes because they know so many of these teams are going to be heading down this way. It's a very similar circle. They learn from that mistake at least and get further towards that central side. And you do get massively cut up when that happens, though. If you have a case where you can no longer pull on the string between those two splits and you can't regroup, it becomes very, very hard to play out the rest of the game. You're almost in a situation where it's practically over, especially in Chumacera itself, because the terrain here is not easy to traverse, and even in case of a 200-meter split, sometimes that can be hugely difficult to get away from.
Wow. We're keeping the islands in it for the next phase as well. Keeping all of that water there. LGD already moving around on that south coast. Unlikely that we see teams cross all the way over, but then if there's a last chance team that just needs any sort of spot that they can get, maybe they'll make that choice. Would be difficult though. I mean, there is still potential for it to actually end over there, but you'd imagine mainland priority.
Yeah, this is why you need to see movements a lot earlier from a lot of these teams. I think it was even a little bit weird for me to see so many teams still out towards that blue side on the north that early on, even towards that 5-minute mark, just because this type of thing can happen. It's Zone 2 where things are really difficult, where you need to be the closest to the circle. Once you get past Zone 2, that's when you can start to play a little bit slower, but because Zone 2 is the biggest shrink out of every single circle on these new circle settings, this is when you need to be in position. So a team like Game Lord, BTR, not moving down early like this is almost a death sentence, because with Chumacera, as said before, there's not a lot of space you can play here. There's not a lot of traversal available to get on towards those type of high ground positions. And if you are moving through this area, more than likely someone's already found altitude and is able to take shots down towards you. Titans already are struggling, and they're towards the center of the circle, John.
There's a three-way fight going on right now between Titans, between GK and FaZe also a little bit further on the eastern side, and these are the central positions. So they aren't fully confirmed yet, and now IHC have moved in from the north side as well. So there's 4 teams engaged in this little scrap. Looks like central positions are being hotly contested today. Potentially a heavy center lean for these two groups, with Group Green favoring potentially an edge style. They've all been forced to adapt to it, and maybe they're too stuck in their ways. Vivo Keed going to be stuck here a little bit as they're down a player.
This is good stuff coming through from DRS. Nice nade. Won't stop the knock coming through though, but good amount of damage done. Killer still remaining on the backside, but down to a 3 versus 3. That backstop has to be really influential on this fight though, John. If it isn't, you're essentially sitting yourselves at a 2v3 at the moment, which is not ideal. And the player already being picked up off his feet and nade's been sent through the window. DRS is in a little bit of a world of hurt at the moment. Killer also took a huge amount of damage on that top side, splitting up this team. DRS is in trouble.
They slow things down, pop the smokes, draw it out. FaZe, oh, he's going to spot Killer for sure on those hillsides. Tony K will stop him really from having an impact too far into this fight, but Tony K will also be taking shots at any movements he sees down in the compound. Vivo Keed, 4 players, one on the high ground, but Volt's out. They want to go all 4 into the building, down the longhouse. Could they get the spray down here? Vivo Keed open up with 1. DRS lose their first. Corridor being lit up right now by Delta, but not really finding any marks. Not just yet anyway. Delta wants to put an aid in instead, but in come Vivo Keed. They've already taken the legs out underneath him. Can he stand tall? No. Delta falls as well, and DRS down to just Killer on the hills.
I think they've moved away from the playstyle that we usually see from DRS after that last game, getting a bit of a confidence in them, a bit of a booster, but ill-favored confidence. DRS tried to take a good spot within the circle on this edge side, but Vivo Keys send them back. It's a bit over-aggressive from DRS, and also a little bit non-committant from their backstop. Should have been there with them a bit sooner. So massive misplacement of energies coming through from DRS in a fight that they should have really won with the initial knock coming off from the back. Diego takes a heavy hit coming through from the Game Lord team. Rob's extremely low at the moment.
Up the top looks resable unless they get that pepper down. Yep, they did manage to get everyone back up. Oh wait, he didn't even get knocked. I thought he was down there. Took so much damage, but gets back behind. Is allowed to do so in the vehicle as well. Gets that one back to safety, which would be very useful. The UAZ giving some pretty decent cover, the pickup. But does get knocked. There we go. Tem chiming in. 4 players alive. They're still here, and none of them are dead just yet.
Very odd to me. Robs was really the player that was holding together the team for a while over on Game Lord, whilst it did feel like Narvalo, as well as Victor, had a bit of a drop-off in terms of that star power, and Robs had to step in. Now it feels like Victor and Narvalo currently stepping up again, but once that happens, Rob's now a bit too aggressive for my liking, and it's a bit awkward. She's like, you know, one problem's fixed, and now another problem arises.
Oh dear, Reject losing a player to a fall, to a dropout. Might have been hopping out of a vehicle to avoid the explosion, but Reject on the southeast side can have to push through. Game Lord sending it, and seemingly successfully able to make that maneuver. The res coming through from Reject. 4 rivals crashing down. Puri tumbles down the hillside right into the barrel. Stuffs himself into the cartridge almost.
I know, and gets blasted back out again amongst the rocks on the cliff face. Akashi takes a huge amount of damage. Victor also down. I think that's Game Lord just straight out. 0 eliminations, 16th. Not a place you want to be for them. 15th place as well. They're likely going to get lathered up against. They have that 11-point buffer though, but GK currently in a very good spot within the circle. I do like where LGD's playing. They play this position over in red as well. Actually getting a lot of success from it, allowing a lot of the teams to take themselves out up on that top side as it started to move down towards them. So this could be a really good game for LGD if the circle moves their way.
Reject and 4 rivals continue their scrap on the southeast with Besiktas on the overlook. Sun HP pinching away a couple of points there from them. This is a really tricky fight, 2 versus 2 right now in the compound, but FaZe is looking out this way as well. The M249, there's plenty of lead sailing. Another shot from the DBS. Works out for Justus. AG Resable on the inside. 4 rivals losing players to Sun HP in the meantime.
Yeah, just nice clean shots coming through from Besiktas at the moment. 4 rivals down and out. 23rd place. 32 points. I mean, it seems bad, but the amount of teams above them with very similar point scoring, I mean, up to 18th place is only 6 points away. So certainly doable. Just this. Moves out the side. Good shots coming from Tony K. Won't quite do the damage that's required. More peppered down towards them. And Reiji, as well as just this, most likely going to struggle to get out of this one. Nice pop shot coming from Tony K. Does take Justice out the car. Now just Reiji Osio to go onwards without him.
Stays alive, but you're right, solo play on this south side is going to be really, really tricky with the number of teams having sightlines and information over towards them. FaZe on the eastern edge, split in and out of the circle right now. We'll have to move forwards just a little bit. DRS trying to slow Vivo Key down. Vivo Key, the only team really now who's lagging behind the rest of that pack, who are pumping up towards the top of those elimination brackets. If they get a good game here, though, it would put them still amongst it with the rest of them. They're already on 3 eliminations. They're playing as 4. They're on this northeastern side. They pick up Killer here. That'll be another point to add. Another arrow to their quiver. But the point is denied. However, DRS eliminated behind them.
So our 15th and 16th place are out quite early on in the game. Which opens things up quite a bit now for Tem Entertainment, IHC, as well as GK. GK currently in a very nice spot in the circle. High ground to play with. The circle still determined to stay up towards this northern side. A lot of the high ground. GK does take a knock there from Suki, who's been absolutely phenomenal for LGD. His average damage, I think, is around about 483 or something like that. It is crazy to see. It's the start of the day.
Nearly clearing those shots through, but Suki stays with only the half bar to show for the shots he loosed. On the south side, and you were talking a lot about this LGD split a little bit earlier, Blank, it seems to be staying pretty strong.
Yeah, Suki on his lone zone. It covers a lot of bases. Circle heads down towards the south side. It allows them to regroup. Did see Chungsi take a knock earlier on, but YZZ was immediately there, able to provide him the attention that he required. Shots over towards IA inside the shack at the moment. Continues to pump those through. YZZ takes a lot of damage here. Most likely will have to move out. But again, it gives them so much cover here on the coastal side. Very difficult to take shots down towards them. And no matter what, because they're able to sprint back down the cliff face, there's not going to be many moments where LGD's in too much danger. This, however, is going to provide some problems for them. Have to regroup back with Suki. Think about their next move.
They're playing 2 players on that front. And those powerful positions will need to push further in. Titan are kind of in their way at this stage, but only 2 players are active for the squad. If they can move up to Titan's position, that would be best case scenario for them. But there are teams on their west, Enigma Galaxy, and on their east, GK and Besiktas, and actually FaZe as well, who will all be trying to stop that cross from LGD. Try to stop them getting further up.
We've certainly done a lot of damage over to these other teams with LGD taking shots where they can. So teams should be aware of their position. Right now, taking shots up towards Titans. Try and claim their position. Again, with the amount of staging that goes on around this position on the map, it just means that a lot of times these fights can be isolated to 1 versus 1 teams. Down towards the south side, though, a little bit harder because there is a lot of sightlines available. But BTR, Tem Entertainment, Vivo Keen, all teams that really aren't too much in the action, waiting for other teams to head up on their way. IHC also found themselves a nice compound over towards that western side of the map, looking to hold out Box as well as Enigma Galaxy.
FaZe with a lot to do here on the south side. Besiktas try and move up the hill, but not finding these knocks for FaZe and just sending the shots wide. Peace does finally go down and Vintorez opens the bidding. Zessi is low, Sun HP half HP. Vintorez gets that flush over towards Peace and Besiktas knocks down a peg. They will be playing on with 2 now. Zessi taking shots from the back as well, forced up and over to try and just break straight on through with nothing more than speed and a dream, but will not be able to sleep easy on that one. Zessi will fall and FaZe 5 eliminations now. Sun HP, last to fall from Besiktas, brings it up to 6.
Good game there for FaZe. Jumps up a lot into 18th place with the 6 eliminations they're able to find. Now GK coming hot, looks to fend off against the players from FaZe. FaZe moved them out from that position earlier on. It's a nade to start it off versus Hafe, and Hope just has to try send one back his way, but Tony K already loosing another on that side, trying to finish off the player that he initially knocked. There's a fair amount of chunk damage to him, but won't finish the fight just yet.
Hope moving through a little bit too long on that Cook, and Tony takes a little bit of damage from his own nade there. Smoke has bloomed, but that left flank from Tony is completely exposed. He's playing pretty fast and loose with it, but another nade sent over the top. I think there was an immediate re-knock potentially coming through over onto the res that they were looking for. In the meantime, southwest of them, Aegon XIA have moved. LGD also have moved. Tony K has to hit the deck here as Hope puts him back with a sliver of HP. The res being protected this time around. GK playing together as a unit. 2 players are down already. Satan, the last potentially to fall, but Hope steps up, finds Tony K. His teammates getting the pieces back together. Ragnar, the last to get resed for GK. MR5 Lycan moving around, trying to split open. Get that difference made. Pushing forwards, and none of them are getting knocks just yet, Blank.
I feel like FaZe could have definitely pushed on this. Instead, they've opted to hang back, wait for these players to move up their way. Hafe moves out into the blue, doesn't realize how much damage that should be doing to him. Moves Satan up into a worse position for himself.
Oh,
and
no.
Now FaZe are ripping them to pieces.
That is absolutely horrendous from the buggy. The rotation there from GK brought 2 of them down, and I think that was pretty much the death sentence. FaZe didn't, they just needed to wait for the mistake, and that's, I guess, what they were trying to do. We saw it there. 10 eliminations now on the cards for FaZe. Blank, they're doing big things right now. All 4 of them still alive on the southeast side, but can they push in further? We haven't seen massive power from them, but they've just been strangling anyone who steps up on that southeast edge.
It's good stuff from FaZe so far, and I like that I think they took a while to finish that fight, and maybe there's an opportunity to move up with Tony K, the rest of the team, to try and clear out those players, especially if they started nades back in the pocket. There was a knock that came through from IA over towards the guys from GK, so perhaps it was a case that they saw that pop up in the elimination feed and they opted not to push onto that and just wait it out, knowing that the blue would send GK in eventually. Tem Entertainment now coming up against BTR. BTR in 14th place. Tem on the chase at the moment. Up to 40 points at the moment. Nade comes up. Doesn't really find anything though. Jen Foster tucks himself away at the back of that compound, back of that building. Try and keep these nades at bay.
Oh,
that is so well placed.
Jen Foster goes down and a really good opening on the first knock. Liquid on the roof is also fairly exposed. Might have to drop down to play inside the longhouse with the rest of the team if Tem make their way all the way up. Oh, he's definitely... Oh, that's so unfortunate. He spotted Liquid on the roof, but has to back off immediately to a third-party shot coming across the way. That's going to be huge as an opening for Tem, but the fact that he stays alive as well, really very, very useful, and now they can start to just train their way in. The good news is they know exactly where Liquid's going to be playing from.
Misery has a very interesting spot here, alongside with that UMP to put the work in. Liquid also playing oversight, try and get BTR to a better position, but he knows he has to move out now. Cannot stay too long outside in the blue. Misery waiting for that player from Tem Entertainment to move around the corner. Slowly peeks around. This is a great opportunity with the UMP. This player is stuck out in the open, but so is Misery, and the rest of Tem Entertainment's coming around.
Oh, a big nade. That wasn't cooked very long at all, so it will go quite far. Will slow Tem down, however, and Misery dashes back. He certainly loves some company and wants to regroup with the rest of BTR.
Bevy underneath now, waiting for BTR to crest this ridge side. Nades could be good. We saw Misery with 5 still left in the pocket. Not really much utility left here for Tem Entertainment, but that amount of damage is good enough for them. Misery in a desperate situation now.
They've been forced out, Blank. BTR are now into the sightlines. 2 go down to a nade. 1 knock goes through for Liquid to try and keep them alive. There's a second player very, very low. He's not going to be able to cut across it in time, and that will allow Tem to stay alive. They should look for the res. They have that northern plateau and some time and some safety to get healing done.
Tem Entertainment really turning things up to 11 here. In the final day of the survival stage, I8, FaZe try to move in. Felt like they should have had a better position on that side. Tem also instantly going down. That's to Box Gaming. They're able to find some good shots over their way. They've been waiting in the wings for quite some time. Vivo Keyed really have not moved. 3 eliminations, but they've just been sat inside this compound for so long.
Box are able to take down Tem. FaZe also now suffering on this south side. LGD begin their move through, but they're down to 2 players. Vivo Keyed right now, they're chilling. They're in the compound. They have 4 players alive. Blank, could we see another bottom of the table chicken dinner?
The massive potential here. They will have to move out from that compound though, but there's no one really around this area to challenge against that run out from the compound once the circle comes through. LGD has not had an easy push up this hillside. They played for the end game. They played for that luck chance on the circle coming down towards them, in which case it would have been a free win, but LGD reluctant to let go of this chicken dinner as of yet. Blade on the floor. 6 eliminations now for LGD. Looking to finish off the final player. They do. That is IA out.
8th place, 4 eliminations. 7 eliminations now on the cards for LGD, and another strong game from a tricky rotational position. They held up so well in Gatka. They're used to the fight. Forged in the crucible of it. Now they're starting to fight out. They've lost Chunksy, who's been a big presence on that roster, but the rest of them absolutely brutal as well when it comes down to it. They're playing on that high ground. Here's the nade that spelled disaster for Tem. Was that a triple from just 1 nade for break? That is insane to be able to flush everybody out from Tem. Unfortunate end to their run, but they get 6 eliminations.
Some much needed eliminations for Box Gaming as well. 4 there. Bensu has to drop up. Icy spots it though. LGD's been really trying to hamper the guys from IHC on the side. Great shot from Suki though. Will take down Godless. Looks to finish it off. Get the elimination point 2. But this is the perfect time for Suki and LGD to start popping off against IHC when they're pressured by the blue and they still have cover to work with.
VM though does get knocked. Will need to be rezzed there, but it's a difficult spot. Might need to pop a smoke to be able to get that one done. Shots from Suki still ringing out through these hills, but they have to move north. IHC under pressure from Bensu, last player from Box. 4 eliminations on the game for Box. Every point matters. Vivo Keyed running down over onto FaZe. Out in 7th place, but 10 eliminations. It's a fairly loud game from them. On the northeast side, however, Vivo Keyed make their bid for the center. The only team with 4, but they are in a little bit of a valley here against the LGD high ground.
LGD currently outside the blue though, and will have to move, and Vivo Keyed get underneath them, provide a backstop for them to play off from. So LGD right now, I think they're more concerned just about getting as many elimination points as possible over towards these players on the outside. Unfortunately, YZZ's not able to pick up that elimination. Six could play spoiler to the guys from LGD. YZZ moves out, tries to pick up as much he can from that death crate as possible. They know they need the supplies going forward.
If Six and Lord are taken away, the off angle from
There's a
Zeol
path.
is dispatched, right? There is massive high ground potential for LGD, but it all depends on the dynamics of those teams out in the west. Six has been hiding for so long. The building, though, in control of Evokeed.
Yeah, more than likely we're going to see Vivo Key take this chicken dinner. IHC have a chance, but they've been so badly devastated by a lot of these teams on the other side of the map, just taking shots towards them the entire time. Magrelin moving up with that Molotov, looks to send it over the top. Suki and the rest of the team move back. They're right on the edge of this circle. Zone 9 now starts to enclose. Teams will have to move. Magrelin's got great spot here versus LGD, supported massively well by Diego. But look at all this open space coming from LGD. Diego, as well as the rest of Evokeed, have to keep them locked down for now.
And IHC as well, rolling around the bottom side as Vivokeed make a break for the hills. Diego, Magrelin, both playing as that duo. So 2-2 right now. Lord spotted. Six was eliminated there for Titan. Suki drops a little bit too low, actually. Might have given them the slip. Lord has no idea what's going on. Suki, goodness me. If you don't know what you're doing, neither did your enemy, I suppose. But Suki makes it work for LGD. 10 eliminations coming through from this squad. IHC open up onto the high ground position from Alex, though. Nade over the top from Suki. Looks to put them back in their place. It's good, but it's not quite going to find the knock over onto IC. Shots from YZ as well over the ridgeline to push Alex back. It's forced to take the challenge and will win it out. A second up for the UMP, and IHC sweep them aside. Now Vivokeed look to run through. 3 players alive for IHC, and Vivokeed have everything to play with. The center of the circle under their control. Adrian moves forward. They know where IHC are. They're just loosing every piece of ammo, every bit of ordnance that they have downrange. Alex will be the first to feel the brunt, but the knock is first going the way of IHC. Looking for a second over onto Magrelin. They find it. Zeol playing off, going 1 and 2, but finally there's an answering knock. IC still swinging. And Diego up the top line. It's 2 players for Vivokeed in the 4 versus 3. Looking for more as well. And it's going even. Who's going to be able to find it? IHC able to close it down right at the end. It's a 3 versus 4 in what should have been a victory for Vivokeed. But it's snatched away at the last.
I mean, IHC have had to be absolutely resilient, the toughest of skin to make their way through that game. Not a lot of support, not a lot of cover available to them either. Just been playing from that edge of the map for a long, long while, crushed by LGD for a while. But look, they're still dancing, they're still going, they're still moving as they head towards the circle and take out the guys from Vivokeed. But you're right, John, that should have been a Vivokeed win. And honestly, with the amount of eliminations that Vivokeed got from basically just sitting in a compound watching TV the entire game, it's not really a big enough win to put a dent in towards that top side. Yes, it gets them out from 24th place, but they were already in a very bad spot.
Goodness me, another good game from LGD and another good game from IHC. 2 teams that are on that track. They both want to put that best foot forward. IHC, we're up in 18th at the start of this game. With that chicken dinner, that's going to see them a lot further up, with the teams ahead of them going down a lot earlier. You talked about it, I think it was Reject and Gainlord both falling really quite early. So they're now back at risk, but it is all still going back and forth playing.
Yeah, for FaZe as well, there was a good game from them. Yes, it ended a little bit too short than they would have liked, but still getting those points on board for FaZe is important now, especially at the start of the day. 4 matches to go for both of these groups in red as well as yellow. We'll see what they can do in the next game.
Yeah, Group Green's presence, or lack thereof, is definitely being felt here, as all of the teams are slurping up every single point they can find. It is chaos here in the final day of the survival stage.
IHC Esports. What a step up out of this team. We've seen so many teams so far today, whether it's them, whether it's Tem Entertainment, have some good results and be able to push themselves up closer to that top 16. 27 points is sure as hell one way to do it. Even LGD finishing with 20 themselves. Max, man, this was a great game.
Amazing game. I think that after with the dance move we saw after that, I think Acer's going to be like in tough competition for the best dancer of PMGC. But that finish, and really Sandstorm during that game, I think the big decisive play from HG was when they had this 2-2 split, which I think was amazing on the high ground. It keeps your options open as to what you can do in the game. The moment they regroup to the west, they become the true kings of the west. Every team trying to push in cannot take that fight, and then you can just play the ridges as well as you want. It's looking so good for them. Osuke.
Yeah, and then you had the beast on the south side of the map, LGD, Suki just absolutely destroying everyone. 1,525 damage. Is that the most that we've seen for a single player? I think it was.
It might be. Just don't give him a mini 14. Don't give it to him.
Listen, we've seen HVVP have like 3 players with 1,000 damage, but 1 player having 1.5k in the one game. And the fact that they didn't even manage to win the game at the end. But still, insane numbers from him and insane numbers from LGD.
I kind of miss Kalaris, I'm not going to lie. I miss the sound we would have gotten for 1,500 damage there. I mean, but yeah, the funny thing was, towards the end of the match, right, we were watching IHC up against Vivo Kid, and one person on the desk, one analyzer, I'm not going to say his name, but he's definitely the one on the end, most likely, says Vivo Kid are going to win that fight. But the thing is, as we went into those like final moments, Vivo Kid was playing so passive for the most part. They had 4 eliminations before the fight kicked off. We had IHC, I think, with like 8. They were just kind of holding on for placement points, it seems like, and just trying to, you know, just get top 16. It seems to be their focus, not really show what they can do as a team.
And that's something I'm actually surprised by, because Vivo Kid were one of the strongest teams coming into, let's say, like PMPL Americas, and then coming into their group. I thought that they were doing really well, but it's a massive change compared to what I've seen from them before. And I did pick. I'm already gonna beat the predictions to it, but they're already one of my teams to watch for the next game, just because of the fact that they got a decent amount of points this time. And if they keep their performance up in the next game as well, then their chances are still there. They're still alive. They still have a chance in getting into the top 16.
You heard it here. Sandstorm said Vivo Kid are going to make it to the grand finals and will place top 5 in the last chance stage. We don't need to hear any more words out of them because we have to head to a break here. But when we come back, we're getting things ready for our next match of the day. Well, welcome back, everyone, as we continue to break down that last match. And I left you guys with this cliffhanger that Sandstorm said Vivo Kid, top 5 at the end of our last chance stage, kicking off tomorrow. Sandstorm, what? No, he looks very, very not happy with that one. But you know what will make you happy, Sandstorm?
Do I get a free phone?
No. What? If I haven't gotten a free phone after the millions of times I've asked, you're not getting a free phone. At least that's what I'm determined to not let you get. So Xperia, the 1-4 in Xperia stream made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can stream, or you can play PUBG Mobile at 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And potentially some intensive predictions as Sandstorm. Vivo Kid, interesting indeed. But you know what, Sandstorm? Maybe you can order yourself some correct predictions with Prime Gamer. We can get some in-game free PUBG Mobile items, some premium content, as well as other advantages of having Prime Gaming. And you can get it in a one-day shipping. So it'll be here in time for last chance, Sandstorm.
Yeah, Last chance is tomorrow, the day after. So the second we're done with these games, the pressure is still going to be on for every single one of these teams. It's just going to be non-stop. And then massive break until the grand finals.
Well, we can see here. Currently, we have had LGD move up to 6th place, so Damwon Kia have moved down. Power Esports have moved down. You know who's not even on the front page anymore?
A lot of teams.
Skylights Gaming.
Yeah, I just looked at the rankings on the side. But Matt, wait, can we just talk about IHC? They started off the day, they were in 21st position. They're up in 9th right now. Like, that is even better than what we saw from them earlier. What is going on? These bottom teams, they're really going super try-hard mode. I'm absolutely loving what we're seeing from them. I think this is the best game we've seen from them this entire event so far. And I want to see if the follow-up is there, but... Oh, Game Lord, no!
Gentlemen.
BTR!
I'm looking at Skylights, right, in 13th. I think they're done. I see no world where we don't have Game Lord at a minimum get 9 points over the course of these next 4 matches. Like, this is Skylights Gaming biting their nails, looking like their hopes of the PMGC Grand Finals, or at least the last chance, I should say, is going out the window.
I think if they qualify down to a potential tiebreaker, but I agree. Like, you're looking at the teams below, they're like 5-10 points down. Even if they have a really bad day, chances are they will still reach that point threshold and make it in the top 16. So, I mean, Skylight, this is the worst position you want to be in. But the thing is, if they drop out, and we mentioned it yesterday, the other teams like Power, Damwon might also be starting to stress out a little bit because the first team below them already that played all their matches is out. They're the next ones in line, so they're not safe right now.
Yeah, that's true, but because we're still seeing a lot of these teams from the bottom side of the leaderboard performing very, very well, and the majority of the points are going to them, the threshold for qualifying is getting lower and lower. This is the second time it's happening. IHC, FaZe getting 10 eliminations in that last game as well. It's going to be very tough for them, but for Skylight specifically, but I still think the likes of Power and Damwon might actually still be safe.
Well, looking at your teams to watch here, Max, man, I'm kind of... You both actually went with some interesting picks here. We got Box Gaming, FaZe Clan, IHC. We got Tem Entertainment, Vivo Keat in there as well. Max, walk me through. FaZe Clan, I think I can understand. They've been definitely showing up here in these last 2 matches.
I think the most important thing I'm expecting from a lot of these teams that are trying to push themselves up in top 16 is confidence and willing to go aggressive because they know an average performance might not be enough to go in top 16. I feel like Box, that third party on the North, amazing, aggressive. They were trying to get those eliminations. That is a really good step forward. And FaZe, those third parties happening too. I mean, Box, FaZe have definitely sold me on their performance this match. I want to see a follow-up, but if your team is willing to be aggressive right now, you might be able to push yourself up in top 16.
Also, Max, did you know that Ventoris on FaZe Clan is the oldest player here in PMGC at 26 years of age?
Is that true? 26? I can still be a pro. No, okay, I can't.
Aren't you 40?
You know what? Let's let our casters, John and Blank, answer that question. John and Blank, do you think Maxman can still be a professional PUBG Mobile player?
Don't know why Jason's given out about people not being able to be a pro PUBG Mobile player. I've seen him play. We've all seen him play in those segments. You know, I think Max could do it.
I think Max could bring it back. You know, if he puts the time in, puts the work in, perhaps he could go pro if he wanted to. Just needs to really change that PMCO performance. That's all. Maybe get that rip from Liquipedia. I don't know if you could make that happen, Max. You could try though. You could certainly try. But yes, I think that anyone could still go pro. If you want to get involved in PUBG Mobile Esports, go ahead, get the sign-ups in, head over towards PMCO and see if you can make it happen because we're always looking for more talent. As you can see, this year around, we've got loads of new talent stepping up to the pace, stepping up the tracks to see what they can do versus a lot of these old teams, these renowned teams over in PUBG Mobile. But we are now into Sandhawk next, which will be our third match of the day. Halfway through at this point to the closer. You can get the points here over on Sandhawk. Has been a lot of these teams towards the bottom have been desperately putting in the work to try and get themselves up towards that top 16 bracket, head towards that last chance and have a ability to get in towards the grand finals itself.
Slice down the middle for Sandhawk. Nice and easy for everybody. Interesting to see how these drops happen in our one and only Sandhawk. Looks like a hot drop over in Paradise Resort. Tem going to be embroiled in action against GK. 2 teams vying for a notable, powerful position as well. looking out for other hot drops on the map as well, but it looks like this is going to be the only one. There is sort of a mix and match drop between Four Rivals and Box on the northeast side. This is out to the east of Paradise Resort, where we currently are, but they should be able to separate themselves, extricate themselves from those scenarios. Actually, it may be a little bit of a 1v1 between a couple of the players, but we'll have to see how that develops further as the Four Rivals head out to Camp Bravo. Haven't kicked off the fighting just yet in Paradise Resort. It's a northwest circle.
Yeah, Tem Entertainment not looking to get anything too much done here. Both these teams are point apart. Currently Tem ahead by 1 point over GK. GK starting the day in 16th, but how quickly those things can change. Down to 21st now. BTR up towards Hatin, waiting the game out for the time being. Could move down if they want to, but this position is pretty decent for them. Heading up towards that northwest side, like you say, John. Hatin comfortably in this one. Vivo Keed also up towards that northwest island. After that last game, though, which really should have been a win, only sits them up by 1 in the rankings. Four Rivals dropping down underneath them with 33 points and Vivo Keed at 35. But now, again, in the running, back in the race, able to drink a quick energy drink and get running.
I want to talk about LGD a little bit as well at the start of this one. So far in the first 2 games, Blank, they've put up 30 points, which is really quite impressive coming through from this roster. 15 points a game. They keep this pace up, they could feasibly challenge for some of those top spots. We said we were looking at a team to try and do it right today, to challenge HVVP for that #1 spot. LGD, they've started off well, but it is a matter of consistency from this point on.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at these teams, you look at LGD looking to get ahead of some of the teams from Group Green. It would be nice to see, considering, you know, we're right now expecting a lot of these teams from Group Green to be the ones challenging out for those top 5 spots over in Last Chance. I don't want it to be a case of just Green being the ones that can make it in. I want some of these other players, these other teams from Red and Yellow to be able to maybe do something here over in the survival stage to get towards that top side, you know, look like that they've got their fangs bared going into the Last Chance. Group Green don't have to just saunter in and pick up those grand final spots for themselves.
FaZe making a split swim, 2 and 2. Will establish a foothold on both sides of the river. Not committing to the cross just yet, so maybe waiting to see if the circle does shift down to the confluence, that trifecta, and those compounds there. Or if it goes back to the mainland, but it's likely we're going to see a Northwest Island finish, so they do have that option out on that outpost to regroup up to the position held by their front duo.
Holding this side of the map, like the way that currently BTR are, which is very split. It's a bit rough, a bit weird. They do need to find that initial knock. It just gives them a lot of oversight over towards that eastern side. But already, FaZe being able to swim across those waters, that's not been really held onto. You see now Jen Foster looking out that way. So he spots these players as they come across the river itself. And they can comfortably have Luxie as well as Liquid looking out towards that eastern bridge. Whereas right now, Jen Foster's attention needs to be down towards the south.
BTR, this position is normally played in this lobby by Vampire Esports. They were playing it in the games that we've seen from them so far. And HVVP's position kind of taken up by Vivo Keed at this stage. They did drop over towards Camp Alpha on the Northwest Island, but they regrouped quite fast to the top of the mountain with this circle. It's a very powerful position if you implement it correctly. BTR, you're right, they're still playing very, very spread. They haven't spotted anyone crossing just yet. And already Ventura's spotted. There we go. FaZe, the first to fall to the cannons on the south.
Yeah, good stuff there from Jen Foster. Said that he needed to absolutely be watching out that way. I don't think he minds too much that it is a case of Besiktas getting up that point from FaZe. As long as Jen Foster can keep teams at bay on this side, it gives a lot more time for BTR to set their feet in and just plant in this position, essentially. Make sure that they can hold the remainder of this eastern side, have a lot of control before starting to move downwards. You can't exactly play edge from BTR's position anymore because you'd have to cross the river, obviously, but what they can play is almost pseudo edge of this coastal side. So anyone that's coming in from the east, we're looking at Game Lord, Besiktas, GK, as well as Tem Entertainment, they're going to struggle to get across this lineup that BTR currently has going, which means their late game is going to be much, much easier. Next circle will decide a lot, though, considering it's our biggest shrink again. We'll see exactly where that does head off to. Narvalo up front, but Victor looks to try and take down Besiktas. Steps out a bit too far, though, in my opinion. Enjoy quickly picks up that elimination. Narvalo steps out as well. It's with a nade. The rest of the team is not there to help, not there to back up the problem.
It's really not ideal. Game Lord, a little bit of a fall from grace. It looked like they might have the chops on them from the games they played yesterday to be able to take it further, but they're just getting drawn short in these games so far. 51 points now. They are still in the bubble, Blank, but it is very soon to burst if they don't step it up.
Game Lord, you're right. I mean, it's been some good games yesterday, which there was hope for them. And this is technically an easier lobby, so it's confusing to see Game Lord struggle so much. And at match 3, it's not an ideal time to have a couple of bad games. And Narval is really the only one that's kept them really in the running for this. After that first game in Erangel, they're able to hold on. Circle shifts over towards the eastern side. So now BTR and Vivo Key left out in the cold. And a lot of teams will be looking up to take position down towards bootcamp. We see already boxes moving in, as is Tem Entertainment. GK spent a lot of time over on that eastern side, haven't moved much yet.
And there we go, there's the shift, hard east side. Back to the mainland for a lot of these teams. And this is where the power of that split from FaZe works out.
Yeah, they can move back into position. Their initial knock there from Jem Foster. He hits very, very hard. Good headshot across the way from MR5 as well towards Peace. Quickly cleaned up. And now Besiktas in a slightly worse for wear spot, though still able to hold out versus Game Lord. Down to 2 players as Narvala did go down. 4 rivals, 24th place. Need to bring things back up to speed a little bit. Out in the blue at the moment, coming in from that northeast side. They'll be running into Game Lord sooner or later.
On that eastern edge, pushing down 4 rivals, looking to try and escape it. GK want to stop them in their tracks. Pick up points for their own. They were a lot higher on those tables earlier today, Blank. But now they have had, as you said before, that fall, that tumble from Grace. And remember, at the start of the day, we were going to be looking at probably the bottom 6 or 7 teams from this set of groups to be the teams going home. And right now, that includes GK in 19th place. They are the 6th lowest team, FaZe up in that 7th lowest team position. And it's all very, very close.
Very stressful to look at this one. DRS still trying to pump those points up. But back to a more of a calm and passive playstyle, which I respect. I think it's the one to go for in this moment as well. Just because they didn't need that many points to begin with, honestly, to get towards the top side of the lobby and be able to get towards that last chance. Losing out on that capability last game to get a couple of points on board does kind of diminish those rewards they were able to get from the first, especially with the fact that they didn't get that chicken dinner despite being in a very good position to take it up. Tem Entertainment sweeping in there and picking up those juicy points that have put them back in towards that conversation to get towards the last chance itself. Enigma Galaxy not doing too bad for themselves either. Towards 12th place, 63 points. Safe for now. Looking to get a few more points on the board. It's a case for them. They have that nice buffer, but they don't want to drop the ball just yet.
Enigma Galaxy need to cross the river. No one will challenge them out. Bootcamp getting a little bit closer packed now. Box central on it. Tem north side. The remnants of Game Lord Robs with the Kashi leading a leg all the way back up to Paradise Resort. There's no one up there, Box. Don't worry about it. What? Do they? Oh, they are just checking these angles. They haven't fully cleared the compound. Fair enough. Playing smart.
ensuring there's no one in here. Or potentially...
Oh, yeah.
Trying to get some teams to step out into the open. Maybe thinking that there's a third party here. That would keep a lot of teams at bay. LGD pick themselves up. A knock and elimination over towards Enigma Galaxy. Again, I said that they didn't want to drop the ball here, and already losing players is not good. Adrian spots Misery. That's from BTR. That's on that northwest side. Now the circle does center up down towards that southeast edge towards boot camp, so a lot of these teams on the northwest will have to move. So already Vivo Key taking down one player from BTR means that route in towards that circle is a little bit easier, a little less defended.
Unfortunately, probably the main routes of rotation for Vivo Key are going to be cut off pretty effectively. IHC controlling the trifecta compound. You've got FaZe also on that landfall that is that normal crossing that you can take from that Northwest Island position. It looked so hopeful for the teams on that Northwestern Island with the first circle falling as it did, but we are pulled back towards that mainland, which means that that mountaintop position for Vivo Key nets them only that 1 point.
4 rivals still trying to make their way in. We're stopped at the post by GK. Enigma Galaxy moving across now. They move away from LGD, in fact, who are holding a very strong compound for themselves. Titans also trying to move in. Nade over the top to try and put some damage their way, but with the blue right at the back of a lot of these teams, forced to move across the water. It was very indecisive, that circle. Created a lot of problems for a lot of different players who are now suffering from those initial decisions. Where to play, where to hold.
Oh, just sneaks that last shot in through. Gets the knock onto Godless before he gets behind the wall. There is cover there, but IHC not looking to commit to go for this res. Bigatron torn apart by FaZe. This is those difficult crossings that were being controlled that I was talking about. Hang on a minute. What's happened there then? They get lit up. It's Tem from the northern side of boot camp. Spotting FaZe. Finding Tony. And ML5 has to hit the deck. Could potentially give BTR a chance to move through, but they've already lost so much here. Bevy sees ML5 as well. What an angle to find.
I mean, that is right through the fence as well. It's really the epitome of threading the needle. Can't hit that though, that is surprising.
Wait for the next player to come through to try for the res. Lycan moves in, doesn't know where they're getting shot from potentially, but Box are going to chime in. Put a stop to all that nonsense. Bevy falls, but it's on the inside. There is cover, there is a player, and it will be resed. Box may be looking to move north though.
Looking to get to a spot where they can put a little bit more damage over towards Tem Entertainment in the first place. Bensu, the rest of the team, really holding a very dominant position within the map towards boot camp itself. FaZe, it's going to be tough for them to make this crossing. And with that south shift, you know, it's been all over the place today. We have had changes to these circles, but that doesn't prevent it from making these big hard shifts. And now LGD extremely happy with this result as it heads down towards them on the south side. Enigma Galaxy still have to move up past that way. We've got a player in Painan currently. Unlikely that they're going to get too far off the back of this one. Titans, with a chance to actually challenge versus LGD, they've all got all 4 players available. Might be able to head up towards the northern compound.
Would they challenge LGD or maybe just go for that compound, as you said, to the north of them on that junction? Aegon XA8 could potentially challenge for that as well. But at the moment, it is open with DRS on the compound further north on the road, playing in those couple of buildings. Pretty tricky to hold out on that one. All the teams from the northern side, though, it's very much a gauntlet from this stage.
GK, Ragnar, picks up Blade. LGD realise that the guys from Enigma Galaxy are moving up to try and take this push. Nice nade over the back, does a lot of damage over towards Freak. If he was sat in that position for a moment, a breath longer, that would have been a knock there. More nades sent through now.
Oh, the brunt of the damage, I feel, is being borne by Enigma Galaxy, but they are still trying to answer with a volley of their own. There's still more nades in the back pocket as well. Look at a breach on the wall. They're in this next zone, which means that they can chill for a little bit longer. Nade forces Wyset back in the building and actually forces him to pop a heal as well. More nades coming on through for Enigma Galaxy. Still a little bit left in the arsenal. Going to burn that one away, force them away from that window position, stop those nades coming through, and Lord can start to leverage this gap in the wall.
Jem Foster out now. Besiktas also taking heavy damage from Box Gaming as they tried to push in towards boot camp. They had to move down from that north side. Went past Tem Entertainment, but directly towards the guys from Box. But Tem Entertainment's going to try and take advantage of this. Unfortunately, they are taking third-party shots. I don't know who that's from exactly.
There's a lot of teams nearby. Robs is still there. Akashi did fall down, but Phaser on those off angles as well. There are 3 teams here. And there's oversight potentially from the hill near 4 rivals. But it's all about flowing through this boot camp now. Tem controlling the gutter of the boot camp. We'll be trying to move on through parallel to all the movements from Box and Besiktas, who are pretty destitute right now. Only the one player and his Sun HP all the way up in the north. Bensu on the down. Has a player to worry about, though. There is a player from Tem who is going to be running on through on those lower floors. A little tickle of damage finds Bensu, forced to hit down and heal, but in comes the flank. The off angle for Tem to play it low. Do they know there's a player here? They've dropped a smoke. And the nade over the top might give the game away. They didn't see any coming on through, and there's a wall to protect. Up the top, an outpost from SO. It's going to look good for Tem, and actually they find the player down low, crawling back on over the wall, looks for the flush with the DBS playing up in close range, worried about the smoke, but clears it with a shot. And now Box are grouped up, a nade would do it. There is one knock back over towards the Tem side, but Bevy is in the back lines, jumping shots from SO. Box are suffering here. Shots come down, he finds one, but the second is a little bit too much. Spray from Trisbay is big as well, and that leaves only the one player. Onzen looks to try and keep the team alive and will be able to do so. Clears out the final from Box Gaming. There are 4 players alive, but the zone is closing and needs these reds quickly.
A gorgeous little push there from Tem Entertainment. Really switched it up today. 5 eliminations so far. Trismay, obviously the clutch member coming from Box Gaming, has really pulled them out from a lot of tight spots. But this time around, Tem Entertainment, the stop to that one. You say, though, the zone closing in. Those res have to come through very quickly, and already IHC have eyes on. As SO going down, should be able to get the back up to 3, but with this oversight towards that position, very difficult. Lord able to take down LGD, who have been suffering in the meantime.
Okay.
Nice from Enigma Galaxy, actually taking it to LGD now.
Really are, but Lord does fall. Suki able to pop those shots, and Amodi falls down as well. There's 2 players from LGD remaining, but Suki gets knocked, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Can crawl back behind. Freak has got the angle onto it, but needs to heal. The south side of the circle, closing them in. Will push them out at a crucial timing on the res. Reject with the off angles, have got that third party from the compound to their north, and MVM's going to let it lie, and will fall down. LGD, with the performance that they've been dreading so far, hopefully they can keep that momentum going. 8th place with 3. It's not up to the standard of the previous games, but they've still done a lot so far today. They'll try and carry it forwards.
For Enigma Galaxy, though, this is a very important game for them. Just getting some points on the board and already landing up towards 7th place downwards is good news. Considering in 12th place, we thought it was kind of all over as they were stuck out in Painan, but able to weather that storm. Push through the guys from LGD. Circle moves up towards that northern side, towards Reject, another team that would like to get some points on. 55 currently, 3 eliminations, a very strong compound. DRS will have to move in as well. A lot of teams here happy to be towards that top 7, but top 5 is where those points really start to rack up. So if Tem Entertainment go down, they'll have that consolation of the 5 eliminations they were able to get, but not too many placement points included.
Shots over towards Tem from IHC. Duo from IHC, but they've got the buildings at the inside track. 1 player goes down, play zone, point picked up, I believe. Goes over to IHC, and that's Tem out. 5 eliminations in 7th place, though, is still respectable. It is still a decent number, especially when you're vying for that bubble. It keeps it consistent, keeps Tem trucking for now. IHC on the northern side. Looking to move down past Vivo Keed, who were denied the chicken dinner last time around. Against IHC, this time around, it's a rematch on the hills of Sandhawk.
Vivo Keed still taking damage. Alex now down outside in the blue itself. Diego should be able to pick that one up. Icy left remaining to try and pull this one through for IHC. While they can actually go here. DRS In a good spot now. 4 players, a lot of room to work with. Titans off in 10th place, 66 points. And as these teams get ever closer towards that 60-point margin, up towards 9th place, it does get a little bit scary for them. So Titans would like to get some points on this game, see themselves safe up towards that 70 to 80-point mark.
Reject 4 players. Southwest side, there's a crate on the compound. Can pick that up. Freak looking to heal for a little bit longer for Enigma Galaxy. Not possible to do it much later into the circle, but Reject rolling up and rolling out, trying to move past Titan, but it's just not working out for them. Ragey down the hill, not really having the impact, and there's the side swipe from Vivo Keed. Divine cut out of the play, as Duello is as well. Both taken away by Vivo Keed. 5 eliminations from that south side. Reject rolling forwards and dealing with the front line of Titans. Only the one player standing, but it's Reject to fall instead. Puncher stays alive, but with a sliver of HP, with DRS right there and Vivo Keed in the way, how much further can they go?
Unbelievable run there from just this, though. Almost took it to task versus the Titans. Last player so low, it would have been just the one bullet to make it happen. And fumbles it right at the end there. Titans trying to get back up, and I don't think Vivo Key realised just how close this team is. And that should be curtains for them.
I realise it now. The nade takes a lot of points back into the pocket. Another shot out of chicken dinner for Vivo Keed from the bottom of the tables. Putting that nade over the top was huge for their points totals. DRS, though, seemingly in control of this circle. They have got the high ground. They've got that low position from Rules, fairly undetected. A 2-2 split from Vivo Keed. Diego playing very far forwards there, spotted out, shut down by Delta. And the numbers in their favor. Adrian spotted as well, and Delta's doing so much work. There is an answer. Grillen will be able to find the one, look for the flush, not quite find it, but that's going to spur DRS on to go for this res, to crawl it on back. Final zone closing, Blank.
Starts coming very, very shortly. These reses for Vivo Keed won't come in. DRS trying to secure their place in the last chance, and Vivo Keed just trying to get the spearhead sharpened to try and push through to it.
But it's only Cielo once more. Vivo Keed looking to be denied their chicken dinner chance. 10 eliminations. They've done really very well here. Picking up that flush over onto Delta as well. 5 eliminations. And they might even be looking to deny the point. Could be crucial. We'll come back to that one and revisit it. It's spotted, and it's a play zone death. DRS denied the point, but take the chicken dinner.
Good amount of points there for DRS, and that should roundabout secure their position towards the last chance. They can just get a few more consistent points throughout the day. That is a great chance for them working forward. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But Vivo Keed still challenging out, coming from Miramar, taking that second place, and now heading over towards Sandhawk and taking another second place. Very consistent, all things considered. This is very good, though. From a 24th place with the least points in the lobby by quite a high margin, they've done a very good job to get back up towards a position where they could maybe get towards that 16th place bracket.
Really all to play for. It's so many different teams stepping up game after game, Blank. I mean, we've seen DRS this time around. Vivo Keed, though, twice denied the chicken dinner.
Very upsetting, but still doesn't really matter too much. 2 second places, the 6 points is maybe something that will come back to bite them later on. However, I think it's enough for now. With 3 more matches to play, Vivo Keed can certainly now challenge out towards the top of the tables and getting in towards that 16th place. BTR, on the other hand, in trouble.
Yeah, really, really are. Not ideal. Their crossing was really, really hard. They weren't able to fight through. To be fair, though, the chicken dinner losses might be quite pivotal because, Blank, with the field as close as it is, there could be a tiebreak situation. And that is the main tiebreaker for Vivo Keed.
DRS, the boys from Nepal taking home the chicken dinner, but not getting the most points in the lobby as Vivo Key do take this one. And the best part about it, Sandstorm, we were just talking about how passive they're playing in the last match, just getting the 4 eliminations. This time, 10 on Sandhawk, 22 points total. There's other teams making moves here besides Tem Entertainment.
Yeah, a lot of teams definitely making moves, but if I'm being honest with Vivo Kid, yes, you did get yourself 10 eliminations, but it's still not convincing me, if I'm being completely honest. Just because of the fact that the eliminations that they got were mostly just picks off, like maybe getting 2 from the side of Reject and 2 from the side of IHC as well, and then towards the south side they managed to take out Titans. So they managed to get a lot of eliminations from a lot of different teams, and even the elims they got on Titans, the team was already wounded. They were just securing those elims. So they were just walking in, taking out whatever they were seeing. It wasn't a straight up 4v4. And the 2 times we've seen a straight up fight, they've lost, even when they had an advantage.
Max.
So they still need to perform and do a little bit more, if I'm being honest. But so far,
like
good. You have 3 more
I feel
games,
like if that was Nigma Galaxy or if that was Power, he'd be like, yeah, they're just better. They're just built different.
Play of the game.
They are. He's like, they got lucky. Teams were wounded. I mean, the fact is, Vivo Kids start off extremely low on the leaderboards, and right now they've been able to make a very good push and have continued to improve every match so far today.
I think we were in agreement, Jason, on the previous game where they did not get the chicken dinner on Miramar. We thought like, okay, they sure get themselves pretty far. We don't see that aggressive nature we need from a team to potentially go into top 16 to make it to the last chance. I personally think we saw it there. That was non-easy push. Then Trifecta, really good transition point. And then they're pushing uphill against IHC. Reject, LGD's taking the fight on the wire side. They need to be very alert of what's happening around them. I think this was a good showcase of potentially a new Vivo Kid, and this Vivo Kid in this match could be one I would be loving to see making into the last chance. So I want to see more of this Vivo Kid. I think this is their best game so far in the survival stage.
I think Vivo Kid stopped laying out at the pool or by the pool with Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel and actually started to playing the game here a little bit, able to step up quite a bit. Them and Tem Entertainment, as we mentioned before. I remember Our World is your playground. Not to mention Prime Gaming. You get some awesome, sweet free items in PUBG Mobile, as well as some other exclusive premium content. And also the other benefits of having Prime Gaming as well here, one of our big sponsors at PMGC. So big thanks to them for making this one happen. But gentlemen, we are talking about the teams having massive improvements, but what about the teams who have yet to make moves? They're running out of time, and we're running out of time here on the desk, because it's time to head down to the stage with Flava with an interview with 4 rivals.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. We've just run through half of the day. Day number 3 right here for the survival stage. And hopefully you guys are entertained with all the PUBG Mobile action that is happening throughout the whole day itself. 3 more matches to go. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys still don't know it, Captain Messi is now available in PUBG Mobile Battleground. All right? Pack with Messi football icon set and more collaboration set items available until the 31st of December 2022. All right, so basically this will help you stand out on the battlefield, so grab them in PUBG Mobile today. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, joining right here after match 3 itself is none other than Voki from Team 4 Rivals next to me right here. So Voki, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling nervous.
Dia rasa gelisah. So basically, he's feeling a little bit nervous, but I would understand this is match number 3 and it is the final grade. 3 more remaining matches for Team 4 Rivals to accumulate enough points to be in the top 16. Now, first question for you is that what has been the biggest struggle for you in the survival stage and why? Apakah struggle yang terbesar untuk Voki dan juga pasukan 4 Rivals dan mengapa?
Struggle terbesar mungkin kita orang kena kumpul lagi banyak point untuk lebih dekat dengan orang atas, and then struggle terbesar adalah and then yang second kita orang start dengan statistik yang buruk, and then kita orang lost confidence, tak ada keberanian macam tu lah.
So basically what Voki mentioned is that, so basically they have to accumulate a lot of points to actually be in the top 16. And of course another struggle is because they start off with not really good amount of points at the start of the day. So it's quite a little bit depressing for them, all right? So yeah, truly understand on this. And your team is currently in last place. So what are the changes that you guys will be making to close the gap and get into top 16? So selepas ni, kita akan ada 3 lagi match. So korang sekarang ni di tempat yang terakhir. Apakah perubahan yang korang akan buat dalam 3 match terakhir ini untuk membawa pasukan For Rival ke kemenangan dan juga top 16?
Perubahan mungkin saya akan kembali menjadi IGL. And then AP akan jadi co-IGL. And then kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik lah untuk lepas ke top 11.
So what Voki mentioned is that basically for the remaining 3 matches, he will actually be the in-game leader for the remaining matches itself, and AP will transition into becoming the assistant leader for the remaining matches as well, and with hopes that he will actually get into the top 11. Or top 16, that's what he said. Anyways, thank you so much, Voki. Amazing interview, Rashid. And all the best to Team 4 Rivals in the remaining 3 matches. And hopefully you guys make it in the top 16 itself. And for those who are currently watching back at home, just remind you guys, if you guys still haven't made it yet, be sure to get Captain Messi football icon set in the game in PUBG Mobile Battleground. Now, we'll see you guys in a bit. Match number 4 is going to kickstart in a bit right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022.
Bye-bye.
Well, hey, if you're going to make big moves, you got to make big changes. Voki going to be taking over the in-game leading role for his team to try to carry them through to success. And speaking of success, Titan Gaming is continuing to build up more and more points. I almost want to say they're going to for sure be safe now, especially on the rate that they're going. IHC as well in 10th place looking fantastic. Think of a Galaxy DRS able to get onto this front page. We're seeing a lot of teams here finally make their moves as we go onto the second page. I think this is, for me, what I'm mostly curious about is where are these other teams at? Vivo Keed with that victory have gotten top 16, boys.
They made it in. That's some great stuff on Vivo Keed. I do want to bring up, though, John also did mention during that interview, this might be the game where Skylight just gets pushed out of top 16. Like, as you said, Jason, chances are they're not going to make it, and with one more good performance like that, they're going to be normally dropping out of that top 16. But we saw some big comebacks, like we saw it from IHC, Vivo Keed, Tem Entertainment. The hope is still alive, even for 4 Rivals. That's not an impossible gap to close for these teams. So I know they're a little bit depressed, but I do still think that any team at the bottom still has a chance to make it in top 16. So don't give up just yet. There's still a chance to make it up there.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
So you know what, Sandstorm, I'm going to put it on to you. If 4 Rivals get 3 chicken dinners in a row right now with Voki in-game leading, will you buy me a Maserati?
In PUBG Mobile, yes. In the game.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Listen, I'm not made of money. Okay, I'm not made of money. I don't even have a Maserati of my own.
Disappointing.
Okay, let's take a look at our teams to watch here for this match coming into it. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on towards these bottom teams. I will say this. I'm amazed none of you went Bigatron because they are 2 points out at the moment from being top 16. But to be fair, you also picked some really good teams here. I mean, we got Reject in there actually for Max Man, but you both went with Vivo Keed and Temp Entertainment. So talk me through the Reject pick here, Max.
Reject, once again, their highs are highs, their lows are lows. I think they had, in this game in particular, the best position transition point from Trifecta, going for Bootcamp Hill. The circle ends on Bootcamp Hill, and it just, once again, they arrived very close to that finish, and it should have been going their way, just like Game 1 on their first day of the survival stage. And it just falls apart almost instantly. I want to see more structure coming out from Reject, because once again, I still think this is the best a Japanese team has been looking at this stage in PMGC like ever, but the competition is just so tight, so many teams try-harding at the bottom. We saw so many good step-ups from these teams that it's tough competition, and I think still Reject can make it happen, but I'm a little bit disappointed when they get close to that finish, so it can still happen, but it's tough now.
I mean, the problem is, yes, they're getting better, and Japan has looked better overall in PUBG Mobile, but so has every other region in the world. They've been constantly improving. Heading over to you, Sandstorm, 4 Rivals. I'm kind of guessing 4 Rivals because if they don't make a big play here, they're going to be almost out.
I think they can still kind of make a mistake in one game, maybe. As long as they show us the same performance that we've seen from Vivo Keed. They showed us exactly 2 games, top 2, elims, got everything you needed, and you're already in the top 16. My bad. I am no longer disappointed. I am no longer sad. Your performance, incredible. Good job, Vivo Keed. Keep it up. But
Okay,
for the side of 4
here.
Rivals, no. They need to do a little bit better, and mainly when it comes to entering the zone towards the last couple of shifts.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to shift on over to our casters. It's time to load into our 4th match of the day. 3 left to go until we know our teams participating in the last chance stage. So John Allen and Blink, take it away.
is getting closer and closer. Those teams are tumbling. Skylights Gaming, final chance to stay in is fading very, very quickly. Of course, they're not even playing today, and teams will be taking that away from them. Either in this game or in the next game, I'm expecting to see that sort of happen.
Yeah, I think that it's practically donezo now at this point in time for the boys on Skylights Gaming. Very sad to see. I think they did all that they could, but it just wasn't enough, especially with the performance that all these teams down towards the bottom of the brackets are bringing out now. Zuxi in for the guys of BTR, and just like magic, it appears on the screen. Jem Foster is out, so they're bringing back the duo, the twins, back in action to try and get Bigatron back in towards that top 16 at the moment. 17th place at the moment, 55 points behind Vivo Keed with 2. I think it's certainly possible right now for BTR. I think they did enough on day one that they've given themselves a bit of a buffer to actually try and get in towards that last chance bracket. It is certainly doable. I don't think there's too much on the line for Bigatron at the moment. I think if we get to match 5 and we don't see much change though in terms of those averages on today, you know, that's when you can start to worry about Bigatron.
We were looking at that bubble being somewhere in the 70-point margin, right? And Bigatron currently sat at 55 points, puts them 15 points behind the low end of that spectrum and 25 points from the top end, right? So if they can get 25 points in these last 3 games, that's what should see them safe. That's what should see them good. But they're going to want a couple more than that, Blank. They want to try and push a little bit further than just the bubble. But some team has to be in 16th, doesn't they? Just as every time you have to have a player or a team going down, getting eliminated, as we will see 8 teams eliminated at the end of today.
16 making it through to the last chance, in which case it's still not over then, as we will be knocking out another of our 11 teams, with only the 5 at the top heading through to the grand finals itself. So we're going to be cutting and cutting away at the moment at the group of teams going into the grand finals, where we find the best of the best to go up against one another. Right now, all these teams are doing is looking to get towards that top 16 to give them a chance, because anything can happen over 12 matches. You can have a really good run there, not have a single bad day, not have a single bad game, and just send yourself to the top and heading towards the grand finals. It's still a possibility for any one of these teams making into the top 16. Circle all the way up towards that northeastern side, towards Stalber, a new territory for a lot of these teams. Actually, we haven't really played that in the survival stage so far, so it will be interesting to see where these lads do end up. Besiktas up towards Yaz. Have a good chance of it getting in towards position. Tem Entertainment even challenging Yaz as well. So I'm really loving the energy coming out from Tem Entertainment today. Unfortunately, still in 18th place. That's just how it goes when you're all the way at the bottom of the lobby at the beginning. You're still trying to truck onwards, even though they've had some darn good games, actually. In fact, coming through today, it's still not quite enough yet.
Hard northern shift, though, towards Tem might give them a chance to move up and take some position. Seen a couple of hard shifts today in general, Blank. A lot of water being encapsulated. A lot of back and forth as well. The team's really being given a run for those spots. We're on board with GK, current 22nd position holders. But with 48 points, they're only 9 points behind that bubble.
Still a ways to go, though. I mean, it's so interesting looking at the way that this is shaping up, with 23rd place being at 42 points, all the way up to 16th being at 57. There's only a 15-point gap, and that's a chicken dinner. No eliminations. That's going to send this between. I mean, there really is. There's so much chance for every single one. It's very hard for me to even keep track of it all. I think what we do need to do, though, is still congratulate LGD on the performance they've had today. I'd be pleased if they get towards that top 100 side. I think they've done very, very well during the survival stage to keep themselves in. Considering the fact that, remember, on day one of the survival stage, LGD did not look good. Looked like they were having a very bad time of it. And then, as with LGD fashion, you know, dropping down to 16th and then suddenly up towards the top of the tables, that just seems standard for them now. That's the way of the ninja for LGD, is just pretend like they're not very good at all and then suddenly start just blasting out their mind.
I mean, to be fair, they were the top performer from their group on that day. Outside of Group Green, it was 57 points they were able to get. But you're right, it sort of wasn't quite as coherent as we've seen in the first 2 games today. And to an extent, the last game as well, though they had a real tough time of it.
Yeah, I think they could just be so much further up in the leaderboard, right? If those first couple of games had been decent and not just a case of going out in 16th place, we could see LGD right now being on like 100 and some points, in which case the rest of the lobby would pale in comparison to LGD. And again, I have to reiterate this, you don't see it on your screen right now, but looking at the actual overall rankings, which you get to see over on that desk side, HVP, Vampire Esports, as well as Bacon Time, 143, 136, 131, and there's that big drop-off down towards 6 downward. Obviously, these teams do have still 3 more matches to play, but a lot of those points were just chunked up at the top, which is making this last little amount of teams, 13th downwards to 24th, just so close in contention to one another. Just makes it so volatile, which is what is making this for such an exciting final day of our survival stage.
The highest score we've seen on a single day so far, Blank, was 86 with Bacon Time's second day's performance from Group Green. Nice early rundown pick up against Vivo Keyed. Unfortunate for them, but great news for LGD. 86 points was the maximum daily score from Bacon Time, though. 84 on the first day from Damwon as well. Sorry, no, wait, hang on a minute. That's their overall score. Yeah, so 86 is clearing away the best single-day performance. So if you can match that, you're going to be absolutely happy with LGD starting the day on 57. If they were able to match Bacon Time's best day, that would put them up at 145, Blank. That would be... right on, hang on a minute, no, 143. I think it would draw them exactly even with HVVP. So if they can match the best day's performance from any team so far, they could match the first place as well.
There is still chance, there's still opportunity for that money at the top. I mean, LGD certainly now no longer playing to be in the last chance because they have secured their position in my mind. I think right now they're playing for that cash prize pool. So there's still $6,000 still there in the pocket to earn. 3 matches to do it in. Certainly doable. Very, very doable indeed. Get a couple of chicken dinners, get some big elimination games. This time around, though, LGD actually running directly towards Vivo Keyed at the moment. Most likely will steer clear of one another, knowing that they both have a long ways to go. Up towards Severny, up towards Stalber itself. DRS have situated themselves all the way on the top of the mountain.
Reject. Going for a little bit of a pickup onto Reichi. No, just repositioning the buggy. Forcing him to go running. Divine moving through as well. On the northern side, a lot of Stalber occupants. Quite a few late rotates. Seems like we're seeing a massive split between center and edge right now in the lobby.
A lot of teams already up on this side at the beginning. On those eastern compound drops. And a lot of teams down towards the south realizing, it's not worth it of how far they are out the way. Titan and Milter, phase in Milter Power on the Povka split. I8 coming in from Sosnovka. IHC still in Novo, in fact. I think for all these teams, they're realizing, our best bet probably is right now just to play edge. Understanding that most teams are going to be heading up towards Yaz itself. I think it is kind of insane to look at the amount of teams that have headed all the way up towards Stalber. And it also feels strange for me to say, because I know this is really some of the best teams playing. I think it's just a little bit of an oversight to send up here so early on when the circle can end up anywhere. Might not be up towards Stalber side. You don't want to be one of the teams running down the mountain having to face the gauntlet of all the other teams that have sent up here in the first place.
It feels like this lobby is playing chicken with center right now. I mean, we've seen a lot of emphasis on central positions, on central compounds, maybe less so on the Sandhawk, but on these, on the other maps, we have seen a lot of teams just crunch in. I mean, demonstrated probably most effectively by that Gatka compound fight that we saw in the first game of the day. The crazy spot where I think it was 5 different teams all tried to get that position because it was quite central. And it seems like teams are investing a lot in getting into these center positions and maybe paying the price for it. But with a shift like that, right up towards Stalber, they're going to be happy that they sent there anyway.
Yeah, I think that they have been saved by that circle. I would 100% say that. I don't think that necessarily always happens. But DRS, very pleased with themselves, chuffed to bits about the decision that they made early on to send all the way to the top of the mountain. Those risky plays that pays off sometimes. Certainly has this time around. It's a big check that comes through. Titans rotating very similarly to the guys from IHC. Yol maybe picked apart there. Axel wants to hit those shots, but he's already gone over the lip there, far away.
Not quite going to be able to find more than fear in the enemy. Titan just getting on the road, and a big shift again to deal with IHC. Stopping short to just heal on up. Ziol stays alive, the refuel is there. Bigatron, in the meantime, on the northern side of Stalber, embroiled with Tem Entertainment right now. Both teams have looked to turn it up today. Right now, 3 points apart on the table, 17th and 18th overall, but not really going for this engage. No one crashing in just yet. They're happy to have a position very, very central, and they're going to try and keep hold of it for as long as possible.
It's one of those positions, though, at the top of Stalber where it doesn't necessarily give you the best of sightlines down towards teams underneath. They will have to come up to engage against you. So holding maybe one side of that ruined area on the top is best. Yeah, everyone just trying to find a spot around the side here. Isolating those sightlines. I think BTR's found themselves a decent position over towards that northeast edge. They won't have to deal with any of these teams coming in from the southwest who all should be looking at one another.
Ooh, a trade off IHC. Taking a knock over to Zjol, but getting a flush onto Hamodi. That's a good trade in anyone's books, especially with the position they're in. They should be fairly flush to get that res off as well. No one behind them at this stage. The rest of Enigma Galaxy sent on in. Left him behind. Codless, though, still worried, and rightfully so. You just want to keep things going for IHC. Just want to keep that one ticking over. 76 points so far today. They're about to leave that danger zone. If they can put up a decent performance in this game, Blank, if they can get over that 80-point mark, they're going to be looking safer and safer by the second.
Absolutely. I think IHC have done a good job so far. Got a lot of these games where big points on board. Safety they're looking for, and they are reaching it quite quickly. LGD were hesitating quite a bit on that western side. Next circle shift up towards the Stalber edge, so I'll get the climbing boots on. The ice picks get dug in towards Stalber itself. Still BTR in a decent-ish position with that 2-2 split, watching down both towards that south and the west side. You'll have to be careful not to get caught out. I think we see a fair few many times that BTR lose an individual player and then things start to crumble there onwards.
Do not want to let that happen at this stage. IHC continuing to play from this south edge. They were late rotating in, and this edge is going quite well for them. They've managed to pick up a point over onto Enigma Galaxy. Now they're looking for their pound of flesh from 4 rivals as well, who changed up their IGLing. As we heard from in the interview, bottom of the tables, you do need to change something. But with a 1 going down, 4 rivals are going to be playing as 3. That's a flush very, very quickly from Icy. The roll-up was already coming in.
Pemburu, Puri as well as Voki all have to move out. But Pemburu already taking a lot of damage here. That south side. Zessi goes down to a rundown from Chuxi. Quite quickly too.
It was a double rundown. One of them ran over with a buggy. Chungsi just ran over the downed player as well with the second buggy coming on through. Swift 1-2 from LGD. 2 eliminations so far in the game. On the road, on the path up towards the top of Stalber. They'll hold on the southeast side.
Managed to find their way in. A really good pick in terms of the circle itself. The edge. Might even be able to send themselves up towards the top of Stalber if they really wanted to. Challenge out against some of those teams.
Oh.
Freak trying to take the prone position spray. Get it as accurate as possible, but you need to hit those shots because it's very difficult to get back up on your feet and then slink back round the corner. And IHC taking no chances here. Instantly capitalizing on this one. Fantastic stuff.
That's the call you want to see. Freak still low, but healing up in the meantime. Come down, IHC. They're not able to control these sight lines, but FaZe are at their back, and Alex is dispatched in those lines as well. Icy on broadside makes it to a little bit of a wall, but already taken damage, and Lycan has got excellent sight lines out that way. Godless spots a heal, and Lord will suffer for it. The burn is good as well. Now IHC looking to regroup, looking to refocus. Lycan, head torn off his shoulders there. IHC moving through really nicely. 3 players alive and active. Alex is down on the back lines, and unlikely they're going to go back for him at this stage. But Ralph in the top floor leaves Nick Galaxy, the last player, and will fall. 16th place, no eliminations. They're in that 11th place, 71 points on the game blank, but they need to put up a couple more to be in with a shot moving forwards. Alex is still down for IHC, and they are going to send out to the back to get that res.
Yeah, potentially getting back up on his feet. Great to see Icy taking full advantage of the new weapon, the Valet C. Suppressed Assault, absolutely doing some good work on the top side, spraying that thing down, fairly accurate. YZZ spots out Pemburu, as well as the rest of the squad. Good damage coming through. Now 4 Rivals just trying to live through this one, but underneath, still very surprising that we saw LGD able to slip undetected into this position. Essentially drop themselves the invisibility cloak around them and zoom on in.
Managed to get a really strong position, you're right. The ridge that they have, only really vulnerable from peaks from the top of Stalba, but nobody can go for those just yet. No one else is going to be able to get up into nade range. They'll be able to control the ground underneath them. Titan trying to move through 4 Rivals, finding 1, finding 2. Nades over to the back as well. Teak gets the flush. Pemburu, last standing for 4 Rivals. And the change-up of IGLing seems to not have mattered really too much at all. Going down in last place, it'll leave them with only 2 matches to play and a mountain to climb. Stalba won't be that mountain.
It's curious to see, though. I mean, 38 points as opposed to I8's 42 above them. Either way, I wanted to say that, you know, if 4 Rivals go down in 16th place now, that's it, they're done. But with the way the points are shaping up, there's still a potential that a chicken dinner in the next game, with a fair amount of eliminations, could see 4 Rivals back up towards 17th, 16th place. It is very, very weird, and I think that's what is really putting the fear of God in a lot of these teams at the moment, is that no matter what, it's very difficult to secure their place because it relies on a lot of these other teams doing badly. And it's no longer a case of one team has to go out. There's so many variables, so you just have to make sure that you're doing well. That's the only thing you can do in these games.
Play for those high expected value points, especially if you're in the bottom set. Sandstorm said over on the desk, you know, 4 Rivals, they can afford to make 1 mistake, maybe more, and still have a chance, as you were highlighting as well. That is the mistake. They've spent that chit already, and they will not have another to cash in. Which means that they need to play blinders in the final too as well. You're talking about teams towards that bubble position, relying on other teams to do badly. It's the same story for teams at the bottom. They have to rely on other teams doing badly when they have those pop-up performances that can see them up the table.
Tem Entertainment, still in 18th place, had a good day today, a fantastic day today. But to continue that trend onwards, end with the golden streak. Nade over the top over towards Vivo Keyed. Managed to make their way up to 16th place. I mean, Tem Entertainment were looking very good, but Vivo Keyed has pulled themselves out from a very sore spot within this tournament.
Tem. Vivo Keyed at their door. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's going to push Bevy off with a rebound on the Molotov. Hits the top of the window. Gives Tem a little bit of an opening, though. They might be able to... Sorry, gives Vivo Keyed a little bit of an opening. They might be able to keep this wagon rolling from the northern side, but the circle centers on LGD's position.
MVM sends out, picks himself up a loot crate. Looking very good now. And this is the power of LGD not committing towards that ruin position that DRS is in. You can always push for the ruin spot over the top of the Stalba Mountain, but leaving it is very difficult. Good nade there from Bevy. Sits Adrian down, but now GK's coming in.
They're going to sweep out on this northern side. They don't want to go straight for circle. They want to capitalize on third party
Reject.
here. Another knock. Reject. So it's a fourth party coming on through as well. This northern compound really under contest at this stage. Tem wondering why everybody's looking at them. And it's like, they're not even in the compound. Why is everybody fighting us? What is going on? They send out to try and deal with Vivo Keith's backstab. And they lay themselves bare. Bigatron are chiming into this fight as well. 5 teams with a chance into this engagement on a compound that isn't even in the circle, Blank.
There is a lot of eliminations to be found out here, though. And these teams know that placement points at this point in time just aren't enough. You need to get those big wins with a big elimination count that sends yourself flying up. And they understand that also, yeah, those big wins with big chicken dinners, one game, that's it at this point in time. With only 2 more to go after this, that could be you in a safe spot, unable to be left outwards. GK drop in, trying to finish the fight here. Bevy has to stand up, doesn't have the weapon out though.
But VK is still alive, and they're still on the top. Cielo drops down, was able to get the heal off. There's a backline player as well that you need to be worried about, and it will come to pass that it will have an impact on this game. But Zuxi's still there, and Bigatron are taking all these points away from them. Adrian last to fall, will fall to the scope of Zuxi. The spray is good, and all of these teams on the northern side commit to a fight for a position that had no value, and will pay the price.
Could not leave with those teams at their back, so we're forced to go for that fight over there. Once it started popping off, Tem Entertainment had the right idea to try and clear the teams out, but all of a sudden, everyone comes in from that northern side trying to make the big sweep, the big rotation over that edge. BTR's really capitalized very well. Bensu might have hit a good grenade there, but it's not enough. Alex drops around the side. The Val looking very good for this lad.
12 eliminations for IHC on this game, Blank. The south side playing well for them. 3 players
safety.
remain.
Yeah, that's 100% safety for them. No matter what happens now, I mean, they've bumped up the score so much. 88 with the eliminations alone.
Great news. Joining their countrymen. Well, whether they'll have a chance to join their countrymen in the PMGC Finals as they head over to the last chance with this game, with this performance. Game Lord moving through, trying to take on Aegon XIA. Both of these teams at danger right now, at risk. In that elimination zone, Akashi down already. And IQ holding off against 3 of them. Victor trying to play on this low ground, but the nades from IQ keep ringing on out. Robs takes a lot of damage. Aegon XIA really giving them a run for it. Victor down and loses the trade. Will fade away from Narvalo on the top, and Robs can't even see it either. And Nade does find it. And they will have lost IQ, but the south side's looking all right. Unfortunately, Titan are right there around the corner as well, and Aegon XIA, only the 1 player to activate. Blade wants to put a nade over towards Teak, but there's shots coming through from LGD to slow Titan down. They will force them off that cliff face as they're just seeing everything unfold beneath them.
Puncher happy to pick that one up. Blade very upset about that nade he threw earlier. There was a team nade, took down his teammate very low. 1 elimination for them. So a game that could have gone very far for them, lost. A quick moment. Zuxi doing work right now. The guys from BTR. Luxi does go down, but still moving through, clearing out those edges. IHC underneath, 2 players, 12 eliminations. Short. It might go out now, but that 12 elimination count has been massive. Essentially a 2nd place for them. Misery takes some shots. Yo goes very low there. Perhaps a nade might do it.
Stays alive, smoke blooms, heal possible. Liquid repositions on that top side as well. Might have an angle here. But the rest of BTR looking for a challenge. Zuxi steps out wide out of the tree, and Icy takes care of it. Ziol still very, very low. Looks like he's only going to have bandages to play with, and Sun HP lands the nade from Besiktas. This is a different team, of course. Why not have another third party on the Stalbert rolling sides? Besiktas, no eliminations so far in the game. So they do want to start to pick up those points. On the hillside, they're playing on the east edge. Fighting for position. Reject as well. They've been fairly consistent at keeping control of this northern side.
Yeah, Regiosio sent out on his lonesome to try and deal with the players from BTR underneath. Great opportunity there after that knock went through to get Zuxi back up. Regiosio as a solo A bit more scary than you might think. This guy was an absolute powerhouse from Japan for the longest of times. Really puts in some huge work for them.
Seoul again taken low, but not going to be knocked just yet. Besiktas do really have the angles on them, though. It's going to be very, very hard to move further forward. So they have the wrong rock. Looks like he was scoping out the wrong rock that IHC not currently playing behind. BTR, though, still being difficult. Piece spots one. Icy gets the challenge off and able to turn it around. Besiktas low. A nade over the top as well. Might find it. No, only takes a fraction of his health bar, but still speed things up. Bigatron have to move as well. IHC want another elimination on this game. Zyol and Icy moving through. It's on HP now with the challenge. Doesn't land the shots and Icy falls. Zuxi doing so much work for the squad of BTR. But only 3 eliminations to show for it. Looking for the res as well. A nade, that could be on target. Not going to get the knock, however. Will do a lot of damage. But it's to the downed player. That one will find the mark. And it's coming through from Bigatron to pick up those points. 12 eliminations though, Blank. You said it before. It looks like they're going to be safe. IHC will be seeing more from them.
6 limbs found for BTR. Required elimination as well. These smokes to move back up towards Reject's spot. Try and keep them clear of danger. Zuxi has an idea that Besiktas are also in the area at the moment. Titans going up against LGD. Currently being harassed on by all sides. And look how quick LGD are with it. To the deck and then back up again. Manning the sails. Axa tries to find one, but LGD are everywhere.
2 players left, actually just the one as T goes down as well. Sukila standing, a heavy hitter, but punches there. Will dish it out. There is a shot. Is that third party? Is that not Valo? I think it might have been. Gonna take down the Titans, but now LGD left with 3 players alive. Only Chungsir left. 5 eliminations, up to 6 now. LGD continue a solid streak. 6th place, 6 eliminations.
Game Lord also chasing 5 eliminations for them. Important game here for BTR. We said they were in trouble and they had to get themselves out of it. It feels like the brother of Zuxi brought in, pats Luxi on the back and tells him that he'll take care of it. He certainly has on this side with help of Misery and Liquid.
Besiktas playing on with 2. No eliminations still. DRS, they held the top of Stalba for so long. But the value of it really hasn't come through. If they'd have got a couple more eliminations on that northern side, maybe. If they take down Reject now, maybe. But as it stands, DRS have not put up enough of a performance to keep them fully safe just yet. However, they are on that 70-point mark. Getting 10 or more points will be excellent. Narvalo spotted. Will not win that fight. Chungsir from LGD adds to their tally and leaves Game Lord in the dust.
The fact that he's just rolling up on people at the moment, jumping out and instantly getting those trades. I mean, Naval had all the time in the world to line that one up, but again, Chungsir just too slick with it. LGD currently at 7 eliminations, looking to push this a little bit further, get that chicken dinner, and potentially, like you said, raise up towards that top post on the leaderboards. Misery backs up the buggy, gives up a bit more cover to play with. Liquid now moving through, moves up. In fact, nice nade from Zuxi. Killer, in fact.
Knows where they're going to be, apparently. Right over the top. Beautiful lob. And LGD, playing tag team with them, will be able to find the other player as well. Besiktas fall. No eliminations. Not great, but still some points on the board. 4 teams now remain. Reject with all 4 on the top. Looking pretty healthy.
Good circle for BTR here. Looking for a win, but MVM provides that anchor point. The rest of LGD to move over towards. Zuxi spots it. Looks over towards, Killer down. Reject really putting a world of hurt over towards DRS. Looking for a big game here, but I think they're still on 0 eliminations so far. He's going to go in for the drift. Back down the hill. Good shots.
Divine rolling forwards in the vehicle, diverts instead. Just rolling cover for them to duck in and out of. There's the spray, only 1 player left for DRS, and Reject haven't taken any knocks over their way. Plenty of damage to be seen, and LGD are looking to third party, but DRS eliminated, wiped out by Reject, playing coordinated.
0 limbs for DRS, unfortunate. Still, consolation prize there. A few points, 8 points on the board for that 4th place. Smoke shield down for Reject. They have the resupply on the loot crate. LGD keeping BTR at bay with that one player. They send another in now to try and support. Understanding that position on the map is going to be crucial later on, playing up against the ridge side itself.
Shots from Changxi will be dismounted. Reject just roll up, open the doors, smack him clean for 6. Reject can get those heals off from the top, leave LGD down at 2.
Suki, the man with the plan. 549 average damage total. This guy is absolutely monstrous. Finds one to start it off. Immediately goes for the explosion on the vehicle to do a little bit more damage, but just this is already out the way. Ragey moves around. Can they get the player back up again? That could be a good grenade over towards BTR as they move up. A huge amount of damage set in, but Misery doesn't go down. It's disastrous there for LGD. BTR might be able to restabilize off the back of it, but MVM, he's in.
He wants this challenge, he needs this fight to go well for them. For LGD to stay up in this game, Misery goes down first and it's a good start. Will they be able to find a second? There's very few meds for LGD, but MVM's still active. Suki is down, MVM looking to try and go high and will be able to find the shot. Zuxi, can he stay alive? MVM looking for those flushes, confirm the points where you can, because Reject are knocking on the door. Suki is super low, and MVM's there. Zuxi wants to confirm the second place, won't be able to sneak the shots through, looks for another challenge.
Just a tap.
MVM finally falls, and now Reject can roll on down. A 1 versus 4. It's gonna be too much for Zuxi, but second place for Bigatron. Reject at the top. Japan are gonna be happy with that performance.
Goodness me, in the vehicles, moving around, hit him with the Tokyo drift there at the end as well. Beautiful stuff coming out from Reject. A much needed win for them. They're already set up in a good position towards the top of the tables, and that should set them even better towards safety. Again, that is relief for Reject. They've been having some wavy games towards the start of the day, a little bit not what they were looking for, but that exactly is what they needed towards the end of the day here with 2 matches left to play.
Ragey, MVP, nice and evenly spread. 587 damage, 4 limbs. Not miraculous, but very effective nonetheless.
A really nice game overall for a lot of these teams that needed it. LGD still going strong though, and I mean, MVM, a sliver of HP, could have gone very differently for BTR if he'd just taken a tiny little bit more damage, or if that nade wasn't so good over towards the players of BTR as they moved up. Really set them in a bad spot. But Zuxi stays away, comes back in, cleans up the pieces, and is able to pick up that second place, but it was too much when Reject came down. But again, yes, BTR, we said they were in trouble, they needed a big win, or at least good amount of points, and that was the game for it. Getting a second place, the amount of eliminations they had, that is really good stuff. So for both BTR and Reject, yes, massive relief in terms of where they sat in that game.
I mean, BTR were looking for 15 to 25 points to try and breach that gap between them and the bubble and where we expect it to be. They put up a whole load of those points in this game, so you're right, what a relief. With that though, Skylights Gaming might not have been knocked out in this game. I'm going to have to wait for the overalls to come through. Very excited, but Reject, very, very happy as well.
You know what, Max, man? I'll let you take this one away because you seem excited.
I was starting to lose hope, Jason. Like, they get so close to this chicken dinner, they never get the actual win. This is the decisive playstyle I wanted to see from Reject from like the very start. of the survival stage, and we finally saw it. We finally saw that glimpse of hope from Reject, and this is going to push up in the great position to remain in that top 16. Man, I think they could have maybe took that fight versus DRS a little bit sooner, but when they committed to the fight, it was just like full send onto DRS, full send onto LGD's position, then full send onto Luxy from BTR. I'm happy. I'm sold. Finally, this is the team that I wanted to see from Japan. This is my Reject, and I'm happy right now, Jason. I'm having a great time.
You know what I'm happy about, Sandstorm?
What?
Bigatron, 20 points.
Right, finally, we've seen them show up. Zuxi went huge. He was subbed in this game as well, so that change definitely affected how BTR performed this game. But IC and IHC, this is the second time we've seen him with a 4-digit damage number, and it's just absolutely insane. 1.4k in this game, previously he hit a 1.5k, and IHC throughout today's games, absolutely sensational. Very happy with what I'm seeing, and this is exactly what we were expecting after seeing them perform in the group stage. Where was this on day one? Where was it?
Well, so this is the question, right? Is it the case of Group Green just being so dominating, or is it a case of maybe just needing some time to warm up? Maybe that was just a bad day.
Yeah,
it is true. Like, going into the last chance, if they can replicate this versus Group Green, I would be really happy to see that. But I think it's a good point to bring up, Jason. Group Green not being a part of this equation does enable this to happen maybe a little bit more often for IHC. But like, they took so many fights, Sandstorm. This was an amazing game for IHC. They were getting gate-kept, they were going uphill. Like, it was really hard fights IHC were taking. And at one point, I think they pushed onto Nigma Galaxy while they were getting third-partied by FaZe. And I think it was Icy just pulled out the mini 14s, like, no, you stop that third party. Headshots like 2 players instantly.
Yeah.
They're looking fantastic. I'm loving it. I just hope they can do it versus Group Green now.
Yeah. And this is one thing I kind of thought about and brought up at the beginning of the show is, now that Group Green isn't there, who out of these two groups is going to be the stronger one? And when we're looking at the stats, the teams from Group Yellow have been performing a lot better. So far, they secured 3 out of the 4 chicken dinners that we've witnessed. And even in the game where they didn't, DRS got the chicken dinner, but it was Vivo Keed with the most points. So right now, Group Red, they need to step it up. They're not performing, and Group Yellow is definitely surprising me for today.
Well, you know what else is surprising, Sandstorm?
What?
We have to stick around to find out here. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we're getting things ready for our 5th match of the day. You ready, Sandstorm, to find out what else is surprising?
What?
How amazing Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream are, because it was made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile 90Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Did you know that, Sandstorm?
I did not, but now that I do, can I have one, please?
You can buy one.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
I guess I'll just.
Let's take a look at our overalls. Let's get an idea for the team stat. We don't even talk about you buying this phone anymore because they're going to send us one for free, right? Right, Sony Xperia? We can see here our top 12 Power Esports, the next team out of Group Green that potentially can be knocked out, sitting at 78 points right now. But we have seen some movement. IHC 7th place, Reject 8th place. We finally do have a response here to just the domination we've seen out of Group Green. But again, Maxman, as we head to that second page, this is what I'm going to be curious about. Where do the teams currently stand? And Game Lord will be the bubble at the moment, tied at 61 with Vivo Key.
Oh my, it is so close. And I think it might just come down also to some tiebreakers, just like it happened for Group Yellow, right? For Reject, which they barely missed out to T2K. it might be coming down to that. If you can get a chicken dinner in these last 2 matches, that could be the difference maker. But as we know, Skylights Gaming did get pushed out, so as we know, their run ends right here.
It's unfortunate for them, but you know what? They just have to deal with what's happened, and at least they got a lot of experience here from this event, and hopefully can come back next year. But Sandstorm, Bigatron, they made it through. Also, you mentioned 4 rivals before. They can afford to have 1 mistake, but that mistake has been had here in that last match. Voki leading, 16th place finished. Coincidence? Hopefully not. But they have to go big here in these next 2 games.
Oh, they have to go absolutely huge. It needs to be a minimum of a top 3 along with an insane amount of eliminations, because now this game is going to decide it. This game is going to give us an idea if any of the teams at the very bottom are going to make it. And then that final game, of course, will tell us who are going to be the 16 teams to qualify through. But now BTR, there's no need to watch them. They made it. They got to the top 16.
What?
But are they going to make it to the top?
They could be knocked out still.
It's up in the air. True, it's up in the air. It's up in the air. I was just trying to be positive.
Very hopeful, yeah.
Very, very hopeful, yeah.
I like Bigatron, but now that you said Bigatron are locked in, I'm just like, I want to see them get knocked out just to see you eat your words.
BTR prank? Oh no. I don't want to see the BTR prank. Please don't do it. No, it's too late now.
No, can we not?
I mean, Game Lord, though, for instance, like on this bubble, is extremely tense. Extremely scary right now, because Game Lord know they can't afford to have a mistake at all if they want to maintain top 16. If anything, they need to have some decent results here, and we're going to find out if they will have those indeed with John Allen and Blank. We're going to take us into our 5th match.
We're going right into match number 5, and it's starting to be worrisome. We've seen Skylights Gaming take that dive, but Power put so much into the final game yesterday, but was it enough? 78 points is that mark, is that goal for teams like Vivo Keyed for Game Lord.
There's a lot of teams that can still make their way up there, honestly, John. It's a little bit frightening, like you said, for Power. I think there's still opportunity for those 10 points, 7 points here and there for a lot of these teams like Vivo Key, GK, Tem Entertainment to maybe try and pump their way upwards. But also Game Lord, Enigma Galaxy, Besiktas, and Bigatron Red Aliens. I mean, they're catching up now to the guys from Power, and quite fast. And Vivo Key certainly not done with their run as of yet. They've been performing very well all day, and in 17th place, right on the cusp of it. Look who it is. It's Enigma Galaxy once again, 15th place, right on the edge of being eliminated here. They do have that 10-point buff between them and Game Lord, so a little bit ahead. But again, we've seen them in this scary position before over in the group stage. It is odd to see them here again.
It came right down to the wire. But then again, I mean, someone's got to be fighting for these last spots. And to be fair, when you sort of order all of these groups, right, it's gonna fall. You're gonna fall somewhere in that bottom set if you come through in that 15th, 16th place, right? So it's not unlikely that you'd see them down here, especially when you consider that those teams in 15th, 16th in other groups are going to be even lower than that. So Enigma Galaxy potentially at the top of their class for the 15th place teams.
Still a chance, though, for a lot of these guys in the lobby to pump up those points now. 2 more games to do it in. Got Miramar heading over to Erangel to finish it off on the good old favourite. Playing path down towards the south side, heading up towards Tierra Bronca. A lot of places available on the map. A little bit more of a stretch up towards El Pozo as well as La Cobradia, but certainly you'll see the teams picking up those vehicles nice and early on to grab them. Titans out early towards their usual drop spot over towards that Minas. So down towards Los Higos and Valle de Mar, so not bad for them at all. This is good news. An LGD dropping out nice and early, heading up towards Power Grid, San Martin, and then maybe up towards El Pozo. It depends on the circle. Usually that's where they're dropping. They'd like to grab some vehicles and get up there soon. BTR, though, happy days for them last game. See if they can continue that kind of performance into this one. They only need a few more points now today to really secure themselves over towards the last chance and give them the chance to get towards the grand finals.
Potential hot drop though for BTR. Looks like they are going to have some company, or they're going to give themselves some company close to Tem. Another hard shift blank, this time all the way out to the west on Miramar. This is a lot of unplayable ground on the western side, a huge chunk of that just inaccessible.
Very difficult to head towards. I mean, LGD probably want to get a move on quite quickly, head up towards El Pozo, get some nice spots there. Obviously, they've dropped around Power Grid at the moment. Vivo Keyed very close to them, have to just sent away. A lot of these players suffering, but Diego able to pull out a weapon and find at least one of them on towards Chung Si. That's going to give time for the rest of his team to regroup, restabilize. A very important pick off there from Vivo Keed. Understanding, in 17th place, this would be the worst time for them to suffer casualties.
It's fairly isolated, this knock for LGD, but the main thing, as you say, is to stop that threat, if nothing else. Tem, though, weren't able to stop it from coming through from Aegon XI8. UZM moving forwards towards Bevy. Mormon rotating in past these buildings as well. Looks to get in for this res, for this party bus. The race is on. Only the one weapon in hand. Has got a vest and a helmet, though. So on the early doors of this fight, could be looking good. The rest of Aegon XI8 moving in as well. I imagine they're just going to try and jump in this bus as fast as possible. Actually, no. They're going to hold out. They're going to try and play as a duo and try and fend this one off. Bevy, there was a first aid in someone's inventory. I think it might be Mormon's, though. Looking for that heal. Will be able to pop it. They did trade that over.
Very scary time here for Tem at the moment. They did a lot towards the beginning of the day, but start to slip down just a little bit. 52 points. Bit of a run to get up towards that top spot, and losing a player like that against AIA, 44 points. Not a lot left to lose for them. They can just take it to the guys from Tem Entertainment. The dream is slowly slipping away.
Really bad start. Bad news for Tem. 2 players left. A nice angle onto UZM, and will cut him down, but not before he gets behind some cover. Looks for more as well, as IQ gives it the shimmy and shakes off the bullet storm. Dusts off the raincoat and pushes in for another. Ghost will be able to spot a player close. Drops the nade low. Will not be able to find it, but the spray is there. Has the UMP. Needs to fall out and reload here. Is there an answer coming through from Onzen? Shotgun in hand now, controlling the stairwell. M4 just suppressing fire. And Tem are taking 1v4s time and time again.
UZM back up on his feet. Back in the mix.
Oh dear.
Onzen, fortunately, has the nade out. It's not enough, and now just down to SO. M249, best 1v4 weapon he could ask for. Far away from the guys from I8. Be looking to clear him out, but he might just go for a survival run here on Miramar. Difficult to pull off as a solo. Done before, though. Can be done again.
With the points as close as they are, it's very, very reasonable that you just put up 6, 7, and you're still in the running for the last game. Certainly not going to be looking for the high scores in this game. Buggy out. See themselves away. By the way, Blank, LGD did not go to El Pozo. Instead, it was Nick McGalaxy, and El Pozo going to stick around by Power Grid. FaZe, we're on board with them. Pretty close to the center, Montenuevo area. IHC, who have been blasting today. I mean, specifically Icy, been brutal in their run. Currently 7th place, 89 points. They were able to get 12 eliminations in the last game, Blank. Looks like they're going to be starting to rack these up early as well. First one goes over to them. Another player from... Was that Vivo Keed? I think that might have been Vivo Keed falling down. Losing a player.
And one down, and now they move up towards Game Lord's spot. Team that wants to pick up some points here. 16th place, right on the cusp. They need a good game here as well. See themselves a bit more safe. Shotgun Master Robs finally pulls it off. Looking a little bit worse for wear over the last couple of games, out of practice. Those big guns. That was a Cielo. A little bit more. Nice shot. The Winnie doesn't quite do enough damage, though.
Uh-oh. Godless has the mini. And in come the rest of IHC as well. There's oversight on this engagement from IHC. They spot Cielo. Last player active for Vivo Keed. Sorry, there's 2 still going. But McGrellan completely off in the distance. Nowhere nearby at all. So a knock onto Cielo would be the end of it. IHC, though, not so distant. Not so far flung from one another. Cielo's just trying to get out and get for these survival games. You can see how important these games are with a number of teams just bugging out on one. Not going to try and confirm it. Game Lord spotted. Waiting for the shots. Godless. Can't wait to open fire. Bated breath. Waits for the team shots, but not really able to get that position in time. Not going to be able to get a knock over towards Game Lord, although they were damn close.
I mean, the dust on their feet was just sending blasting upwards towards their face as those bullets just hit the floor and hit the bodies as well. So I think for Game a little bit worried about this one, sending even further out. That is a dangerous run, and they go for it anyway. It's scared if I was Game Lord. Don't need to make these kind of movements. They got a central spot. Kind of want to get back towards that compound they were holding before, inside the concretes.
Shots from Godless. Over to
Tempting
Narvalo.
fate right now.
They really are. They can't decide. And for some reason, IHC can't seem to make any of this damage stick. But this is a lot of meds being used, a lot of damage to the armor of Game Lord.
Yeah, suffering slightly. Only level 1 military vests available. An LGD off in the distance. A bit worrying. And I think for Game Lord at the moment, it's just a case of sharing those supplies because they really do not have a lot on board. And being in the center of the circle, there's not much of that opportunity to go for a little bit of a rotate over towards a better spot within the circle and pick up some loot along the way. Teak spots Besiktas moving past.
He takes shots, looks for the party bus at the back. Enjoy caught with one, but only the one headshot for the M4, not going to manage it. Will he be able to follow it up? 3x on board and not going to land those either. So Enjoy sails away as the rear guard for Besiktas' rotation on that western edge.
Enjoy, flips the vehicle. It's back on with it. Not seen many successful flips on the party bus before, but there you go. Got one of them. Big breakout towards that north side. DRS, 4 Rivals, and Box Gaming all rotating very close to one another. This is last chance for 4 Rivals, though. If they don't get a good game here, I would say it's pretty much over for them. Not making it towards that last chance at this point.
Very tricky. Besiktas moving in, continuing to press north on the circle shift blank towards El Pozo. LGD on the eastern side of it. Going to control those hills. We've seen finishes near this area before, but they sort of came from circles that lent a little further north. So it's interesting that we're going to see so many teams to the south of El Pozo this time.
Yeah, big shift on the circle here. A lot of teams from these groups playing down towards the south anyway, which is why you see so many teams down in this area. A lot of Group Green was heading up towards that north side in the first place. So you could see that a lot of the lobby had already adjusted and was just sticking to their drop spots before, which is what makes it weird when you set these two lobbies against one another, all playing in very similar positions to steer clear of the green lobby itself. Very strange, but making for a very interesting and fun last day of survival stage. Zjol's taking names at the moment, though.
It's just open season on anyone who steps up. Pinch that knock away as well. GK struggling right now. We'll have a little bit of cover from the high ground, sure, but they're going to have to pop some smokes, and Besiktas are going to push in from the other side and try and control that ridge further west of their position. Actually, they might just even sail underneath it. Not really going to be controlled. Shots over towards Enjoy again, but he's very safe. He's in his party bus blank. He can't be touched in that thing. Titan trying to rotate in behind as well. They're going to have to fling further west and actually probably wrap around to some of the hills towards the northwest of El Pozo.
Currently just looking at these teams who are sending pretty quickly, like you said, towards El Pozo here. Box Gaming sends further down. They had a substitution, sending Soaz in, Bensu out. Soaz is a good option. I'm not sure why they had him out in the first place. Usually does some very good work for the team as a support. Propping up the rest of the team very, very well there, allowing Trismay to go for more of these pop-off clutch moments. There's Tem, final player. SO moving through. Reject might have something to say about this, though.
Ragnar knocked again as well. Reject coming on through, crunch in the back. Circle shifts towards El Pozo, and it might be an urban environment finish. LGD have already moved into town blank on that eastern side, controlling quite a lot of the ground as well.
LGD like to do this quite often, taking up a fair amount of position, but now as we get a little bit more centered towards El Pozo, looks like they'll regroup down towards Suki. I think that's a really good decision as well. It's very central here for them. So more than likely, we're going to end up inside of El Pozo here. And taking that central spot makes it very difficult for teams to move out. We've seen this kind of finish before in El Pozo. You know that south side is very good for a while. Enigma Galaxy currently holding some good high ground, but they understand that high ground is only good for so long as they send 2 of their players inside the city itself. The rest of them can regroup on top of them.
Spray down from Soaz, the subs in for Box. It's going well to start things off. Scryer's there. They all want to punch and 4 rivals. This is a game where they need big numbers, Blank, so losing a player, tricky for them, but they are in this urban spot. You can play pretty effectively with 3. Unfortunate to lose 1, but they still have a chance to keep this going.
Enigma Galaxy loses a player to Gamelord. They're direct competitors, 15th and 16th place going up against one another. Not flushed out as of yet, though, and Vivo Keyed looks like that might be it. FaZe take them down. 17th place, still a chance in the next game, but they wanted it to be a little bit easier. Getting points now on Miramar would make that angle less stressful. I think we guys have that player confirmed now by Gamelord, John.
Vivo Keyed. Denied 2 chicken dinners so far today. Those extra points would have seen them into the bubble. Gamelord are on the fight path as well. Aegon XA8 trying to hold off against IHC. No easy feat. These teams really up against it now. A heal allowed to go off as Ghost tries to cook the nade. Bounces it off the window. The side of it, but won't be able to find the damage. Alex burns through the bottom of the stairs. This blade falls and should be flushed pretty effectively. Ziol still just on this high ground, dominating these sight lines. Moving Aegon XA8 wherever they decide they want them to go. Know that they're going to be pushing him upstairs, and Alex back in on the ground floor here against Ghost. There's a Molotov there to burn him out yet again, taking damage already, half HP. There's really nowhere to go. Perfect 1-2 Molotov coming on through from IHC. And they are going to be able to take that one down. Nice set of limbs. There was a knockback over to IHC, but they should be able to res that one through.
Clean stuff coming through from that team so far. I8 goes down, 44 points with 3 eliminations, make that 47. Still quite close to a lot of these other teams, but FaZe, GK, Tem, as well as Box yet to go out yet and get a little bit of a lead above I8. Again, making that next game harder for them. Shiktus, 3 players left alive, 14th place for them. Still in a reasonable position. I think it's that buffer between Enigma Galaxy and Gamelord where it dropped down by 10 points. That's the big thing to overcome. Lead starting to draw apart right now, but with Enigma Galaxy already losing 1 player to Gamelord, who are in a very, very good spot. If they can capitalize off the back of this game, maybe Gamelord see themselves to a much secure position. It's only so long you can hang off the edge towards last chance before the fingers get tired and the shoulders start to become a bit numb.
Titan need to push through. They're 87 points right now. Should see them fairly safe going into the last game, but more is better when it comes to points, I'm sure. Puncher looking to take these shots, take down the players from IHC, but it's just not working out for them. These party buses going well in this Miramar game, seemingly, as protection. 2 players from IHC in that pickup, but won't take any damage themselves. The vehicle, though, that's another matter. Should get IHC into a spot to move into the town, though.
IHC moving in, having a right blast-off game today. Very good stuff. Again, Mongolian team that took the world by surprise. Taking that 3rd place back in 2020 of the PMGC, when they were formerly known as Zeus. A really, really strong team. Yol's always been one of the key members for them. And it's nice to see they've been able to back that up with some new members as well. Alex looking really good for the team.
I mean, they were pushed off the top of the of Mongolia a little bit, right, by the godlike stalwart roster. They qualified top of Group Green. Action Pika, Scry, and top. Very, very difficult team to play against. But they are certainly making their mark here. A double nade over. Demonstrates that point perfectly. Finding 2 knocks over towards Titan. And they should look to try and confirm this, but there's FaZe for peppering shots at the back to slow things down. Actually, Alex low, knocked out as well, has cover. In the meantime, the other players are getting pretty low as well. Shots from Titan as they sense a little bit of weakness here. take him low, and Icy now knocked as Alex gets flushed. Nades continue to pour on through, and IHC, they started off very, very well, but these two knocks baited them in and caused FaZe to have an open shot at them.
Yeah, FaZe has done an absolute injustice there to IHC, but it works out well for them. Really good shots coming their way. Titans look like easy prey coming through for IHC, but FaZe in the backside is what happens when you get a bit too aggressive, a bit too careless, a bit too loose with your gameplay. You forget that on Miramar, there's always targets that can be coming out from the blue. 5 eliminations so far, though. It's decently good for them. I feel like IHC have been getting most of their points just from elimination points alone. It's a little bit crazy, but good to see as well. Beginning of this last game, they were very much tied in terms of placement points as well as a Limzo. 45-44, a nice even result for them.
Keeping it going. 14th place at the moment, 5 elims. Won't be the best, but it's still points. They are already over that 90-point mark. Would be good to see them into the century. But IHC continuing on with 2. There's Blue Zone. Going to be shifting down and will catch the south side of things. They are not in this next one, but Titan want to sweep them away nonetheless. 2 players move forward, so Titan, they have got that high ground position. The nade being cooked on up, right over the top, finds damage, but no knocks, but there's more still to come. Another one after the other, nades flying on through. Potso centered on towards again. We are definitely going for an urban finish here, Blank.
Meantime, LGD moved a little bit more central, left Suki behind as a backstop. Inside one of the 2 stories, able to look out through the windows. Game Lord haven't moved at all, though. Remained in their position, trying to hold out versus Nigma Galaxy. Kind of locked in that spot by the grip from Nigma Galaxy on that side. LGD, though, long shot coming through over towards FaZe. That's all the way down towards the south.
That is technically an opening for IHC to disengage. They will be able to take that chance as Godless makes his way over the hill, but will not be safe just yet. Careening down that cliff face, trying to get to some sort of cover, and gets away with it. Maybe moving towards reject, though, and some difficult terrain ahead. The regroup, can it come through? Is there a vehicle at the back for Zeol? No. The knock comes out. Godless was already taken down by reject as well. 5 eliminations in 14th place. IHC, they're drawn to a close here.
Good stuff coming through from Game Lord right now. GK suffering to the hands of them, as well as Nigma Galaxy down to the last player on their side. So Game Lord looking to convert on this game, as Nigma Galaxy realized they had to move through. Kashi will confirm Lord. Another goes down. Now just 1 solo left alive. Game Lord should try and deal with that, though. The amount of times that we've seen Game Lord suffer to just the 1 player that they left in the back wings.
FaZe 2 and 2. They leave players at the back, and they'll work their way down the hill now. Box playing as 4 rivals, still as 3, and still needing massive games to put themselves in with any sort of a chance. But there's so many players ahead of them in the queue. 38 points right now. You're looking at needing upwards of 40 points to see yourself safe in these last 2 games, and with 1 elimination so far in the game, they're going to need to put in a massive shift here.
Decent enough spot for them. Move a little bit further down towards the center, like you say. There's still a chance. I think getting towards the top 5, fairly direct route for them. They can go for. LGD currently holding 2 compounds at the same time. That's really aggressive stuff. Nice to see as well. A lot of strength, a lot of power been exerted here by LGD. It's really difficult for any of these teams to actually even challenge that out anymore. And it becomes a very good play because why is LGD able to give oversight to one another as long as they're not peaking at the same time? And no one's really going to be making that run over towards Suki or Chungsi or MVM's position just because there's no space to make that run. And if you do, you're going to get shot out by 3 separate teams. Really, really well done for LGD to secure that position nice and early on.
Box on this northwest side. The next circle pops and moves in closer to that center. Besiktas out in the cold, really. Gonna have to make their move through, but there's still lots of cover. There's teams in the way, sure, but moving closer to the center in urban environments can be a little bit easier given the amount of hard cover that you're able to play around.
Finding that position inwards is good. But as you can see, as you get close towards the center of El Pozo, there's a lot of these high buildings. A lot of stories to play from, a lot of windows where potentially there might be a player, so it's difficult to track all those targets as opposed to a 2-story where there's realistically only 4 windows that you might be peeking out from. So a difficult place to track Titans. In their quick run downwards, FaZe should have spotted this, taking shots up their way.
No angle for a team shot until MR5 enters the mix, and now they can all start to step up and open fire. As soon as they cross that gap, that's when they knew they had that crossfire. FaZe will tear Titans down. Bigatron are going to have their chance at being part of the fight, but Ventores has other ideas. Backs them off of that one. Turns it around. Takes the shots over towards Bigatron. 12 teams still remain blank in Zone 6.
It's like Game Lord's trying to pick up some of the eliminations as well. Up to 4 now. Enigma Galaxy not quite out yet. Still hiding. The last player, Ralph. Zessi hits the floor. Enjoy. Looks to be the last player remaining now for Besiktas. 73 points. Certainly not 100% safe. And now Tem Entertainment try to get their solo as far as possible. And he certainly did, but not enough. GK also, massive casualties coming their way from Reject, who have been looking a lot stronger towards the end of the day.
Really important for Enigma Galaxy to hold on here with their solo player, but it looks like it might have been spotted potentially. No. Okay, well, GK go down in the meantime anyway. Another point over towards the 4 rivals bucket. But Enigma Galaxy, with Game Lord on 4 eliminations and 4 players alive, playing on that south side, they have got quite a lot of power here, and likely that they're going to overtake Enigma Galaxy's points total after this game, which would leave Enigma Galaxy on that bubble. So keep themselves going, because we know that bubble is looking good to be somewhere in that 70-point region. At the moment, they're right at the bottom end of that scale on 71.
Pretty terrifying stuff. Akashi pre-fires, spots Lycan, and looks for the elimination point. Doesn't confirm it, though. Every single elimination point is really important at this point in game, and I wouldn't suggest going for the second. Lycan and Tony K down, though, there might be an opportunity to recall the rest of the squad, but it's only Akashi here, so cannot keep going for these peaks. If he goes down, very unlikely they'll be able to pick him back up again.
Go Reject. A massive push forwards for 2 of their players. Reiji, just as, nearly both make it through, but caught on the outside there. 4 rivals to spot him out. The buggy goes up, nearly finding that second as well onto Reiji, but that heal comes through for Reject. They have a forward outpost now. 4 rivals. Looked like they were able to get that, but it might have got over to someone else because they still only have 2 eliminations.
Only the 2 so far. A bit awkward for 4 rivals. Would like to get a few more, but I meant, again, there's so many teams in this area that can take shots. It's difficult. Game Lord in the meantime move up towards where Akashi was playing after he called that. Able to do some good damage over towards FaZe, and they're locked in this building and have to move in shortly. The next circle as well, getting towards Akashi's position was crucial. Good thing he stayed alive, provide that anchor point to the rest of the team, and lasso themselves back over onto that side and keep themselves safe for a bit longer. LGD, again, though, still holding a really strong split. So much power presented here. Very difficult to get close to them. They're playing the end game right now.
4 rivals, 1 up, 2 down. And Beru with the high ground position. Reject try and crash exactly the same way, and it goes exactly the same way. LGD, though, might be able to steal away most of these eliminations. Blocks are moving in on the ground floor in the meantime, and Happy needs to control it with the auto shotgun down the corridor. It could be good, but he's lit up, coming on through from an off angle. Blocks are pushing on through, so as Scry, Break, all moving on in, trying to pincer this one away. 4 rivals with the fight for their tournament at this stage, Blank. Going down here would mean curtains for their run, I think. There's no way that they could do it if they don't pull through here. And now they're down to 2 players. Trisme getting rezzed up by Break. A nade could be important, could be crucial. Voki, the newly minted IGL for today, needs to test the metal now.
2 players sitting upstairs, box with 4. It's a matter of time. Navallo, beautiful shot over towards YZZ, peeks out for a little bit too long there and suffers the consequence. Able to get back behind the door though, so Game Lord able to confirm that one. Ralph still living. looking to send himself up a little bit further, understand that they need to get the survival points. And if anyone's going to do it, it is Ralph. This guy was the healer. He was outside the blue half the time, most tournaments over in Sanhok. And he knows exactly how to remain hidden, unseen.
So many crazy little angles that LGD are looking to extricate value from against Box and against 4 rivals on the upstairs. But both of those teams are going to have to leave in the next circle, closing in 30 seconds. LGD take a knock their way. They are looking for that res. We'll be able to manage it, I imagine. Just shimmying it back a little bit more. Teams on the south side. Game Lord have managed to stay in it. 4 players alive. And on the south.
This is the problem, though, with these urban finishes, that no matter what happens, what you're realistically looking at is a very long game before you start to find value in terms of placement points. With the amount of teams are able to find that hard cover, find those compounds, and live out towards Zone 8. I mean, we've got 9 teams in Zone 8. So unrealistic for anywhere else on the map to happen. But here it is. This is what happens when you've got so much hard cover, so many little bits where you can divert attention from one another. Game Lord's still going very strong, though, from their side of the map, and they need to clear out as much area as possible on this side so they can make a move.
Just Luxy remaining now for Bigatron. That's cut down. Take it away. I think that was from Game Lord again. 9 eliminations. They're starting to really rack them up. FaZe are now under their purview, under their sightlines as well. And this warehouse has been so powerful, this arena for them is just so valuable. The windows, the high ground that they've been able to get from this are absolutely invaluable.
Going to our last zone now, Zone 9. Voki finds Reject on the top floor, looking for a high placement here to set themselves up, but stand still for too long. Going down in 7th place with 2 eliminations, it's not enough. They've played out for 28 minutes, but El Pozzo does not reward those who go out early like this. And I say early, it's 28 minutes, 29 now. You've got to go further.
9. We're into the final zone, Blank, and it will be closing in as well fairly soon. It's actually coming in right now. We're still 6 teams alive. This is crazy. Game Lord moving on in. 9 eliminations are on the cards for them. And they have been doing so much work to stay away from the bubble. 6th place, 8 eliminations for FaZe. Box, 3 eliminations on the card. All 4 of them still alive. It's only them, DRS and LGD, who have managed to weather the storm unscathed. Still at full force. But the push needs to come through. DRS on the outside, on the outskirts. LGD need to leave their buildings as well. And they will push forwards, keep that leapfrog going. Finally, Game Lord are dispatched on 11 eliminations. But what a run from them to try and see themselves safe moving into the final game. LGD starting to rack up these points as well now. They want their run for the top.
All these points coming through. You can see so many teams start to rack up those eliminations. Reject, live for a long while. Good shot comes back, but it's from Suki. The man, the myth, the legend from within the building for LGD. MVM more than likely will go down to this one. Tries to sprint out of the way, jump from that grenade.
Uh-oh. Reiji not quite able to line him up on the outside, but 2 players from Box go down to a nade. Coming in from Suki and YZ on the outskirts. 2 players now active for Box. The burn is good
Massive
from YZ.
volley.
Slows things down. Oh, is it going to spread towards him? A nade is going to actually find his way through the window. Coming in from DRS. They're still very, very close by. 4 teams remain. DRS suffering. Reject finally fall. Now we're down to just 3. Delta, last player standing from DRS. 1 player on the inside for Box and 2 from LGD. 7 eliminations. Spot Delta on the outside. Bring that up to 9 as they're rattling them on down. 2 teams remain. Soaz, though, on the warpath. Last player standing. And it's Suki versus Soaz to try and close out the chicken dinner here in El Pozzo. The circle continues to shrink, and Suki has to go for the drop shot. Drops down, knows they're behind the door, will be able to go for the push, goes out wide, and it's going to be LGD to take it down. Suki, what a guy, able to do so much work for the squad, and LGD continue their run for the top.
Just a massive elimination count. So aware of their surroundings. They have precision positioning towards the center of that circle for so long, edging their way in towards that area and then holding it down so well. Once they find a compound, they reinforce it like there is no tomorrow, and it's a veritable fortress that these teams have to go through. They just have the archers placed on all edges. The fortress gates are closed. You need a battering ram to go through, and Box Gaming just did not come prepared for that. Still though, Box taking second place with a fair amount of eliminations was hugely important to them in those last few moments, especially last few moments here of this survival stage. Game Lord 2 getting a lot of points on board with a 5th place finish and 11 eliminations. Enigma Galaxy now starting to feel the heat a little bit, with not many eliminations found, and right on the edge, right on the cusp. Once again, they find themselves in danger, just like in the group stage.
Absolutely crazy. And with that chicken dinner, LGD are looking fairly good to jump up. I mean, I didn't keep track of exactly how many elims they had, but it's going to be close to coming up to a high 20-point game. So about 27, 28 points, something like that. And HVVP at the start of this game was at 32 points ahead in first place. No other team has been able to get 2 chicken dinners now. It is only HVVP and LGD, and it all comes down to the final game to secure that top spot. Will they be able to make the run? And who will be able to claim those spots in the last chance scenario?
LGD, what a finish out of them with 27 points, putting up some big numbers and really starting to show some confidence, Max, man. This team you pretty much talked about every single day when it came to week 1 when we were doing Group Red, and they didn't really perform. But now they have pretty much switched into 6th gear and have just gone cruising.
Max, man, it's biased, a little bit for LGD. You know what? I'll take the criticism, but they're just such a strong team, and this is way closer to the LGD I saw and I was witnessing in PEL. Like, it seems like they're a lot more in the element. They're more comfortable with their first international event right now, and their rotation, Sandstorm. There's something of absolute beauty transitioning from that high ground onto the eastern side of El Pozo, then going onto the outskirts, and when you know this is going to be a city finish, you just center up, and Suki, give this guy mini 14, he's going to pop off. And he didn't even have one that game, so I don't know anymore. Just give him any weapon, and he's going to win.
What's important, though, is that Game Lord as well gained a bunch of points, a bunch of eliminations. They were the bubble at 16th place. They have shot up the leaderboards from the result of that one. And also, Sandstorm Box Gaming. They were in a very tough position, but again, they were within 10 points of 16th place at the time. Where they are now, well, we're going to find out shortly.
Oh my god, though. LGD are now just 5 points away from stealing that first place spot from HVVP. And HVVP can't do anything about it. They can't defend themselves. This game is all for LGD and their chance to take that first place spot. But Reject, congratulations for them. DRS, IHC, for me, one of the biggest surprises in today's game is 94 points, and they still have another game to prove themselves, so very well played. But the most important one of all, of course, is going to be that second page of the leaderboard. The thing I want to see is the big jump from Box, how close it is going to be between them and Vivo Key, Enigma Galaxy, all these teams. It is going to be ridiculously close, and there it is. 4 points between Enigma and Box. This is what Box did in the last day of Group Red. Is Group Red going to do it again? Is this what's going to happen?
They were 21st place. They were 21st before this match at 50 points. They're now in 17th at 68. I mean, even Bigatron right now are currently safe at 76 and looking like they actually will be safe to make it into last chance. But I mean, just look at the spread though. Box Gaming 68, FaZe Clan 62, Vivo Keed 61. We know Skylights is already out. GK potentially have a chance. If you're one of these teams at the bottom of the table, like within that bubble, you are sweating bullets. You are freaking out, realizing this next match, they have to play so safe. They cannot afford to get aggressive. They cannot afford to lose people early on right now. And Max, I'm worried. This is a lot of pressure to deal with.
I mean, sure, they can't afford to be like hyper aggressive, but you also got to keep in mind right now, there's not going to be enough points available in this entire game in terms of placement and eliminations for all of those teams to have a good jump up at the end. Only 1, 2 to potentially 3 teams will have enough points to be able to have that jump up to potentially push themselves up in that top 16 position. So you need to go hard or go home right now. You cannot afford to have like a middling game. You need these big results. A chicken dinner was like 10 to 15 elims. That will be enough, but a middling performance, you're not going to know until the very end if you made it in. And man, this is the best moment of PMGC when you know that it's just that last game when so many teams are still in the race. And from what we've seen, every team has been able to have a significant step up in the survival stage. So I would have to say that every team has a chance to make it up there almost.
True. It is very possible, but you would need yourself to do an incredible or have an incredible performance, and you'd also need the teams on top of you to just completely drop the ball, get 0 points, no point, and no eliminations. But is that actually going to happen? Are they going to hot drop to force it to happen? What is Box? I'm just looking at Box for this last game. They're like, without even predictions, without even team SWAT, they're my only team to watch, because if you guys watched Group Red last day, you saw how close it was between them and NGX to qualify, and it's happening again. This is just stuck in my head now. I don't have them in my choices.
You said forget teams to watch. You're only going with Box, and then I see Tem Entertainment, VK, and Game Lord. So
I didn't know the result of the game.
I will say this though. I think there's more likely of a chance of teams who are higher up and who are safe already to hot drop other teams that are lower towards the leaderboard to prevent them from getting into the last chance stage than the other way around. Right now though, Max, you have Game Lord. You both have Game Lord actually. I'm assuming it's the French in you that has to go for them. But
Exactly.
why Game Lord though?
Game Lord, because we saw that this last game, we saw what this team can achieve if they're still alive as a 4-man team until the very end. Like, they had a great position. They were just gunning down the competition around them. It was great. The thing is, and what's been causing so many issues for Game Lord this tournament, is they lose players for sometimes, I would say, bad reasons. Like, they just lose to like one player, they lose 1-2 players for very little to no reason, and that's what's been hurting them throughout the entirety of this PMGC. We saw a glimpse of hope this previous match. I still think that they're going to be safe to enter the last chance, but you know, I still want to make sure they don't slip on the final game.
Famous last words. Confident that they're going to make it. Sandstorm, though, you went with Vivo Keyed and you went with Tem Entertainment. Talk to me about those two.
Yeah, so Tem started off game 1 with a chicken dinner, great performance, great eliminations, and then they just dropped off the face of the earth. They were going for a lot more fights. They were getting 6 eliminations, 1 placement point, getting eliminated a little bit too early, and they've just completely died out over the course of the last 4 games. So now there has to be a resurgence or it's done. Vivo Keyed, they had 2 players left in that last game. I'm not even sure what happened when they got picked up. It was a 2v1. None of them even turned around to go for a gunfight against Tony K, I believe, from FaZe, who just got himself 2 free eliminations. And then when it comes to Game Lord, exactly as Maxman said, just like we've seen in the last Erangel match, it was one of the Titan members just pulling up, stopping the entire Game Lord lineup, taking out 2 of them. Then they got third-partied a few seconds later, and they just couldn't end up doing anything for the rest of that game.
I feel like this has to be one of the slowest starts we're going to have here in the survival stage out of quite a few teams. I mean, they're going to know the pressure is on. They know this is it. It's do or die time. Either we go big here or we just maintain the status quo, or we're going to be watching PMGC from home. And the hard part is, as you can see here, coming in on the Bigatron side, really talking things over. They're actually going to make a substitute, taking Luxy out. So Zuxi came in for Genfos earlier. Now Genfos is coming in for Luxy. So switching things up here, trying to talk some things through to make sure they're feeling safe and confident. Because again, yeah, they're top 16, but not by a lot. If they get caught early on and go out, that's going to be it. They're going to potentially be having to not be participating at the event in Jakarta, but they might be there to watch it.
I'm just happy they don't get rid of Zuxi. I think Zuxi's been really having a massive impact for the team. If he was not playing like 2 matches ago, maybe they would not be in this position where they're in the top 16 looking somewhat safe, but they can still fall off. So I think the Zuxi is definitely really on the ball when it comes to today's matches. But as we said, Jason, it's so close between so many of the teams. And I think that or we're going to have the slowest game. Hey, Game Lord! Or we're going to have the slowest early game ever, or we're going to see absolute mayhem break loose from the very word go. Like, there's 2 situations. Intrigued to see what's going to be happening. I don't think the prize pool is going to have an impact on this team because the prize pool increase per position is of only 1,000. So, you know, don't really take that risk in terms of the money. Aim for placement. That should be your objective after this game.
Yeah, these Titan are looking like they're in good spirits here, Sandstorm, but they always seem to be in good spirits.
Yeah, look, listen. Oh yeah, whenever you see Titans on the screen in front of you, they're just always happy. They're always chirpy. They're always like talking to each other, laughing about it. But when you look at some other teams, for example, we're looking at Vivo Kid in front of us, very, very calm, very focused, because they have a lot of pressure on them. IA, same thing. You're looking at a team in the very bottom side of the leaderboard, but they're still laughing. And honestly, I love to see that. They're still pretty happy. They managed to compete in the biggest tournament in the world for PUBG Mobile yet again. So definitely something to be proud of for every single team that made it here.
They could still make it. I feel like. Okay, maybe a little bit copium right now, but there is a world where like even the teams.
Did you refill the tank?
Yeah, I did. Like it's fuel since earlier. I got multiple tanks. Don't worry about me, man. But they can still make it if they get like this massive pop-off performance. Like we're gonna need a chicken dinner from your eye if they want to qualify. Same for Tem, like GK. The thing is, from what we've seen so far, it doesn't seem like a very possible future to happen for these guys. So the hope is still alive for them, but I mean, look at them. Like for example, for Rivals, like they just okay, a little smile from Pimbaru. I'll take it. Thank you. Okay. I appreciate that, but I don't know if smiles and happy faces are going to be enough to get the points they need.
I think what's scary is there's another team we have yet to really talk about when it comes to our standings. You guys remember who's in 16th place?
I don't want to.
Enigma Galaxy.
Exactly. I think that's the right answer there.
He avoided the topic.
72 points.
Oh man.
I don't know what I mean. Okay, if any team out there has to play safe, it almost has to be for certain them because they cannot. If they go out early, I would almost want to call it that they're done. There's no way they're going to make it through. They have no room to fall here, unless it's just going to be out of the last chance. Enigma Galaxy, it's going to be tough times. We haven't seen the Enigma from before. You know, the Enigma Galaxy who got the fantastic result last year. The Enigma Galaxy got to see generally throughout the year. The Enigma Galaxy we've seen mostly, though, Maxman, is the team who just doesn't really live up to the hype that we saw previously.
Exactly. After we saw what they did last PMGC, I was like, yeah, my expectations were, yeah, Enigma's going to go to Grand Finals. Like, I initially went into PMGC with that mindset about Enigma Galaxy, especially seeing how they played in PMP Arabia. It was such a good amount of playstyle we saw from this team. Like, the roster stuck together. They're looking so strong as a whole. I really thought it was going to be easy, smooth sailing for them, especially in their group red. But it hasn't been, Sandstorm. Really, they've been put to the test, and that just goes to show how good as a whole the entirety of all these different regions has improved them, been able to deal with the teams that in the past were these top teams that seemed so hard to deal with, but now they're just at the same level, and the competition is just so much closer right now.
It really is, and especially with that change when it came to Sandhawk specifically. That, I feel like, hurt Team Enigma Galaxy more than a lot of the other teams. Oh yeah, and just to give you guys a little bit of a reminder, some stats from what happened with them in the PMGC last year. 33 points out of their 166, 20% came from 3 games, only in Sandhawk. You had another statistic in the finals of League East, 25% of their points from 5 games, only on Sandhawk, of course. They secured it through placement points mostly. You look at the grand finals as well, same thing. Almost 25% of their points. They all come from this one map. So it's just absolutely insane seeing that they're not able to adapt to that massive change. You saw in the Sandhawk previously, they were still carrying 10 plus first aids for every single player. The last member left alive tried to survive until I think he secured 7th, maybe 6th place with like 25 first aids. You can still see they're clinging on to a strategy that no longer works, especially in this tournament where you're competing for the top 4, top 5 spots. Yes, you're playing that now for the survival stage, but you're barely even surviving. What are you going to do when you're getting to that last chance qualifier, if you're going to make it to the last chance part of the tournament rather? So I'm not sure. Like, they started off well, but they're not ending it the same way they started off. We're seeing the same thing from Enigma Galaxy as before. Split for too long, not regrouping at the right time. Too many issues right now for them.
Well, you know, it's tough as well. I mean, you see this when it comes to like traditional sports. This tech issue that we currently have, which is why we're on a little bit of a break here, it can really hurt some teams. Like if you're a team who just had a fantastic last match, all right, calm down.
What's going on?
If you have a fantastic last match, you just want to get into the next one ready to go. You want to be like, all right, we're feeling it, we're feeling good. Let's just go right in. And then you have that cooldown period where you start to get in your own head of like overthinking what do we need to do this match, and potentially messing things up for yourself. I mean, other side of that coin, though, you had Bigatron, for instance. They're sitting there talking things over. They're having their coach in, talking about drop locations, talking about rotations they could potentially pull off. You know, this is a part of esports that you don't really get to see too often. When you have tech issues like this, it's important as a player to keep mentally focused, to keep your head in the game, especially right now if you're one of these teams near that bubble.
I thought you said you had something, Sanso.
No, I was gonna say that I was looking at Freak and he was staring at pictures, I think, on the wall in front of him. I think they're like basically they're just looking at maybe the
map
drop
cutouts.
locations. Yeah, I'm assuming the map cutouts of the maybe drop locations of the teams as well, just to kind of give them an idea. Maybe, I'm not too sure, but he just seemed super focused. And Jason's right. Like there are some teams that are just laughing, joking. Some teams that have their coaches and. Definitely, if you don't have a coach or an analyst working with you, your IGL has to come up now, and he has to give the team that motivating speech to boost their morale going into this last game.
I mean, you're seeing such a difference, Max, between like the composure of these teams, because you look at teams like IHC, Titan, they're relaxed, they're having fun, even I8, because either they know they're through or they know there's really no chance of getting through anymore. But the teams who do have that chance to be knocked out or getting into it, complete different posture out of them, realizing like this, we can't relax. You're not allowed to.
I really enjoy that we're seeing these different like shots of all the teams, because you've got so many different approaches of like how we're going to use this extra time from the tech break. You're going to have some teams actively trying to use this time to like, you know, prep a little bit more. As you said, check out the map cutout to see exactly what we're going to do with our drops. I think some teams, especially close to that 16th position, their game plan might just be, what if a team hot drops us? That's PMGC over. Do we adapt? Do we change our play style on this final game? Because I think a lot of teams do come into this final day with like a secondary plan just in case it comes down to this exact situation. And then you've got some teams that are like, no, looking a little bit more comfortable, having some fun. Like, you got so many different ways to approach by this, but man, Nigma is just dead serious. you can feel the tension in that room. I'm happy I'm not there. I would feel bad right now, but it's a tough
honestly,
spot to be in.
I was expecting maybe Raouf to kind of be talking to the team, or maybe Hamoudi trying to get everyone back in the mood, but it seems so tense in there. And you switch over to IEC, they're focused on the game, you're still seeing some smiles, some laughs, but my god, is this game going to be extremely stressful for all those teams at the bottom side of the leaderboard. I want to see some of the teams from the top.
Well, Nick McGalaxy's case, right? How do you place third at PMGC last year and then come into not even qualify for the finals, right? I feel like if we look at all the teams, they have probably some of the most pressure on them to do well here and to close things out, because they're going to be letting their fans down, they're going to be letting themselves down, and honestly, they're going to be kind of in that same boat as like Bigatron became, where they had their reign of supremacy, though obviously a lot longer than Enigma Galaxy, and then they just pretty much dropped off the face of the earth, and that's not a fun position to be in, to not reach the heights you were at before. You want to keep improving every year. The problem is, when you're improving, so is everyone else. And some are improving even faster and better than you are. Another team we can look at here, Game Lord. I mean, they had their fingers crossed before as we looked at them. Now I think you can see like the pressure and the situation in their faces and how they're sitting. I mean, it's stressful as hell.
Clearly, I've been looking out also. Of course, I mean, I've been putting likes on Instagram, Jason, for Game Lord socials a little bit. I have to support the boys eventually. But it seemed like they're just having a grand time over there in like the really cool Pullman Hotel. They're having a fantastic time. But I think also this experience is like a just overall great time for them, because they've never played at this type of level before. And I think there's just like a lot of pressure, but I think they've adapted well for a team that is for the first time playing in an environment like this. So I got to say, huge respect to Game Lord. I do believe they will be making it into the last chance. It will be tough there, of course, but every team that made it here, it's so good to make it in the first place, and hopefully a long-term experience that you'll remember forever.
I've learned from the past from you, Max, man, that when you say a team's through, they're probably not going to be through. I'm a little bit worried now for Game Lord, but they are currently sitting 6 points above the bubble. Just for some information for you guys as well, remember, this is just a survival stage. We have 2 days of last chance stage happening tomorrow and the next day, so Saturday and Sunday. And at the end of that Sunday, we'll know the remaining teams, 5 from the last chance stage, will be going through into the finals, kicking off in January. And honestly, teams already have qualified through. This, I mean, every year it's going to be like this, so it's kind of redundant to say, but this is going to be the closest finals I think we've ever seen in PUBG Mobile history.
100%, 100%. Like so many regions are just performing on an incredible level. And I you know what? I know Maxman's been talking about them a lot. I'm going to talk about them a little bit. LGD, just for you. You picked them from the very beginning. It looked like they were very uncomfortable coming into the first international tournament that they're ever competing in, and they're just doing so well. And it's nice to see that. But knowing that they come from the strongest region in the world, I expected them, or we should expect them to do this well.
All right, so a quick little tidbit for you guys. Lexi is coming back in for Genfos, who was originally being subbed out. So it is time. Everyone is in the lobby. Everyone is ready to go. We're here on the desk. I'm sure the casters are ready, and you guys at home as well. Let's get into the final match here of the survival stage.
One more chance to prove themselves worthy of a spot. Not even in the finals, Blank, into that last chance stage that will be coming up, as Jason said. Over the next 2 days, these teams have it all to play for. And once more, both Nigma Galaxy and Box find themselves fighting for the bubble.
Over in Group Red, 155 points for Nigma Galaxy at 10th place. 11th place was Box, 153, just eking their way into the survival stage. And now, once again, like you say, John, in a very disastrous spot within the tables. Not quite as disastrous as 17th downwards, but it's that battle for the 16th place, and this time only one of them might be able to go through. So we'll see what Nigma Galaxy and Box Gaming can do here. Besiktas also a little bit worried, 75 points. Bigatron, Red Alien 76, and Game Lord at 78. There would have to be a massive performance from a lot of these teams below them, from 17th down to 20th, that might be able to bring themselves back up into the placements. Skylights Gaming, unfortunately, now definitely disqualified from the last chance. They will be out, no longer playing. Unfortunately, they did not make the cut, and those points just were not enough for them. But one last game now for all these teams to try and get in towards that last chance, towards the top 16. And for LGD, currently 138 points in second place to perhaps take over HVVP, take home the first place prize.
As it stands, they are 5 points behind, and with a 2-point placement deficit behind HVVP, they would lose the tiebreaker if they got 5 elims and took the death at that stage. Because of course they both have 2 chicken dinners. What a way to close it out, Blank. A military circle hard shift. We are in for some fireworks, some desperation, and some blood, sweat, and tears, I'm sure. Oh ho ho! Four points now between LGD and HVVP for the top spot, both of whom already surely qualified and probably top contenders, you'd imagine, for those 5 spots into those finals later on over in January and next year. Jakarta. What a good way to start off the final game. LGD taking a point off Reject. IHC trying to control this bridge. Titans. Both of these teams already in. Titans looking across. Teak suppressed, but not quite finding the damage needed on the Tommy gun. Again, a third opportunity. This time around, third time's a charm.
Picks it up there. Ziol takes a bit of damage, but he's already out the way. Titans taken down. 10th place, pretty safe there, 89 points. It's a big drop down to Game Law with 78. Game Law want a few more points this game to see themselves extremely safe coming into this.
The Western Bridge.
Whoa, Reject!
The Western Bridge is really starting to pop off. I mean, Reject are trying to go through. Nigma Galaxy looking for this cross. This is a crucial team. 16th place right now, Blank. Nigma Galaxy. 3 players remain on this crossing. Aegon XIA also managed to make this cross. You got Box making their way through as well. The same rotation for the 2 teams currently sat either side of the bubble. Vivo Keyed making their way down south from the northern side. IHC and Titans both secure on the eastern side.
It is just all blasting off right now. Titans taking a heavy amount of damage from the guys from IHC. Down to 2 players now. Besiktas, 2 players, 75 points, 15 place. Definitely not safe as of yet. Still a chance for Box and Vivo Key to jump above. FaZe also looking for a big game here. They have a fairly easy rotation from Mill to Power, taking the boats downwards. Venturus hasn't quite grouped up as of yet, and BTR looks as if they're looking to see if those boats are still available on that coastal side. So many teams already pumping their way down into Sosnovka immediately. Gamelord gets across very much unscathed here. Not a scratch on them. Looking pristine, looking clean. They're good to go.
We're thinking as well about Power. 78 points right now in 12th place. Sat just ahead of Gamelord winning the tiebreaker. How many teams will be able to jump up on over that? It would take 5 teams surpassing them, Blank, in order for Power to not make it to the last chance stage, into the next phase of the tournament. It's 4 rivals. They got cut short in that last game, and Aegon XA looking to do the same to them again. Hui spotted. Happy low will be shut down as well. Shots from across the bridge. 2 players for the 4 rivals remain. Pemburu and Voki wanting to get in. This bridge camp could be highly valuable for Aegon XI8. That nade over the top does rebound off one of the girders, crossing and straddling the bridge, but in comes GK at the back as well. And shots over towards Pemburu's position. Gonna be brutal. A bank off the top there, not cooked quite long enough, but hops up onto the bonnet of the truck, shut down. Pemburu's on the swivel. They're not gonna go down without a fight, but the fight in them might not be big enough.
Already up to 5 eliminations so far. 47 points, by the way. 23rd place. Still an opportunity. A big win down here could see them up towards the top of the tables if they wanted to. Get towards that last chance. And here it is. Offered up on a platter as they decimate the players and the teams running through this bridge side.
Unfortunately, Ghost has gone down, which will leave them at 3 if Pemburu gets this flush. First aid will be popped here, but I don't imagine Pemburu is going to be able to get too much further. Has to drop down, play on these staircases, and now it's the fight on the underneath. Moving in is UZM as well. Ghost still bleeding out, but very much alive. Shots coming through, and Pemburu is shut down. 4-4 rivals. They will draw their run to an end. We knew it was over for them last game, but now it is fully confirmed. Eliminated. 4 rivals. Last place on the tournament, 24th.
Going out now, but I8 still have a further way to go. All players extremely low on this side. More smoke's been sent in towards GK's position. Nice nade from I8 though. Beautiful over the top from IQ. This guy has been marvelous with the nades throughout the entirety of the PMGC stage.
Hope the last standing.
6 eliminations as well, John. This is really good for them.
For GK, also 21st place. They were definitely in with a shot before this, but 53 points, 1 elimination. Only the 1 player stands. Nades from Hope. Over towards Satan. But not going to be able to get the denial just yet. Spray is good for 1 onto Ghost. The M249 swapped over, but it will not be brought to bear. GK down and out. Our 3rd team confirmed to not be going through to the last chance stage.
8 eliminations now. For I8, up to 55 points. That's 7 behind FaZe. Still a long way to go, but that's a lot of points on eliminations already found very early into the game. At 7 minutes, there's a lot more players in the lobby to pick up those eliminations from for I8. This could be a gargantuan game from them to see them back into the last chance. What a weird way to go about it here. Over down towards Sosnovka. They took their chance. They ran with it. They went to the bridge. They decided to go for the camp. It felt like there was nothing left to lose of how far they were down the rankings, but it has paid off massively now.
BTR swimming ahead of FaZe seemingly, although FaZe do have an outpost already landed. Not in the water anymore. Do they know that Bigatron are ahead of them? Have they been tracking those swimmers? You'd imagine that they have caught sight of them once or twice at least. Tony K rolls on up. I think they know. I think they know that Bigatron are here. And what can you do? when Tony K's on the roll. Yeah, they definitely know there's swimmers nearby. But do they know how close they are? Do they know that they've made it so far? I think Liquid, yeah, does get spotted. Bigatron going to have to swim further north around the headland. Luxy still all the way out at the back. They actually have a boat there. They did roll on up in, but they'll have to go along the big, long dock. And look at that. Tony's just putting those nades in up into the sky. Just checking behind it.
Close them out. I mean, now for the guys from BTR, a difficult push in. High and low. Was Ventoras. Just Tony K and MR5 holding down this position. Liquid will be finished off here. Zuxi steps up onto this platform. Most likely will be shot out by MR5, but Icy might just give them the chance.
Tony K caught out in the open. They spent so long following those Bigatron players. And IHC have come to play. 4 players alive for the squad that has been blasting today. They've already got 3 eliminations. Their scrap on the bridge went well. They keep it on going, moving on through. And you've got to think as well, do IHC know there's players out there? You'd imagine that they've been researching those movements, thinking about it. They would conclude that there is a team out in the water, which is why FaZe were playing so close to it. We saw Enigma Galaxy lose yet another player blank, so they're now down to 2. Already in the military base, however.
We are down to 46 players, 14 teams at 10 minutes. This does not happen very often. Throughout the day, we've seen these 30-minute matches, everyone trying to the very last straw, the very last ring of the bell to try and get these points where they can. LGD hit up the ferry pier, see if there's a vehicle there that they can use. Zuxi, as well as Misery, actually able to get onto the headland itself. Luxy off in the distance, maybe looking for a different position. IHC, though, will certainly be looking down this way with a couple of their players. Luxy still making his way on over. Nice shots from Luxy, though. MR5 almost down. Ventoras steps up. Both these players extremely low. The med kit's all he's got left on him. Does he have time? It's going to be close.
Oh! It's going to get knocked there, but Luxy in the meantime was knocked and flushed. It's going to be Misery and Zuxi to move forwards for the Bigatron roster. 76 points on the cards. I mean, they're currently in 15th, but it is very far from safe. 76, you really want to put a couple more on the board. I mean, sure, they got the knock onto Ventoras, but MR5, can you even move out that way? I feel like you've just got to abandon it. So potentially another point going over to Bigatron. Falls back and actually really wants to commit for this res. Has got the side and actually has the cover. But do Bigatron take these shots back on over?
2 points. Sees them at 78. Tied with the guys from Game Lord. For Bigatron, maybe it's a case of just getting over there, getting those points on board. 2 might just be enough, honestly, John. You think it's a small amount of points, but that can be the difference between getting towards the last chance and sitting yourself at 17th place at the end. Big heal there comes through for FaZe.
You do not want to be those bubble busters. Oh no, Bigatron caught, potentially Ventoras. Did he spot him? He did. Misery takes one down, but there's another player waiting. It's MR5 further down the way. Will be spotted. Misery should see him there. And Micro Uzi in hand, peeks out wide, does get knocked, but there is an answer coming through from Zuxi to pinch it on down. There's those 2 points you were talking about. Blank, remember, 78 points, not only is it Game Lord, but it is also the team sat ahead of them Power. They leapfrog both of them. 12th place now, a 13th place buffer, and Game Lord still behind them.
And more importantly, FaZe, 18th place, one of the teams with the chance to leapfrog over the top of them, eliminated there. Will not see FaZe over in the last chance. Our 3rd team to drop out. And BTR might have just saved themselves.
Done the deed exactly when they needed to. Reject roll across. This time around, Aegon XI8, they've got 9 eliminations, Blank. At the start of this game, it looked fairly hopeless for them, but with their bridge camp, with the circle falling as it did, they've been able to pick up a lot of points here, bringing themselves up to 58 and within striking distance of Enigma Galaxy in 16th place. As long as Box go down ahead of them, as long as Vivo Keyed fall, this could be a run. This could be a run, but it is still very far from over.
It's going to be one hell of a run if they're going to make it, honestly. Very, very difficult indeed. Not how it's going to happen. But I hope it does. What they need now, though, is an additional 20 points on the game to sit even tied with Besiktas at this point. Besiktas would have to go out at 76 points, an additional 20, a chicken dinner, an extra 5 eliminations, sitting them at 14 eliminations as well as a chicken dinner. You want ideally more than that, though, so you can secure the game itself. But already a fantastic position in the circle set up for themselves. They just have to go further beyond than they've ever done before in this game.
I mean, Enigma Galaxy, that barrier to entry, right? 72. Box and VK stand ahead of them, though. And that really, for me, is the main challenge for this roster. If they can take down Vivo Keyed on these hills, they're both quite close by to one another. If they take this fight and win it, it's very much in the possibility, in the realms of possibility, that they could jump up.
Absolutely. It's so good for these teams underneath, probably not for those teams that went out, that they did go out so early and their run was ended there, because it gives so much more chance now for I8. There's an excellent compound set up towards that northeast side that they could easily take, but look, Vivo Keyed already on the move, in the vehicles, instantly sending out that way. Game Lord, Besiktas, Enigma Galaxy already moving as well, but might be spotted. That would be a great team to take out if you are I8. LGD try to make their way in, struggling. Again, this is a team looking for that first place spot. 6 points ideally needed to get past the guys from HVVP.
The good news, the great news even, from Aegon XI is that both of the teams sat ahead of them on that challenge. In fact, all three of them are having to move north from that military area. Box making their way on up, gonna come into contact with the reject, the duo that remains there. Break rolls up, Soaz is there as well, immediately takes down with the Bison of all guns, finds 1 and 2. Soaz pulls it from somewhere, and Box, they do not want to go down without a swing or two into this fight. They are now up on 70 points blank. They get themselves a southwest peak, but the next circle will be still moving away from them. DRS on the northern side take a player from Vivo Keyed, and they are down to 3.
DRS were a great start to this day, secured their position. 60 points gained on the day, 59 if you want to be accurate. Really, really good stuff for them. With 95 now. Ooh. Enigma Galaxy. A pretty strong spot, actually. This is the compounds that I was talking about that perhaps I8 might have wanted to move over to. It's going to keep them fairly safe for a long, long while. Not many teams can crash onto this one without taking too many casualties, but that's with a 4-man team holding it. With just the 2-man, might be curtains. Cielo, though, up to bat versus DRS.
Might not even be needed, has to hit the deck there and then. Getting shot at from, I believe, Aegon XI8, who are taking fights on a couple of different fronts now. They got a knock over towards Box, one of their main contenders. Great news for the squad. Cielo's still surviving behind this buggy, by the way. Killer really hesitant to go for a wide peek on this. Seemingly cowering behind it. Cielo actually goes all the way around, finds Killer himself, looks for a second, but the drop shot is good. Blade might be looking to pinch this one away on the flush, but no, it does go their way. DRS pick up the point. In the meantime, LGD, they've been brought down to 1. Remember, they were 5 points behind HVVP with a 2-point placement deficit. 1 player remains, and they've only got the 1 point on the cards. Maybe a placement point if they go down soon, but looking pretty shaky.
IHC looking to put an end to Thames' run. It started well, but they could not keep the coals burning. 1 player remaining outside in the blue, likely to go down soon. 53 at 23rd place. I don't think we'll be seeing them in last chance. Much further the last player can go, but I think that is it now. 10 will be leaving us. And that's 4 out of our 8. Already determined.
With that 5th as well of Skylights. Leaves only 3 in the fight. Aegon XI8, they are making their bid for it. With that bridge camp, able to pick up so many points to give them a chance. Vivo Keyed, they're down to 2, close to DRS as well. They will be in the next circle, but DRS are going to push on into them. You've still got Enigma Galaxy fighting for it. Titans moving in from the eastern side. Really, Aegon have a massive advantage here in this circle.
A huge opportunity now for Aegon I8 to correct a lot of the wrongs that we saw at the start of the day, unable to bring back a similar kind of performance we saw from them over in PMGC. They did not do badly at all. 210 points, a 5th place in Group Red, rivaling LGD. Something terrifically wrong has happened in the meantime, though. They're finally finding their bearings here, right at the last hurdle. Not the best place to find it, but as long as it is found.
Box, though, they are on the tear. This is a big challenge. So as immediately dispatched. Aegon XI8 looking to try and pick up the points, but DRS take that one back. Oh, that is unfortunate, but Aegon XI8 just happy that Box will not punch a hole straight through their defense. Sure, they did the majority of the work. They won't reap that point reward. That could come back to bite them. Shots over, coming on through. It's Box yet again to enter on in with a really good start to it, but the knock is in cover. Might be possible to get this res through. Bigatron taking shots, and they will go down. 13th place, eliminated. They will try and hold on to it. IHC up to bat against DRS on this northern side. IHC with 2 down, DRS only the 1. Icy and Seoul to play off one another though, and they are super, super strong today. They have been hot all day long, and it looks like they will not stop here. Delta will be caught and out, and IHC still playing with 2, still efficacious, and DRS struggling to overcome it.
PUBG take the opportunity, the confusion, the madness around the map at the moment to move out the way, to get to a better position. It's a good move as well. 9 limbs still for I8. Game Lord looking to keep going. 12th place at the moment. They are real secure at the moment. I think for BTR it's going to be very hard for them to be leapt over at this point in 13th.
A lot of damage sent over towards Box. Aegon XI8 nade over the top, doing a lot of damage. Box, 17th place. If they go down here, it all comes crashing down. Nigma Galaxy are still alive, and it's just Trisme to keep them in. 17th place potential to go out right here and now, with the smokes moving forwards, and that's it. Box confirmed, down and out. They will not be going in. Nigma Galaxy looking to hold on. Besiktas waiting in the wings, trying to use them as a human shield. But Aegon XI8 are tearing their way through everyone to try and make their way up. Vivo Kid is still alive, but they're cowering in the distance.
IHC taking damage. Blade still putting the work in. 11 eliminations so far. We've got word from Houston. Their rocket's gone off, and it's in I8 at the moment as they burn through the fuel at the last moments here to pump up the points potential to get into the last chance.
IHC taking the final challenge against Killer. DRS down to 1 on the northern side. Aegon XI8 with teams still left to go, but the placement points start to rack up here now, Blank. If teams survive for long enough, they will be going a little bit further. LGD out, eliminated. 8th place, 1 elim. That is not enough. HVVP will be our top spot moving into the last chance.
I8 need to remove Nigma Galaxy. They found themselves a very secure position within the center of the map. Lord does not want to let this up right now. 7 teams remaining. This is probably the worst time to go out for any team because you don't pick up many of those placement points, and Game Lord just became the worst neighbor ever for Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, what a way to go. Aegon XI8 continue their march. 11 elims now. Couple more still to pick up, but they're going to have to leave the position they've held for a while now. IQ moves forwards. Always been on the swivel for the squad. Excellent point man for them. Now more than ever necessary. The only team, other than Game Lord, with 4 players alive. Game Lord already have that central spot. Aegon XI8, 11 points on the game, puts them up at 58 total. Looking at that bubble, looks like it might not move too far away from 72. So if you're looking at a 75-point bubble, you will need 12 extra points coming through on top of what you've already earned if that bubble doesn't move past 75. A chicken dinner would do it. More eliminations as well.
Do me.
Shots from Nigma. Amodi around the side, takes down Titans, and Nigma ladder up again.
Up to 6 now. Blade spots that position. Great work from Hamodi there. A clutch that was massively required. He could not sit on his laurels there. Had to move out. Had to make something happen. Lord and Hamodi, separate buildings at the moment. A great idea from both of them. try and extend their gameplay as long as possible. Even if one of them gets crashed upon the other, can survive for a bit longer. It requires 2 separate crashes to take these players out. Lord's still peaking.
That bubble is very unlikely to move past 78 blank. Remember, there is the team from Group Green, Power, who made their massive dash in the final game of yesterday. We're looking at Aegon trying to replicate that twofold to look for a safety spot. But they are still there. Seems a long way off. Look at the power that they have over this circle.
It's the 16th and 15th teams. That's such a big problem for them. And Besiktas and Enigma Galaxy, both of them remaining in has made the work so much harder for i8 as they start to ladder up just in terms of those placement points alone. Besiktas going down could work. Still with the placement points, they'd earn something on this game. It's unlikely. Enigma Galaxy really is the prime target.
We thought it was looking fairly safe for Power at the start of this game, but they are still very much at risk. Vivo Keyed, a wild card in this one. 2 eliminations, 2 players alive. They've been keeping their head down for a while. Aegon i8 moving out. This is bold. Well, not particularly bold, but dangerous. As Vivo Keyed have broadside on their player, and they really aren't having much of an investment down that way either. They send a second player over the top. The nade comes through. They know there's players here now. McGrellan trying to hold it off with Diego. 2 players alive for Vivo Keyed. This is for their tournament life as well. 2 teams battling it out for survival here. And they just send all the way away. They're going to be on the move. Try and just get away from it. McGrellan plays behind the headland now. Diego back into the shack. A nade pours on through and over the top. It bobbles perfectly. And UZM banks it off the roof to leave Vivo Keyed at just 1 player alive. McGrellan, they saw where he went, and Killer's there, looking for those shots as well. They confirm, and another point in the bag comes on in 12 eliminations now. Vivo Keyed under pressure from DRS, Lone Ranger.
14 eliminations and the chicken dinner.
Besiktas?
Besiktas though standing up, you're right, behind. I have to be extremely careful about this. Looks like Blaze going to return to the group.
Zessi moves forwards. Peace closer still. Trying to backfill. Aegon XI8 moving down. They will have some high ground nades over. They know where McGrellan is. Confirm yet another. 13 points now with the nade solidifying that one. Vivo Keyed.
Good.
2 eliminations. They will be down and out. Zessi spotted. Excellent news. But do they know that the piece is here as well? Definitely going to be able to pick that one up. 14 eliminations now for Aegon XI8. They are absolutely fighting for their life right now. They looked so relaxed before the game, but I guarantee you, Blank, not a word out of turn spoken in that booth now.
Goodness me, this is getting so stressful. 17 eliminations would sit them tied with a 78-point margin. I don't know about the placement points and the rankings and how that would go down, because if both of them got chicken dinners, they'd be set 1 apiece. They still have to go all the way here, John. There is further work to do, and they still have to go against Game Lord across the way. They have made such a run of it so far, and there's limited elimination possibilities left. They hit 18 eliminations, that's it.
That's big. That's
big,
Galaxy.
Out.
5th place out. 1 elimination coming on in. That is not good news. That's 7 placement points. 8 points total. Might have leapfrogged up. And I think there's only 1 team now in danger. It is Power. With Besiktas staying alive to 4th place, they were going to be sitting pretty. And it is all between Aegon XI8. Can they make that miracle run from the bottom? They've bridge camped. They've played the mountain. The circles went their way. Now is the hour. But Game Lord are their challengers.
Regardless of what happens, even if Game Lord are able to steal this elimination off of Killer, i8 still have it in them. If they can go toe-to-toe with Game Lord, pick up all 4 of their members in the end, that is still 18 eliminations found and a secured place towards last chance. First nade is good. 1 is sent back. Another over the top. Akashi should be down off the back of that one. i8 begins it strong.
Brilliant opening move there. IQ rolls on up into the high ground as well. Victor spotted, and Killer plays a pivotal part in this final set of circles. The final phases come to close, and another elimination flushed away for Aegon XI8. 15 eliminations, a rampage to close down the tournament. Aegon XI8 making furious bids. Over the top yet again is Besiktas to fall, but Killer's still here for DRS, and he's giving as good as he gets to both of these teams. Moving on in, Blade is there, and Robs falls. It is Aegon XI8, 18 eliminations, Blank. They want to put that 19th up on the board for a first place chicken dinner and a shot at the grand finals. They have their chance. They need to seize it. On the outside, they are there. 3 players are alive, and it's Killer, the last standing. He's out in the shack. He's survived to second. He's done so much dastardly work from that position, but finally it'll come to the close. He will heal. He will challenge on out. Museum has the angle, looks for the spray, and Aegon XI8 want to shut it down, but they are not taking chances. Finally, it is there, and what a way to close it down. Aegon XI8, a miracle made. The bridge camp to the mountain, and relief across the faces of Aegon XI8.
Sharp as a blade, ethereal as a ghost. These guys come through and they are smart with the high IQ. They do not lose when it comes down to these final moments. What an unbelievable performance coming through from them. Securing their position, they probably don't even know it yet. There's praying going on in the back right now. They want to know if they've made it happen, calculating in their heads, but we have the answers and they'll find out later. What an unreal game from the bridge camp all the way to the ending. Look at these numbers. These guys have taken it to the absolute maximum.
There is no limit. 1,000 damage from Blade, cutting down. Teams stood in their way. They stayed as 4 till the very end, Blank. A phenomenal showing to close out the tournament, and we've said it so many times. No matter where you are, no matter how many points you have, there is always that chance, and Aegon XI8 have proven that today.
Incredible stuff coming through. This does not happen without some absolutely unbelievable gumption coming through. The determination to play all the way through to the end. Even when it looks so dark, so dreary, they still find the light at the end of the tunnel and they walk towards it. They'll stamp their place towards that last chance.
They opened it fast and loose. They were thinking, you know what? Let's just bridge camp it. 9 eliminations. And from there, it only got bigger. What a way for Aegon XI8 to close us down.
What a way to finish off the survival stage here at PMGC 2022. 19 eliminations, 34 points total. I8 needed a Hail Mary at the end, and we don't know if that pass has been caught just yet, gentlemen. We don't know if they've qualified through just yet, but looking down the rest of the list, DRS getting 20 points, Game Lord getting 17 should have secured them a place. Enigma Galaxy somehow surviving with 2 players, get themselves 7 points on the board, which should be enough for them to qualify. That match had so many moving parts, so many if, ands, or buts, so many different situations that could have played out differently. We could have had different teams qualify. And Max, that was a hell of a way to end off the survival stage.
As you said, Jason, there's so many moving parts. We will not know until the very last second who's going to make it. checking out, of course, the top limbs of the entirety of the survival stage. It is going to be Schweppes that just shredded the competition for the side of Vampire and Suki. I mean, once again, don't give this guy a mini 14 or you're in trouble. But I don't know. I mean, IA, there was one singular thing they had to do if they wanted to have even just a chance to secure themselves a position in this last chance, and it was a chicken dinner with a lot of limbs. Has it been enough? I'm not sure, because as we said, a lot of moving parts, a lot of the teams that were on the cusp, on that top 16 position, got a few extra points. It might not be enough. I just want to see. I have no clue what to expect.
Well, you know what? We're going into it. Here's our overall rankings. All 12 of these teams you're seeing here on the front page will be playing in our last chance tournament, kicking off tomorrow. And only 5 of those teams are going to get through into the finals. Are we taking bets?
Oh boy.
Let's hear it, Max. Let's hear it. Max, do you think
they're
I'd have made it?
They're in. I say they're in. It has to be. It's such a good storyline.
Power are out. I8 are in. Power
Okay.
17th place.
Can we
That's what I
take a
think.
look
I think so.
at the second page and see if I8 did enough in the last match of the day to qualify?
They're out!
Oh, 1 point! 1 point for Nickman BTR! Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
If
This
you
is pure
think back
fiction.
to how that match happened, if IHC doesn't attack FaZe Clan guarding off Bigatron, then there would be no way Bigatron would have made it through, because that would have been FaZe Clan clearing them up, and FaZe Clan could have potentially qualified themselves. IHC saving Bigatron.
That is so close. Why is it that the teams from Group Red do this to us? Huh? Why is it that
They
teams from
found
Group
out they
Red does it?
qualified. They were unsure at the end of the match, and now they know they've made it into the last chance stage. They can celebrate now, gentlemen, but the problem is it doesn't get any easier from here. They qualified into top 16, but they have to break through top 5 to make it into the finals.
Let's go. Our qualified teams here. So many new teams being added to the last chance. And Group Green are looking amazing. LGD added to that, but there's only 5 teams out of all of this talent that's going to make it through into the grand finals in January. I mean, we got some ideas of who's going to make it, but really this storyline has just been insane at the end. And I really hope that IA are just going to look back on that last game and use that as a really good, launching point into these next 2 days, because this is the type of gameplay that can secure you a top 5 position for IA and hopefully all the teams that barely qualified. But I keep on saying it, Jason, this is the best PMGC ever, and it just keeps getting better.
Really, really does. Something that you pointed out, Maxman, off air, but
let's go.
When it comes to IA, we'll get to that later. LGD and Suki, 6.5k damage. I want to give it to you, Maxman. This is your boy. This is your team, LGD. Go on.
I mean, he's been looking absolutely amazing. I thought Schweppes was going to take it eventually, but no, it's just he has been hyper consistent throughout, especially today. LGD is a threat to be reckoned with, and that means if they make it to top 5, every single PEL team, a total of 4, would be playing into the grand finals. That is an insane ratio, and just goes to show once again, Jason, how dominant the Chinese region is in PUBG Mobile esports.
And I feel like we might see how dominant they're going to be globally here very soon as well. If LGD can make it through into the finals, having the plethora of teams already qualified with Nova, with 4AM, it's going to become extremely scary to see what will happen for every other team from around the world, not just the Chinese teams. But honestly, such a great finish as well. I feel like we've been very blessed over the course of this year with the changes of formats, with the changes of how things work necessarily within the tournament. We've had so many great photo finishes that it makes me really excited to see what's going to happen in the finals and, of course, next year.
I mean, even just the group stage, right? You had it went down to some tiebreakers between T2K and also the Reject. So, yeah, as I said, best PMGC, hands down.
All right, let's head on the stage for an interview with LGD and their thoughts about their second place finish.
Hello， 各位小伙伴，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节。我是主持人 DJ 4大郑子琪，站在我旁边的呢就是杭州 LGD 的猫猫，来先跟大家打个招呼。
好，大家好，我是杭州 LGD 猫猫。
在今天的比赛打完了之后呢，取得了一个非常好的成绩啊。不过，我觉得在今天的比赛其实有一个比较大的风水岭，就是从第3局开始，你们就已经大概率的可以确定自己是可以晋级了。所以说，在第4局开始呢，你们很早的就进入了圈中心，包括在第5局也是在前期就进入到了圈中心。这是否代表着你们在战术打法上面的一个改变呢？
So you have entered the center of the circle already when it's really early, and will you continue this kind of strategy in the upcoming games of PMGC?
就是主要是后面就想找 VK 嘛，喜欢找他贴贴，然后比较喜欢他，然后就他节奏比较快嘛，然后就跑到圈中心去了。
Oh, so this is because we were looking for the team VK, and we really love them. So we're enjoying fighting with them. But so when they went to the center of the circle, so we went too.
其实我觉得找 VK 是一个非常正确的选择啊，因为 VK 毕竟作为我们的邻居，其实在我们的战术部署上面会有很大的阻力啊。不过 VK 在今天的成绩确实也比较一般，我相信以后呢应该是没有后患之忧了，对吧？那么除此之外呢，来到了这个第5局打得还是非常的漂亮的，但是在第5局你们占据了那个 L 型房的时候，只占据了 L 型房的长房，没有占据那个短房，导致 Box 非常轻松的就从那个马路上面拉了过来。当时是怎么想的呢？
So as for VK, we believe that they could get better grades next time. And for the 5th game, what were on your mind when you're crossing fire with the other team, which named Box? And we thought, and it is really hard to get us to think why you didn't take the other side of the motel, because everybody is out there and it was a tough game.
就是当时就是那个短房是被那个蓝楼支架的，然后在那1楼毕竟只有我跟 YZJ， 然后也不太好接，然后就准备撤到那个长房，然后在那守着，然后就是说到后面用毒圈来卡他们。
So this is because when we were in the other side of the motel, we thought we just protect what we have there and we keep it right, then everything's settled.
所以说是在战术上面放弃了在短房上面的部署啊。不过在最后呢 ，Box 在进入到了我们那个长房之后啊，其实我们的几位队员之间的这个配合并不是特别的多的，因为 Suki 是一个人站在了楼顶。然后另外的几名队员呢，全部都是在屋内。当时相当于我们的 LGD 在同时跟场上所有的队伍交战，那个时候是怎么想的呢？是怎么部署这个战术的呢？
So when everybody is out and the Suki was on the top floor of the building and everybody is inside and other people was stay inside, what were on your mind after in that moment?
就是当时陈 C 跟 Suki 不是在2楼嘛，然后那个圈越来越小了，然后高点都没圈了，然后就是剩余就我们那个楼顶是最高点，然后 Suki 就上去了，然后就他们2个都在打外面周围的人嘛，然后 Box 也没有进攻的想法，然后我跟 YZ 就卡着 Box， 如果要进攻的话就叫帮忙就好了。
So this is because we were staying there because the circle is shrinking, so we can just stay there for safely.
在这个第5局吃鸡，虽然说是有些惊险啊，但还是成功的拿到了那样的一个分数。接下来来到了第6局，在第6局的时候啊，因为我们是一支跳点到 G 港的队伍嘛，在第6局出现在这个小岛圈，其实对于我们而言是一个非常好的练兵局，但是明显效果不是特别的好啊。问题出现在了哪里呢？
So when we come to the finalist game, you as a team who jumped into the point of Georgapo, and it was perfect for practicing in the military base, but you didn't play well then. What was the reason and how to improve it?
就是前期的状况没有布置好，就是前期掉了个人，然后呢，剩余3个人的时候，准备说开船过去，但是去的时候已经就是前期节奏比较慢了，就是去晚了，然后导致就是毒圈就紧跟屁股，然后就没时间做其他事情了。
So this is because we already have lost one before the stage. So when we just head over there, it was already too late.
但是总体而言，在今天的分数还是拿了非常多的，也取得了一个非常好的成绩啊。所以说，希望你们可以保持这样的一个手感，在明天还有后天的比赛结束以后，成功的杀入到我们的总决赛，好吧？
好的。
So this is they're doing a really great job today, and we hope that they'll keep this up until the next 2 days.
好，那么各位小伙伴啊，我们的采访环节在这里就告一段落了，让我们共同期待 LGD 在明天、后天给我们带来的精彩比赛。接下来把时间交还给解说席。
Go ahead, Maxman. Explain the hostman himself taking the microphone.
If you shake his hand, apparently there's a curse that exists over there in the PL. So you want to avoid that at all costs, especially when they're going into the last chance. So I understand it. I respect that from Momo. Good choice. Very good choice, actually.
So is that the Chinese version of Maxman then? The curse in human form?
I think so. It's like, I feel like it's even more powerful. Like it's really, really bad over there. It's like if you combine me and Zute into one person, it's him. With some, so yeah, it's a combination. It's hardcore.
Now I'm thinking about what you and Zute would look like if you pulled off a fusion. I don't know how I feel about that one, but honestly, it was a crazy day, really, and I'm so happy to see things end off the way it did. Obviously, some teams not make it through is a very sad thing, but for me, it's all about the competition. It's about how close it's going to be at the very end, and it really couldn't have been much closer. Max, before we do head off today, any final thoughts on the day, man? We still have 2 days of play left to come. The last chance, 5 teams through to the finals, but we do have to close the door on some of the teams here today.
So I'm going to repeat myself for the 3rd time. Best PMGC, hands down. I think what we saw in this last game has already been fantastic, but we saw just so much talent. And if I could, I would have easily 10, 12 teams make it into the grand finals, but you only got 5 slots right now, Jason. It is going to be so close between these teams, and the storylines we had today were great. I can't even begin to imagine what we're going to have in the last chance, and even more like the grand finals. So I'm sold. It's a fantastic time, and I'm hyped for tomorrow.
Well, Max, you better start imagining, because the last chance is kicking off tomorrow. I mean, we're going to have to use your expert analysis and your analyzation of everything. Sandstorm, what about you, man?
I'm surprised by some of the starts that we've seen in today's games, and this gives me hope to expect a lot of special plays coming out from some different teams in tomorrow's games, starting off definitely with game 1. Like, I don't think we're going to be able to expect or predict who's going to be able to take that game, how those teams are going to be playing, what drops to even expect for them, just because of how many hot drops that we've had over the course of the last couple of weeks for all the groups. But very happy with what I've seen from every single one of those teams. Proud to have seen, I guess, some of the teams kind of get better and better over the course of the tournament. And I hope that they all manage to learn something from participating in this tournament.
Well, tomorrow, 11 out of the 16 teams will have to watch PMGC Finals from home. We're going to find out which 5 teams will be joining the rest, though, kicking off tomorrow at the exact same time. And we'll see you guys then.